I hate my internet sometimes. I really do. Man. I hate it. Yeah, we're back. I don't know what the hell happened. I really don't know what happened. Yeah, we're back. Again, I don't know what happened though. It said that my internet was disconnected. I was like, that's not right. I paid my internet bill.
Ah!
But hang on. There was something that actually did happen though. Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, round 2. I was in the middle of a good fucking thing with that too. Shit. I hate that. I was in the middle of a good thing. I had a good fucking tangent going, and then all of a sudden, the internet was like, no, you can't rant today. And I'm just like, God damn it.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
I hate it. But regardless, there was one thing I wanted to show off, though, or tell, though. Because I did get super chats, though. Actually, I had a few of them, actually. I'm gonna go them off. It was Comcast who hacked me. Oh, no.
Ah!
Your internet impersonated my kidneys and shut down. It couldn't handle it. But I had a few things. I had one here. Jabiza gave me a $20 Australian one, or yeah, Aussie one, where it was Rambo and Howard found out why not that. Yeah, why not? Yeah, found out why not ask them, Phil. Oh right, you destroyed that bridge. Your previous love panda still in the hospital, and as you were given a, as you put it, just give her a pill and leave her on the side of the street. He will always be a coward. Absolutely true.
Ah!
And
Please clap.
and another one for VLX was like, we are cons tearing through the plains where Phil is the conquered who hides in his shitty castle. Again, that's also true.
Please clap.
And then there was another one that says Jabizi gave a 5, which was all he has left in his positivity other than all he has left is his fake positivity. Other than that, he has nothing left. I was gonna go over those, but then for some fucking reason my internet was like, ha, fuck you.
Ah!
It decided to shit on itself. Okay. We're actually back to this. We're back to the bullshit. So give me 1 second. Let me go back to where we were left off. I'm refreshing everything just to make sure everything goes smoothly. Yeah, because I know some people are like, what happened? If Vega died, it's like, sometimes I wish I was, but no, I'm not going to. 1 moment. Big ups, Aussie. And big ups, Miss Darkfade. Everyone that's joining the stream again for round 2. Yes, I am coming back to this. Give me a second. Let me just bring this back up again. Somebody touched my internet.
Somebody touch my spaghetti!
Somebody did touch my spaghetti.
Someone is in this house!
Yeah, hold on, I gotta do this. Times tweam. 2. 2. I just put down the number 2. Maybe the internet got bored of listening to Phil's bullshit. Maybe. No, it wasn't. Actually, no. My internet did this little thing. It was like, we had a maintenance update. And it's like, oh, hey. No, it's not. That's essentially what that was. It was just a way for my internet to say, hey, we had a blip. We're just doing a little bit of maintenance. We're sorry. I'm sorry. We're sorry. I'm sorry. I did see that take on. I saw that, and I also saw the fucking video that was recommended to me by that. It was like, I always feel like someone touched my spaghetti. I saw both of those. Those are great. But hang on, let's go back to this. Okay, back to this bullshit.
Right? I have an awesome business where
Your business is not fucking awesome, Phil. Instead, if it's so fucking awesome, Phil, why beg for money every single time? Why beg? If it's so awesome.
can every day hang out with an awesome audience who want to interact with me, have a good time.
By interact, you mean give you money, and other than that, you ban them if they say something. Again, you're bringing up a lot of bullshit that's non-existent.
Help me actively to improve my setup, improve my content. I've got viewers that want to see all kinds of content, whether it's...
Not really, though. Some people don't want to stick around for your content. You're playing Baldur's Gate 3, some of your audience dips. You want to play Street Fighter? They dip. Most people dip.
Vlogging, podcast,
Wait, hold on. What?
my content. I've got viewers that want to see all kinds of content, whether it's vlogging.
You don't vlog anymore, Phil. Unless you want to count this podcast as a vlog, then absolutely.
Podcasting, gaming, throwback content, react content, and there's more.
No one really likes this shit, though, Phil. Nobody likes this content that you're spewing out of your mouth. Nobody likes this. Why the fuck should they like this? And exactly, he takes no fucking criticism. When people gave him suggestions of what to do to improve himself, he didn't even he took it with a grain of salt. Not to heart. And he said that they were demanding shit out of him. Oh.
Beezy23 donated $2 through Super Chat. You may have got that Aussie internet.
Yeah, I think I might have that internet too, yeah. Or Canadian internet.
Potential in the future to grow that I haven't even touched upon yet.
Phil, you have no aspirations to grow. You've even said it yourself that you have no inspirations or no aspirations, just nothing for you to grow. You don't want to grow at all. Instead, you want to sit there in complacency, just thinking that what you're doing is fine. Just doing the bare minimum and just pushing out bullshit. You think that that's normal when it's not.
Right? I got a beautiful house. I got
I think you destroyed that house with 2 broken showers.
beautiful family. A
You don't have a family. You just have a horse and a pet cat.
wife that loves me.
Yeah, I don't think your wife truly loves you, Phil. If she does, she would actually support your streams by being a moderator in your fucking streams, watching your streams, and she would actually want to do shit with you. She doesn't.
cat that's awesome.
Hold on, what?
Right? I got a beautiful house. I got a beautiful family. A wife that loves me. A cat that's awesome.
You have a cat that's awesome. The only reason why you say that your cat Jasper is awesome is because he got you fucking $2,000. And if he's so awesome, why don't you take care of him? That's right, you don't.
I got my health.
Your health is pathetic, and you want to bitch and complain that your family gave you the health problems.
And we can continue on. You got all these good things going on in my life.
If you had such good things, you wouldn't have stuttered.
Why would I just sit there and dwell on the negatives that have happened?
Because you want to keep painting yourself as a victim, Phil. You want to keep constantly perpetuating your own failure and putting the blame onto someone else. That's the reason why you hold on to the past. You do this quite a lot, Phil. But yet for some fucking reason, you just want to sit there and believe that you live a good life. But you're just lying to yourself and lying to your audience, and you're hoping that it sticks. Meanwhile, you are so based in your own negativity and toxicity that when it seeps over, you want to sit there and go, oh, it wasn't my fault, guys. It was Capcom's. It was the detractors. It was all this fucking bullshit that has nothing to do with why you said anything.
And the thing is, there's going to be more negatives in my life.
Yeah, there's going to be more negatives, but you don't know how to deal with it. You got nothing to deal with it, man.
It's not always going to be good. I might tend to focus on the positive these days.
You don't focus on the positives. You focus mostly on the negatives. And you bring up the negatives as like it's your positives. Again, you're focusing on fake positivity. You're deluding yourself to believing that everything you have in your life is good when it really isn't.
But, you know, negative things happen from time to time, and that's just
By time to time, he means 98% of the time.
life. Get through it, and, you know, maybe no one truly has a curse. It's just about your perspective. If all you want to do is sit around and talk about the negative things that happen to you constantly, maybe you're just going to be stuck in that rut, and you're never going to feel like anything positive will ever come, so when it does come, you don't even realize it. So,
Name 67 times he claimed to be a victim when he got his grocery bag stolen, when he got his tire stolen, side scrollers, X, Y, and Z, many fucking times talk about side scrollers, Keemstar, jerking off on May 1st, this is how you don't play, it's the SOK. More detractor content, the copyright strikes, all those times. And you can just take all those times he's talking about detractors, he's talking about side scrollers, he's talking about Keemstar. You can multiply all of those by either 10, 15, 20, 30% of most of the time. All of those 30s. You could do that and you'll get more than 67 times. You would get close to thousands that he proclaimed himself to be a victim. Even Blip TV is another example. When he got his AdSense taken away, he was a victim. When he lost his partnership with Machinima, victim. When he lost Twitch partnerships twice, he was a victim. When he got copyright struck, victim, victim, victim. Everyone's a victim. It is Phil.
I tend not to live like that.
You do live like that, Phil. And you're just deluding yourself to believe that you don't.
Moving forward, okay?
I got the drip going. I got the drip going.
Okay, there's more. There's a little bit more. There's this. There is this. There's this shit.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Snort, snort.
Oh, yeah, and also Aqua Teal, Duty Streams, Tevin, Snort Hogan, all the people that make clips on him.
Snort, Hogan. Drip, snort, snort. I got the drip going.
Orange says, just a small thing I've noticed from your latest Final Fantasy 13 video, even then, so we're talking 14 years ago, I mentioned how cringy romance scenes were in games. People act like it's something new, but you're consistent. No, you're absolutely right. Even back in the day, all right? Whenever there was this sappy romance in a game or love scene or a romantic thing, I always treated it like a joke.
Yeah, and you did it very, very poorly. You treated it like a joke, but they were not funny, Phil. They were cringy. There's something like a teenager would say. Talking about titties, ass, dicks, balls, shoving lightning rods up your ass, just shoving anything up the ass. You would do that and you think it's funny, and it wasn't.
I always made fun of it, over-the-top commentary on it to try to make it more entertaining. I never felt comfortable, all right, basically doing romantic content for a public audience because I don't think it's meant for a public audience. Do you understand?
Wait, how is it not meant for a public audience? If it's meant in a video game, if it's put into a video game that you could do so, Phil. But you did it anyway because you thought, I can make a joke out of this.
And romance in a video game is fine. Romance.
But every single time you see romance in a video game, you turn your head like, no, why the hell? And you look away. But if it's something about gay, like two guys, oh, you're all in on that.
In a movie is fine, right?
But you're saying it's fine, but you don't like romantic comedies. You don't like when Harry Met Sally. You don't like You've Got Mail, Sleepless in Seattle. You don't like love story because you think that they're all fake, that romance isn't real in rom-coms, even though they do a good job telling a story about romance. You don't like it when romance that's way betterly, like more done, better written, better observed and seen by the public audience, that's actually treated like a good love story. You don't like seeing any forms of that romance because your romance life is very piss poor.
Imagine you're watching
oh god,
one of these sappy action movies from the 1980s or 90s with Sylvester Stallone.
Hey, fuck off. Rocky is great. Fucking, what was the other one? Rambo is great. Fuck, even Schwarzenegger movies like Commando, Predator, Last Action Hero, Running Man, The Terminator. Those are great fucking movies. Shut the fuck up.
Or Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there's a love scene, right? So it's
that's not the main interest though. It's mostly the interest of like the action.
like Sly or Arnold making love to a woman.
Oh, he said Sly. Why are you peeping in on Sly's window, dude? It's fucking creepy.
And your mother's in the room.
Hey?
You what?
Hey?
So it's like Sly or Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there's a love scene, right? So it's like Sly or Arnold making love to a woman, and your mother's in the room, sitting right next to you watching this movie. And like,
It's not like it's fucking porn, Phil. It's not like you're watching porn, your mom's next to it. That would be even more disturbing. But if it's in the movie and it's trying to tell a story, that's nothing wrong with that. And what love scene are you talking about? Oh yeah, they kiss, and then it fades to another scene, and there's something else that's happening, and it cuts back to them. Oh, they're naked in the bed. All of a sudden, man ass, titties. Oh my god, my mom's in the room. Oh my god, I should go call the police. Like, what? It's not like you're watching Game of Thrones with your mother, dude. It's not like you're watching all these movies that have explicit sex scenes in it. Like Short Bus. Yeah, that one would be very fucking awkward. DSP Mums MILFs Take Miami Part 3.
Please clap.
it's a little uncomfortable, no?
It's then again, didn't you go to the fucking movies in your early 20s with your mom on a date, as you called it, to go see Finding fucking Nemo? I'm remembering this. Yeah, this isn't Danganronpa Chapter 3. No, it's not.
That's not meant for public consumption. That's what, yeah, it's part of the movie, but it's not meant to be sitting around with a public audience when that's happening.
Like, imagine John Wick, when the first one. I'm not talking about the chapters 2 to 4. The first one, where it's showing off John Wick, like, having a romantic life with his wife. Nothing sexual, mind you. Just showing that, hey, he had a loving relationship with his wife. Oh, that's not, it shouldn't be allowed. It should just be about John Wick going around bang, 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 bang all over the place. No, that's not the fucking case at all. Instead, the reason why they show things like romance in movies, it doesn't matter what kind of fucking movie it is, it's trying to tell a story. And it just shows you don't like good storytelling. Granted, there's some parts where love scenes are in there, but they're not explained. That part is weird and confusing, but everything else, it's a fucking story.
And that's kind of how it feels to me when I'm playing a video game and they're doing a romance situation or whatever. I'm like, well, that's fucking not supposed to be for all of us to be watching together.
He's like a good example, Final Fantasy 16, where he's like bitching and complaining that there's like side tits and like barely like partial nudity is what you like to call it. He's like bitching and complaining, it's Game of Thrones, it's Game of Thrones. You fuck off that retarded logic, Phil. The reason why they show things like that in the game is to show off a bond between those two characters. The two villainous characters, yeah, they're naked, they fucked. They're showing a bond between those two characters, that they're in cahoots with each other. And Jill and Clive, like, making love on the beach. It's to show how close they are. Again, Phil, you don't understand storytelling. You don't. But he thinks that someone going, "Mwah. Oh, that's inappropriate. My mom's in the room."
So why would I want to do that in the public?
Yeah, it proves he doesn't have a love life. This just proves he's a fucking incel.
Playthrough that I'm very much doing right now over the internet, right?
Who cares? Fucking cares. You don't like romance. Great. Just shows that your love life is very lacking.
So, Adam, oh my goodness. Adam says, I just watched part 5 of Final Fantasy 13 and there's way less ghosting. Yes, because it's 30 frames. It's not 60. I just said that a million times yesterday and today. This video...
Yeah, he's bringing up fucking Final Fantasy 13. Yay.
Starting at part...
Chbeezy23 donated $5 through Super Chat. If Phil was in Australia, it would be the Daily Centre link beg about the lines and paperwork. Credit to Aussie Metal Mate for this idea.
Hey, Aussie, at least you get credit for that.
5, we reduced it back down to 30. We stopped increasing the frame rate to 60.
If 13 had the MILF with the big tits, are you talking about Lulu? Fuck, I love Lulu.
Please clap.
But that's 10, though. I know that's 10. Yeah, I know, Meth Bear. My business-style internet crashed out on me for a little update, and it came back.
So you shouldn't see ghosting, but do you like it better without the ghosting, or did you prefer the 60 frames? That's the feedback that I really need.
Ghosting like Mudahar did to you? He actually admitted that he actually ghosted Phil. That's funny. Not gonna lie, that was fucking funny.
They're ghosting. There's definitely no ghosting because we turned off the AI frame rate upscale. But I need to know which one did you like better. That's the feedback I need.
I've seen parts of Final Fantasy 13. And yes, I do need to go and watch that. I know.
No, I remember back in the day, in my older playthroughs, whenever there was like a love scene, I would ham it up. I would say a ridiculous over-the-top either sexual joke or something to try to break the mood.
Why? It just shows that you're not paying attention to the story. But then again, you never pay attention to the fucking story. And if you do, you're just regurgitating everything to the fucking viewers. It's like, again, you making those jokes, it just shows that you don't care about the fucking story in the video game. Metal Gear Solid 3 is a great example. Good example of this would be fucking Pyromegadeth's videos on Metal Gear Solid 3 when Phil played them. And they had to struggle through all of those parts. They got to the part where Phil's like screaming out Snake Eater. when Ava and Snake are about to fuck in the cave. Because, yeah, that's what happened.
Come.
And they skipped that part because they couldn't take it. They couldn't fucking take it. Yeah, wait, so he made sex jokes during a sex scene to break the sex scene mood? Yeah, it makes sense because he's a virgin with rage.
Because if it's a serious romantic scene, why the fuck do we want to watch that together in a playthrough?
Because it's part of the story, Phil. If they're adding in, like, hey, this person's actually romantically interested in this character, that's actually part of the story. Again, it's storytelling, and you don't get it.
So I'd say something absolutely ridiculous, over-the-top sexual, or a ridiculous joke. I remember in one of the playthroughs, I would say something racist, right?
You did. It was about Zaz, a.k.a. the black guy with the afro and the bird in his hair, saying that he was molesting Lightning, an Asian woman. Yeah, yeah, racist. But that was a disclaimer. That was from a bygone era. Oh, wait.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Who fucking cares? You still said it. It's still fucked up. Disclaimer or not, you're still a fucked up person.
I would do it on purpose to break the mood because it was fucking awkward. Why?
Phil, you never said a racist joke during a sex scene. Instead, again, Final Fantasy 13. It was during an action part of the game, and it was slowing down, and you made that fucking joke.
Watching that. So, but now, today, I just don't want to do it. I don't want to have a fucking romantic scene in a modern video game.
Why? What if that was part of the game, Phil? Storytelling. What, are you going to say that the game sucks because it has that part of it in it? For someone that claims that he likes to watch movies and do reviews of it? Oh, but for some fucking reason, romance in movies is fine. But you just contradicted that by saying that it's pointless, that it's fucking awkward. Awkward for who, though? Philip, it's Philip, the incel.
Please clap.
I don't want to see Gale laying sausage down on Dark Scale Phil. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see that at all.
Yes, you would, because we already know you're a closeted homosexual, Phil. Cat's just your beard.
I had no desire to see that.
Again, Phil, it's up to the player. You don't have to do that. That's fine. You can be asexual as much as you fucking want. Doesn't matter if it's in real life or in gaming. Doesn't fucking matter. But other people can do whatever the fuck they want. And guess what? It's up to them. You don't have the right to dictate what people can do in their own playthroughs.
With you or anyone, you know, I don't need that in the playthrough, and everyone should have the choice to decide if they want to see that or not. And it's fine if you want to have it. That's for you. You could do it in your own playthrough, but leave me out of it. And I should have...
Sometimes people would do it because it's either funny or it's actually really well written, Phil. Note, all this blatant racism and shit was said when he was in the mid to early 20s minimum when he started YouTube. He wasn't some teen using the internet for the first time. Nope, he was not. Actually, no. I believe he was, late 20s. No, he was in his late 20s. Late 20s when he did some things on YouTube, like mid to late 20s. And he got with Leanna when he was in his early 30s.
You should respect that decision as well.
Yeah, respect that decision as well, but the way you do it, though, it's fucking pathetic. It really is.
Suck.
Finally, I can actually do that and not cut to Snort, Drip, Hogan. Quit scratching at your fucking face, Phil. We know you don't shower. Was the cologne not good enough for you and it's giving you an allergic reaction?
It's funny. Why is this such a big deal? It's not.
You're making it a big deal, Phil. You are.
Point is, I don't make a big deal of it. I'm just like, I'm passing on it.
But you're making a big deal about it by talking about it. So it shows you're making a big fucking deal. Yeah, part of Xenoblade Chronicles 1 gets started because a robot stabs Shulk's girlfriend. Yep. And the romantic scenes before that yeah, exactly. Exactly, Flutter Dark. Exactly that. That's why romance is mostly important in some stories, to show the bond between those two characters. Sure, they may not have been romantically involved, but you can tell that they have a romance with them, that it could have bloomed with that. But, again, Phil doesn't understand storytelling. And I agree, Sonic. It's definitely dandruff. Ugh.
But everyone else makes a big deal of it. Oh, Phil passes on all romantic relationships in games. Yes, because to me it's not a big deal.
Hey Phil, Like a Dragon Gaiden had a part of the main story where you had to go to a cabaret club and you were shitting on it the whole fucking time because it's stupid and you were mocking Japanese people for doing this, going to cabaret clubs. And honestly, those are actually one of the good parts of that game.
Please clap.
Not gonna lie, I got the trophies for both those games. I'm not gonna deny it.
It's not something to share with a public audience. There's no point to doing that. But everyone else makes a big deal out of it. Why? Because those people are immature.
I'm immature for liking romance in a video game. I'm immature for liking romantic scenes. If it's done right. One of my favorite movies is Short Bus, and they actually show off sex in it, though. And you want to know why that movie is good, though? Because it's showing the tension that people are having when it comes to their own sexualities. That's the reason why that movie is really good. It shows it off really fucking well. Same thing with why The Witcher is really good. And it shows off its romantic scenes. It does it very fucking well, and it's very mature. It tells a good romantic scenes in those games really good. But again, Phil wants to look at someone like me and anyone else that likes to look at romantic scenes in video games or just anything of that sort and think that we're immature, that we're cheating on our significant others while doing that. Phil, people can have fictional crushes on fictional characters or have celebrity crushes. You want to know why? Because that's fucking normal. It is normal to crush on a celebrity. And it's also normal to have a man crush on a celebrity. Me, it's Jason fucking Momoa.
Please clap.
And then there's many other celebrities that I had a crush on. No, I can't have it. Like, granted, I think like Simone Simons from fucking Epica is fucking hot. Melissa Bonney from Ad Infinitum, she's hot. I know I can't have her, but it's always normal to have. Courtney LaPlante for fucking Spirit Box, she's fucking hot. But I know I can't have her, but it's normal. It's normal to have that. Fucking fictional characters. Fucking Cammy, my waifu. Manon's another one. You see? It's fucking normal. You are not normal. But again, he thinks that all video games are like hentai games. And we're immature for liking romance. And it's like, it's not a hentai game, Phil. Calm the fuck down.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil. Those people are like, oh, there must be a big problem if Phil doesn't ever want to have that. No, that's you.
No, it's you. You're talking like a fucking incel. When the majority of people that talk about romance in video games, they're not fucking going at it like an incel. Instead, they're like, this was nicely written. This is well done.
That's your...
Is it legal to marry a horse in Washington? It could be.
Ah!
I know, Lord Kanye. I'm sorry. The whole thing with Phil is just dumb. Hey, Movies I welcome to stream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar from Buffy. Another good example.
Problem being projected onto me.
While you're projecting your inceldom onto everyone else.
A well-adjusted adult who is very happy in his life state.
Phil, you're not well-adjusted at all. There's something fucked up and wrong with you in the head.
And doesn't need to have a virtual romantic experience in a video game I'm playing for public consumption.
What if you're trying to get the achievements, Phil? You have to do that. Persona 5, you have to do that. Max, try to get all the Confidant leaks leveled up. You have to do that, Phil. Fuck, Stardew Valley, you could do that if you choose to, but it's more fun to do so. Yes, I would always go for Abigail in Stardew Valley. Why? She's an adventurer and a fucking gamer. Fuck yes.
Please clap.
But Phil wouldn't do that in fucking Stardew Valley. Not at all. He played it like once or twice. He played it for like once for an indie stream. And he gave up. He didn't want to go back to it. He was bored.
You understand? You're the one who wants that.
If I want it, I want it. Don't judge me for what I want in a video game. Don't judge me for what I want in a movie. If it tells a part of a good story and it's actually fluent with the story, the reason why makes fucking sense. Again, going back to John fucking Wick. The reason why the dog dies and why he wants to go kill the Russian mafia's son, like the mob's son, is because that dog was connected to his wife. That's why. So again, it tells a story with it though, and it's actually showing off a bond with him and his wife, and he's like, he still loves his fucking wife even though she's dead. See? See?
Please clap.
At least I can find some intricacies with the fucking stories that all the forms of media are telling. But not Phil.
Not me. So you're the one with the problem if you try to impose that upon someone else.
I'm not trying to shove it down your throat like you are, Phil.
Not the person who refuses to give in to your weird desire.
Oh yeah, talk to me for fucking Persona 5. Kawakami was mine. I'm sorry, I'm hot for teacher. Yeah, I'm hot for teacher.
For something bizarre, quite frankly.
The way that you're telling this, Phil, it's very fucking bizarre. Yeah, you're currently trying to be with a Panem in Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, everyone has their cyber crushes, except you can't get with fucking Keanu Reeves. That pisses me off. And even he pisses off Keanu Reeves, like they can't romance you. Why? Why? I don't think Jesus can't fucking save Phil. Not even the devil can fucking save him. I think Jesus and the devil both look at Phil, look at each other and be like, well, not our problem. Snort, snort, cocaine habit, snort, snort, snorting up that Adderall.
No, saying that I want to skip certain content does not make me a prude. It means I've actively made a decision to not partake in that content.
Yeah, you've chosen to be a prude. What's there not to understand, Phil? You're acting prudish.
It's not a big deal. You don't have to do every piece of content in every single video game.
Well, then again, Phil, some people actually do want to get every single piece of content in a video game. They're called achievement hunters for a reason, Phil.
Choose to not publicly display virtual romance relationships for the public, that's my choice. And
again, that's up to the developer that made the game if they want to put it in there or not. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it's just additional content. You don't have to do it, but some people want to do it anyway.
Either respect it or you move on because you're a fucking weirdo. You understand?
Oh yeah, I'm the fucking weirdo. I am such a fucking weirdo that I actually like looking at romantic scenes in video games. I like it when the video games and movies, or even music, show a form of romanticism in anything. Yeah, I'm fucking weird about it. But Phil telling you that he needs money every day while saying he has a successful business, that he thinks that looking at a romance scene in a movie or a video game is like having your mom next to you. It's very uncomfortable while he calls his fucking wife his mom. Yeah, we're the fucking weirdos.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Yeah, how very fucking dare me? Yeah, how dare I?
If that's really what you're obsessing about in my content, you have a big problem.
I'm not really obsessing about this, Phil. You are. You're obsessed with me believing that I'm obsessed with what you're going with. I'm sorry, Phil. You're a fucking incel. You should either have a blue hat that says, please be patient, I have autism, or you should have a big fucking shirt that says, I'm an incel, don't bully me.
You should probably assess it for yourself. Like,
what don't crossed out.
Go speak to someone, not me.
He's bringing up a therapist? Phil, you need to speak with somebody, because these delusions that you're having and all this bullshit that you're spouting out to your audience is not healthy.
Someone else, a professional, and say, you know, I like watching streamers, but my God, there's one who just won't do virtual romance and I can't get over it. I think about it all day. And every single time they have that go on in a game, I have to talk about it endlessly. And, wait, what?
Somebody touch my spaghetti! You go home!
I got nothing after that because that was so fucking retarded. I felt like I was losing brain cells. I'm sorry. I felt like I just lost a piece of my fucking mind. Oh yeah, he defends a pedophile by the name of Derek, and yet we're the weirdos. Yep, we're totally the weirdos.
Please clap.
Can you elaborate on this, son? Hold on, let me get my pad and take notes on the.
Just because I can.
You go home!
Okay, let's find out about your fucking weirdness, okay? And
if someone did that, to say, hey, I like this romance scene in a fucking video game or movie because it's nicely done, I would be like, what was your favorite part? And I would actually chime in. It's like, I like going for this romantic interest in fucking Persona 5. I'll look at you and be like, if it's not Makoto, get the fuck out.
And we could maybe...
Oh, incest isn't Wincest, but it's not meaningful. But, oh, yep. Phil Wincest is Wincest Burnell is looking at you saying that you're weird for liking romantic things and video games, like music and movies. Yeah, you're the weirdo. But yeah, he's the guy that says you can fuck whoever you want. Yeah, we're the weirdos. Absolutely, we're weird.
Try to diagnose, you need Freud on this case, right? It's like,
even though you've made plenty of Freudian slips, calling Jasper Derrick as your son, calling your wife Kat your fucking mom, your wife.
what are you talking about? Why is that projected onto me?
Because the way that you're protruding everything, it makes you look like an incel, and you're trying to blame your weird takes onto someone else. That's why we're talking about this, and why I want to move the fuck on. Look, hold on. Hold the fuck up.
Projected onto me.
Look at that tongue as he laughs. I'm slowing it down. Look at that tongue. He laughs. He's like, yeah.
I got the drip going.
All right, there's one more thing we're going to touch on. One more thing we're touching on before. And yes, I did watch some of this.
Let me tell you something, brother.
I did watch some of this, though, because I wanted context to this. Yeah, and also saying that he wanted to rape Slow Beef's wife. Yeah, I remember that too, Dreamlink. I remember all that shit, yet we're the weirdos.
Snort, snort, snort.
Code drip,
Snort, snort.
I got the drip going.
Okay, so we're talking about another lolcow. This is two sides of the coin, as I like to deem this lolcow coin. We had Phil telling people not to worry about the documentary, but now we have Rich, Review Tech USA, saying that if it's canceled, this documentary, it's the weirdo's fault, the detractor's fault, not his. Let's begin.
Talk about that in a minute.
And if it gets to the point where I'm done with it, I'm done with it.
Like, because I said it seems like there's some, they're already saying, they were saying.
Oh yeah, and I'm not kidding. He actually said this, Smokey. He and everyone who was asking, he had said this in a forum post about Slow Beef's wife, that he wanted. He was making a joke that what would happen if I go in there and rape Slow Beef's wife, and he was saying this as a joke, and he was serious about it. Remember, Phil said he would slap an 11-year-old because she roasted him in the game. Remember that too. And then blamed the parents for why the kid was on VR chat.
Don't ruin it.
I'm sorry, Buck. I didn't mean to make you laugh that hard. Hang on. I think I found a way to make you laugh more. Hang on. I'm sorry. Dude, Rich smoked the wrong pack. I think he did.
Ruin what? You talk about every fart that comes out of Phil's ass.
Nope. No, I don't, Rich. You do, though. You love talking about his farts. And for fuck's sakes, you have something on your soundboard that's a fucking fart. Not something like this. But a man putting his fucking ass cheeks into a mic and ripping ass. And I'm not talking about you, Richard. Nope.
You more than
Even though, granted, you've done that.
I do. And that's saying something. If anyone's going to ruin it, it's going to be you fucking clowns.
How am I going to ruin it, though? I'm not going to ruin anything. If the documentary doesn't happen, it's in Phil's favor. The whole thing is in Phil's court. If he wants to pull a plug on a documentary, that's his choosing. If he wants to keep doing the documentary, that's also his choosing. I'm not going to be the be-all, end-all of why Phil is not going to do the documentary. We all know he's gung-ho on making sure this documentary comes out. But Rich said that, and I quote, if the documentary gets canceled, it's because of you fucking weirdos. Talking about the detractors. Allow us to continue.
But like I said, I haven't announced it.
They stopped whenever they felt burnt out. Some people do. Or they wanted to move on and do something else. I mean, some people have done that.
Coming soon. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was part of that too. I saw part of it because of Slime. That's the reason why I know parts of this though. But I wanted to get my own take on this. I know Duty was in there too with it, but still, I wanted to get my own take on this. I tried making a video on this, but I couldn't do it because it was too fucking much. And it got to the point where I was like, "Fuck it, stream it, go."
Please clap.
Well, I know something of it is.
Why does it matter to RTU? Because apparently, Review Tech USA was called upon by Mike Klum. He wants to be interviewed by Mike Klum for the DSP documentary. That's why.
Is that I know there's.
Oh, what I meant, stop Phil for making content, not detractors. Oh, I see what you mean. Hang on. That's true. Okay, the way that you said that. Okay, I read it wrong. My bad. Nothing. But apparently the reason why he'll stop making content for a little bit is because of this documentary. So he says.
Like, there's some people who exist. They hate Phil to an unhealthy degree. They're just as bad, if not worse, than Phil's dents.
I can only agree with that for like maybe 5-10%. The rest of them live a healthy life. The 90% do, but the 10%, maybe. But then again, who are you to judge?
And they're like so caught up in their hatred of him, they don't even fucking realize it. Who the fuck? All I hear about is Jack Doherty now. He's another one of those fucking dudes with a mushroom head. He has that mushroom fucking hairstyle. That's one of those hairstyles that's going to be like, oh, that was so 2024. I'm telling you. Like, you look back at other hairstyles, oh, that was so 90s. That was so 2000s. Remember in, like, the 2000s with the Jersey Shore shit when dudes would, like, put, like, 5 gallons...
Okay, since he's derailing himself by talking about Jersey fucking Shore, that fucking dead show that nobody cares about anymore. Except it got memed on when it came out. But regardless of it, though. Yeah, any people out there. There's a group who there's going to be someone that'll take something to an extent. They will take something to an extent, and they'll just run with it.
Gallons of gel in their hair to make it look like they had an upside down dick mushroom on their heads. It was called a blowout or something like that.
Try to relax your anus.
Oh yeah, he also has that, which I'm going to remove that from my soundboard.
Is there such a thing as too many breasts? No.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right, Jed. It's one of the top 10, right next to Tevin.
Please clap.
Welcome, Jaddy boy. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you for being a member. Well, here is the thing. I'm going to repeat this again. Like, I can't stand Pat the NES Punk. I think he's a pretentious, arrogant, narcissistic, sensitive dick. But if someone goes, hey, Rich, I'm going to give my entire life savings to Pat the NES Punk. Okay. Like, I wouldn't be like, that's it. You're now my enemy. You have supported the enemy. You are a traitor. Like, get fucking lives. Leave the house. Do something.
Does Rich not understand that the majority of the detractors in the group, they actually have lives outside of this? Does he not understand that we disconnect from Phil? We talk about Phil every once in a while. We'll make content on Phil, but at the end of it, we're not leaving and thinking about Phil when we go to bed. We're not thinking about Phil whenever we go to the grocery store or go on dates or having sex with somebody. We're not thinking about him 24/7. Instead, we're here to laugh at Phil. We're here to laugh at the lolcows that come out of nowhere. We're here to laugh. And we're here to inform. And we're here to entertain. We're here to do all of that. At the end of it, turn off, leave. The answer to that question is no. Yeah, exactly. That's the great answer. It's nope.
Please clap.
Like, that's where it's different. That's where you and I are not the same. Like, it ain't that serious to me. Like,
You're saying that it's not that serious to you, then why talk about it? If it's not that deep, why keep talking about it?
you wake up in the morning and, like, plot what you're going to do to Phil. It's bizarre. Like, that's your reason for existing. Some of them. Okay? There's a good portion of the detractor community that's not out of their fucking minds. That are just like me.
Just like you, but yet we're not talking about this, Rich. Rich, as soon as I'm done talking about this, I'm not going to touch it ever again. Unless something else comes up, then I'll talk about it. But I'm not going to harp on it more and more, like you think that I'm going to do. Yeah, exactly, Sonic. That's how we treat Phil. We treat him like a reality TV show. We treat him like a TV show. And that everyone's making theories of what's going to happen next, in the next exciting episode of Detractor Ball Z. What's going to happen?
You know what I mean? Like,
get off your
Try
phone.
to relax your anus.
Streets of Ropes. Yeah, Axel, I think it's his name, right? Axel Blaze. He's going to just comment everybody. Richard Stallion, you took down Berlin Burnell, but now we enter the Detractor Cold War.
What war? What fucking war are you talking about? And that was another thing, too, is that Rich made a tweet saying that there's going to be a detractor war, like civil war. It's already happened before, and it failed. Wanna know why? Because, it's not that fucking deep.
Please clap.
Yeah, it's just like, dude. My thing is this, and it's going to sound like a whataboutism, but it's not. Like,
But that is, though, Rich. That's how we view Phil. It's a what about. Again, TV show. What about this happening? What about that happening? It's a TV show. It's like a group of people coming together to talk about what would happen in the show. And if it's going to get better or worse in the show. What's better or worse? Completely subjective.
they're like, oh, he's tricking his dents into giving him money. You don't really care. You don't care at all. Like, if it was really about you being altruistic and trying to be, you know, to protect people, first off, you laugh at the dents that he has.
Yeah, I laugh at some of those dents, like fucking Derek, but then again, I want Derek to meet a fucking firing squad. But all the other dents I laugh at, yeah, there's justifiable reasons to laugh at them. Except for Jade, though. Honestly, I can't laugh at Jade, though. Jade is the only dent that I actually truly feel sorry for out of everybody, because he's actually disabled. And he wanted to do things with Phil, and yet Phil kept telling him no and kept blowing him off. So yeah, justice for Jade.
And secondly, if it was about your being the moral fucking police, which is retarded to begin with, why aren't you going after Logan Paul? Why aren't you going after the completionist who sat there looking like a black-bearded Santa Claus holding a dog to look pathetic after what he did?
People have done that. I was about to call you Phil. People have already done that. When Logan Paul did that stupid fucked up shit in a goddamn Japanese forest, we called him out on it. Everyone did. When the completionist did that fucked up shit with the charity fraud, we called him out on that too. Honestly, I felt sad whenever I found out that was what the completionist was doing, because I actually liked his content. And it was sad though, and I didn't defend him at all. I just felt broken. Not broken-hearted, but I just felt like a part of something like, this guy is actually really good. I like his content, but I can't look at his content anymore, just due to the fact of what he did. And sure, he may come back, but the internet will never forget what he did. But again, the whole thing about the morality thing, am I going to sit here and be like, oh, protect the dents? No, because they're going to do whatever the fuck they want. They can give their money to Phil, and every single time, he will take advantage of it. He will always take advantage of the disabled. He'll take advantage of people who are easily gullible. That's what we get really irritated with Phil on.
It's just because you don't like him, which is fine. You don't have to like Phil. You could despise him. But you don't get to dictate what he makes a living on doing.
But we could still call him out for his practices for being scummy. We could call him out for saying that what he's doing is completely fucked up. We could definitely fucking do that with every sob story that he's telling people. We can do that, Rich. We can absolutely do that. Why are you sitting there judging what we can and can't do? Even though you talked about Phil in your streams for a long time, so that's projection coming from you.
Please clap.
Oh, and guess what? I can press the please clap 1 second. Your applause 5-6 seconds.
You don't get that right. I don't get that right to do that to anybody.
Didn't you have a fucking bitch fit because you were told to do something, or people are asking you to do something and you took it out on your audience? I mean, call me crazy, but you pulled a Phil.
And if you think that you do, that's when you jump off the boat. You've lost the fucking plot.
Why think about this so seriously, Rich? I mean, really, you're the one that missed the plot on everything what the detractors are doing.
But they don't get that. They don't understand that. It's their obsession with him stems beyond the humor. It's like, and some of them are fucking. You're gonna use the word again. You're retarded.
I may have Asperger's there, Rich, but I'm not fucking retarded. I know at the end of the day that Phil is just going to be another TV show that I'm excited to see what the fuck's going to happen. And after I'm had my fill with Phil, I'm out. I disconnect. But yet you think I have an obsession. Granted, you want to sit there and say that not everyone in the detractor community does this. But at the end of the goddamn day, you still want to rope every detractor in here. You want to rope in people like TJ Gamebox for keeping track of Phil's spendings in fucking WWE champions. You want to make fun of people, or not make fun of, but you want to go after people like Darksea the Flow for calling your ass out. You know what, Rich? I'm going to pull up something here. Let me pull up a little something. I'm going to pull up what I like to call a Darksea the Flow original. Let me see if I can find him, though. That's the question. I'm going to see if I can find him. Can we stop with some of the detractors take this too seriously trope? We all take it too seriously in our own way. And we all A-log over different things that not everyone agrees is worth spending energy on. It's okay to take a hobby too seriously. It's okay to be really competitive at fighting games or any video game. That part's paraphrased. It's okay to be really into rock climbing or really invested in a sports team or crocheting or cooking more than the average person. It's okay to be really into making fun of Phil. Damn, it didn't read it, but I'll read it anyway. Thanks, Jabriza, for the 10 Australian dollars. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that... Oh, you're saying that thus. God damn it. Ah! It's hilarious this coming from him who is supposed to talk about tech news, which doesn't seem to be making him any money. So what he does is talk about Phil and us. Hypocritical ass Rich. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, what I just spoke was Darksea the Flow, January 8th, 2024. Words to live by. And I agree with fucking Darksea on that. Because you can take something and go a little bit to the extreme with it. You can. You absolutely can. If you want to go over how fucking Phil talks about his finances and how he makes his money, how he spends his money in anything, and how he takes fighting games way too fucking seriously, and you're pointing out all the things that he's doing wrong with it. All the frames that he's claiming that he's dropping, even though he's pushing the buttons. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with making music about fucking Phil. There's nothing wrong with making art about Phil. There's nothing wrong with it. It does not fucking matter what good or bad take you may have about Phil. People can do whatever the fuck they fucking want with it. People can take a hobby and be really fucking invested into it. There is nothing wrong with it. But how you're doing this, Rich, is saying that these people need to go get lives. Rich, you don't know these people. You fucking don't. You don't know what they do for a job. You don't even know if they have a job or not. And again, what they want to do in their own time, it is up to them. Do you want to take it seriously, like really seriously? Fine, let them. If they don't and they take a break from it, again, let them. Fucking do whatever, they can do whatever they want with it. Just like how you could do whatever the fuck you want. But I will call you out on the dented takes that you're taking and you're making right now.
He makes content that you make money off of, you numbnuts.
I may make money off of Phil, but guess what? This is a hobby. This is a hobby I choose to monetize. And you know what I do with the money that I get? I put it into my own streams to make my streams and my content better. I make sure to give back to my fucking community. And not make a big fucking deal about it. But again, you want to sit there and say that I'm making money off him and I'm taking advantage of Phil. Whatever. Have your retarded take.
Why would you? Why you're biting your own hand that feeds you?
Hey, Rich, didn't you make money off of Phil too? You made money off of him, not just on your streams, but on your fucking main channel. Hypocritical much?
God, I wish I had seltzer here. I don't. However,
if us detractors are so obsessed with Phil, why haven't I seen a 24-hour DPIG stream so we can have Phil all day, every day? Exactly. We don't do it.
oh, so we're at over 500 people. Hello, everybody. Richard Review Tech USA.
I need to get more Cammy gifts.
Please clap.
And by the way, this is not included.
I actually want to find a way to make my layout better. Again, at least my work is a work in progress. Uh-oh. What happened?
Vanguard Nice donated $2 through Super Chat. Why he thought this was a good idea is beyond me.
I agree. I have no idea why you thought this was a good idea to talk about it.
Every
But thank you, Snort Hogan, for this beautiful clip.
Please clap.
detractor. It doesn't. I've made that abundantly clear from the beginning. You're not all like this. Duty streams ain't like this.
Oh, that here's his names. The duty's not like this.
Snort Hogan, I know, made a video on me too, but that's okay. He's
And Snort Hogan.
entitled to. I would be a giant pussy and a hypocrite to say that I talk about shit about people every day. You know what I mean?
Like other people do. We could talk shit about anybody at anyone. But some people could take way too much of offense to it. But again, keep going, Rich. Let's see what else you have to say about it.
Most of the detractors this does not even refer to. It's that subset of heavily obsessed weirdos is what I'm talking about. Like, you want to sniff a fart out of Phil's ass?
Why are you so obsessed with farts, Rich? Why are you pulling a Phil with the scat humor? Why? Just why? Even though your soundboard has a guy farting into a fucking mic, and you even fart in your own goddamn mic.
And
Yeah, just leave your shirt on, Rich. Yeah, please.
Please
Motion's
clap.
donated £2 through Super Chat. Get fecked, Rich. Winking face.
Get ficked. Get ficked, Rich. Oh yeah, bruv. Oh, bruv. I hope Rich gets ficked.
describe the flavor of it. While Cat's crying in a corner.
Fine, if you want me to say that, okay. Smells like failure. But then again, it always has been. There.
And don't get what I'm saying twisted. You could make as many videos on Phil as you want to. You know my stance on that.
But yet you're gonna call me a weirdo.
But I'm going to show you something.
Oh yeah, and someone like Atlas making made daily videos. Then again, when I first started, I made daily videos, but I took a break from doing that and decided making videos anytime I want to. Again, I know when to take breaks from it, and I know when to limit myself to shit. Why do you think I stream mostly now?
Show you something here real quick. My soundboard, there's
I'm
some...
going to let this part play. I actually did see this part, but I'm going to let it play a little bit, but I will skip ahead.
something weird about it. It's going to take a minute.
I'm not gonna put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
See if you notice something.
I know, Sketchy. I'm sorry. I'm going to let it play for at least 5 sounds.
Try to relax your anus, your shoulders.
Focus on your sexy, bro.
These are birds.
Okay, so the point with this, with his soundboard, he was pressing all the sounds in his soundboard. He was pressing like random sounds.
Please clap.
Like that. He was trying to say that he doesn't have Phil sounds on his soundboard anymore because he doesn't want to do it anymore. He doesn't want to put Phil on his soundboard. That's why he's doing that, to try to prove a point.
Aaron Hines donated $10 through Super Chat. I don't understand what rich point here is, dude, the hell. This was so stupid.
I agree, 100%. This was like a dumb thing to say. It's like, Rich, if you say your piece once, drop it. Leave it the fuck alone. But instead, you're doing what Phil is doing, which he's bringing it back up again. No one cares. Just say it once, leave it alone. People ask about it, ignore it. Move on. Que sera, sera, whatever will be, c'est la vie, life goes on. Anyways, skipping ahead a little bit more. The majority of this is just him with a soundboard. And yes, I am skipping over the part where he had a man moaning on a soundboard. Why? I don't fucking know.
My God.
Me.
Tit.
Is what.
Anyways, there we go.
Here is what I'm gonna do. Until one of two things happen. I mean, I'm sure people will bring up something stupid in a super chat that Phil has done. Rich, Phil stuck his dick in an electrical socket by accident while he was waiting for shrimp, looking at his wall. And haha, that's funny, I'll talk about that, but I'm not going to have Phil dedicated streams, or I'm not going to watch Phil dedicated videos until 1, the documentary comes out, or 2, he bails, which will probably be what happens. He has surprised us before. But he's already saying and hinting, like he said, oh, Keemstar's not involved. If he was involved, I would drop out. And he said, I have to have final approval before it's released. Do you think anything about him that's damning he's going to allow to be approved?
I'm calling it now. He'll go back to Phil within a few days. I know everyone else has said it, but I'm agreeing with it. Few days. Like, granted, at least my soundboard, it's not as repetitive and dumb like this. But then again, we get things like this.
Somebody touch my spaghetti!
Or this.
Oh!
But it's stupid shit, though. Granted, I may go a little overboard with it. But at the same time, I'll limit myself. I'll limit myself for that. And Twilight, thanks for coming member for 1 month. What a schmooze. Get a life, Rich. Oh, absolutely, he should.
Please clap.
So, there we go.
There we go. Few days. I'm coming back to
Final cut.
There you go. Few days. I'm coming back.
Shut the fuck up!
There we go. And great. I can actually put my own soundboard. This one.
Shut the fuck up!
It's now going to be implemented to stream. So yeah, why I have no idea. I try, Redbird. I try so hard.
Because here's what I want to see happen. I want to see, there's plenty of other stuff out there. There's so much. So much.
I don't have that one, Aussie. But I'll do that anyway. Hello. Cat screaming hello.
Now, there is some mixed things on that. That is something, that is a loose end we will tie up. Allegedly, that was a purposeful troll video that the Dent made
Try to
it
relax
purposely
your anus.
bad. Which, okay, that is pretty interesting if they did that.
Even though it was. And then that was another thing that TJ Gamebox actually brought up And that's why TJ Gamebox brought up the whole thing about the top 10 detractors, is because of that right there. That was why. Because if Rich was truly a detractor of Phil right next to Tevin, as he proclaimed that he was, he would have known about that from the very get-go. That's the funny thing about it, is that he didn't. And he found out a little bit too late on it. And then people called him out.
Vanguard Nice donated $2 through Super Chat. If he does this one more time, I'm going to unsub.
Oh, you're talking about Rich. My bad.
Birds and breasts. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Go unsubscribe. Oh, you're talking about if he talks about Phil. Okay, never mind.
Well, we'll see if the documentary or he cancels. One of the two things.
And he was saying that he wasn't going to, and apparently if it does get canceled, it's because of us losers. Right.
I want to see it happen. And you guys know that if the documentary is fair and puts Phil in the light that he should be in, meaning
what light should he be in? We already know that he's a negative person and he retcons everything. So it's just going to prove that it's going to show more lies about Phil, and he's going to lie about it all the time.
that it shows both the good and the really good and really bad. I'll be like, all right, he showed the full scope.
But I was about to call you fucking Phil again. You know what?
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
Rich, you do know that Phil is a pathological liar. That he'll just lie to make himself look like the hero and also make himself look more like a victim. You already know about this. But since you're the top 10 detractor right next to Tevin, and you're a lot better than people like Piece of Peace, King Sly, Detractor Beam, That Being Said, WPIG, Atlas the Bookkeeper, that you're better than all these people, that you're next to Tevin. You should have known about this already. But that's another point I'm going to bring up here. It's about the top 10 detractors. That is a retarded way of thinking. When you're bringing up, there's a top 10 detractor somewhere. Like all the detractors and all the it's like the Game Awards. All the detractors gather up and we nominate our top 10 detractors in the community. And that the viewer's choice, they nominate their top 10s too. And that we all have to say, it's like, the top 10 detractors, it is as follows. Meerkat, That Being Said, Atlas the Bookkeeper, Piece of Peace, King Sly, Detractor Beam, Aqua Teal, and who was Agent Proper, and who else was also there with that too? I'm trying to think of it. Snort Hogan and Duty Streams. And yet, all together, yay, we applaud. We applaud that these top 10 people are there. And I'm not in there. I know I'm not going to be a top 10 detractor. But here's my point that I'm getting with this. The whole thing about a grandstanding of the best detractors out there is stupid. If you like a detractor, like their content. You could support them. If you don't like a certain detractor, that's fine. That is fine. You don't have to like anyone's stuff. You don't even have to like my stuff. But I'm still a part of the community. I'm still a part of it. But the whole thing that makes no sense is that Rich thinks that this is a whole thing that we're like a dictator, or not dictator, a detractor democracy going together to just talk about this shit. Well, it's just so stupid. It's so fucking retarded.
Please clap.
It really is. Oh yeah, that's actually true. That's a good trope to describe Phil. The unreliable narrator. Absolutely.
Vanguard Nice donated $2 through Super Chat. In talking about unsub from Rich, you fine? Smiley face.
You fine? You fine what? You fine?
Big juicy butt.
The way that the TTS said, you fine. It's like, fuck.
But if it ends up being a propaganda
But thank you, Vanguard.
piece for Phil, you damn well know that I will be like, nah, this isn't it, Chief. This is not it.
This is not it 3 days later. I'm talking about Phil again.
So, look, man, at the end of the day, to the Phil detractors who think this, You don't get to dictate what anybody does with their money. You could think whatever you want.
Neither should you. You shouldn't either. And you shouldn't dictate of what detractors should think and what videos they should make. You shouldn't have to dictate what we do in the community, Rich. Just take your high horse standing ass down here with the truth, and you'll find out real quick that, yeah, it's not going to be as pretty as you thought it was.
And that time will come again.
He named two people. He actually named third. There's a third one that he named when he was talking about when he was spamming the soundboard.
Jaya!
That was unintentional. We're sorry, but he mentioned Memology. So he mentioned 3 detractors that aren't like that: Memology, Duty Streams, and Snort Hogan. He mentioned those. And yes, I think at this point he was getting high.
Keldo head.
I think at this point he was not high yet, but he got high throughout that entirety of the stream. It's a fucking trope. It's a little thing with Rich. I was about to say Phil again, but it's a thing with Rich. He always gets high on his streams, or he gets drunk on the seltzers.
Then Phil, if Phil won't have say in the final cut, Phil won't do the documentary. He's not looking at this as a documentary. He's looking at this as a fucking... So, Keldo Head, there is many other things on this planet that are very interesting to talk about.
Wait, hang on. I'm going back for a minute. He had a thought and he lost it.
This as a documentary. He's looking at this as a fucking...
He's looking at us as a what? Like a tell-all piece about Phil? If that's what he's looking at it as, then Phil's very delusional.
So, Keldo Head, there is many other things on this planet that are very interesting to talk about. I have many other takes to give. We'll be doing, like, the Grand Theft Auto streams too soon. DL5, sorry, Jay will be here. We'll be doing...
The thing with Rich, though, is like when he's talking about this, he's derailing his own self. Like, he's trying to go to, like, talk about Phil, and he derails himself. He doesn't even really transition into the other topics.
Plenty of things. I will be fucking a bear in Baldur's Gate 3, or something like that.
Oh, great. So you're pulling a Phil and playing Baldur's Gate 3. But at least, unlike what Phil did, Rich, at least you're not telling people if you don't like the game, that you don't get support from it, you don't get your handheld, that the game sucks. At least... You know, I'll give you that. You get this.
Ah!
That's all you get.
Or the bear will be fucking me. Who knows?
And why are you obsessed with bear sex? I mean, calm the fuck down.
And there's so many other...
Try to relax your anus.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't know. The internet is weird.
So, someone said, Richie, I give it 15 minutes on your DSP rehab. Also, give me a 5 sound comp. No, I'm going to ignore the last part, but 15 minutes on your DSP rehab. Jesus Christ. Do you ever watch Rich Raw content? I have seen his streams before, and it's very bizarre. I used to watch his streams almost on the regular. The only time I ever came back to Rich's streams was when Sly was on. Even Sly didn't. He felt uncomfortable with that one. The Freak Bowl, as he liked to call it. Big ups to Sly.
Hate to interrupt. Maybe you can cover that Cyrax doc that Turkey Tom made. I have some stuff already lined up here. Not sure if you covered it yet, Tom or the other doc guy. Well, we'll talk about May 1st.
I heard about that. Stephen Hawking, welcome to the stream. Also, be very aware.
Ah!
Richie, I gave 15 minutes on your DS. Also, it's not rehab. It ain't rehab. I'll still watch Phil shit on the side. But I want this documentary to be made.
So do the rest of the fucking detractor community. I love the fact that he said that a lot of people were using Rich as a scapegoat to how this documentary will fail. I'm like, no. Who did that? Name names for that one. But he won't name names. And he's believing that us detractors are not wanting this documentary to happen. quite the contrary. A lot of people are actually excited for this documentary to come out, but a lot of people are very skeptical about it. Like, what's going to be shown in the documentary? Are they going to show off Cat? Are they going to show off the snort fort, the garage? There's a lot of questions that are being asked about what this documentary is going to entail. But Rich, on the other hand, thinks that the detractor community is trying to get it taken down, which we're not.
Also, give me a few five sound combo on the soundboard.
Skipping.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, maybe not that one, but I skipped the majority of that.
Yeah, and it would be good to have a break from.
He did. Jibby's or Aussie. He did. He quit Streets of Rage 2 on the hardest difficulty.
The snort text.
That was another thing that I was told too, or that Sly mentions that people kept saying, like, not Sly, but a lot of people kept saying when Sly was on, he kept saying pignosis a lot, that he was obsessed with all the detractor terms, like pignosis, snort text. He was so obsessed with it, and he kept talking about it, he kept bringing it up more and more and more, and I'm like, okay, you know the detractor terms. Doesn't really make you a detractor. It's like pulling at Emmer's Farms by saying, I was under the pignosis. It's like, shut up.
So, again, once one of the two happens, the floodgates will be back open. I place bets.
I would be too. Like, that's the thing, though. The whole thing about Mike Klum being, like, funded by Keemstar. Again, when Phil was talking about the whole thing about the conspiracy theory, again, it's just opening up more questions. More skepticism is coming out. It's like, it really just makes you wonder.
That Phil.
No, I don't think he understands it either. I don't think he truly understands it. No.
Will bail.
Wait, hold on.
Will bail. Be back open.
Someone will bail.
I place bets that Phil will bail.
And guess what? It won't be us, fucker.
Because this is... I mean, he may surprise us.
Yeah, I think he does want to be like his friend. Then again, Rich wanted to give him a PC. Rich wanted to, like, help him out and actually wanted to talk to him, but Phil kept denying him. It's like a clingy ex. It's like, please note. It's like a clingy girl. Notice me, senpai. Notice me. And he's like, I don't want you. Fuck off.
Surprised, like I said, but this is even a step further. This is like taking a deep dive behind closed doors. Something eventually is going to come up where Phil's like, no, I'm my family, snort. Anyway, time to move on from Phil and talk about an Antifa soldier.
All right. I don't know if there's any more after this. I stopped when he was going with the soundboard, but I don't know what happens after this.
VLX11387 donated $2 through Super Chat. Rich comes off very much like a tourist.
Pretty much, like, he's looking at the DSP lore like it's a monument, like it's a tourist attraction. And he's like, wow, Phil did this. Wow, Phil did that. Wow, coming on May 1st. Wow.
See what I'm saying? There's amazing stuff on the internet, man. Turkey Tom is terrible at documenting.
And wait, hold on, what?
You know what I'm saying? There's amazing stuff on the internet, man. Turkey Tom is terrible at documenting. You should really look at Kiwi tapes instead. He covers a wider range and more honestly than Tom. Okay. Well,
I thought he was saying that legitimately, but someone in his chat said that. The whole thing about the internet, there's a lot of things on the internet to watch. Yeah, exactly. Rich. Whenever I'm done with this, I don't watch detractor content the majority of the time. If I'm on my off time, I'm watching someone like Detractor Beam, Aqua2, when Phil's like playing a game. Doesn't matter what it is. Recently, it was Like a Dragon Gaiden. I watched Linda Derange talk about anything that comes to mind. Piece of Peace when he's playing Street Fighter. There's a lot of content to watch out of part of detractors, but away from all of that, I don't watch Phil content unless I'm streaming. But there are times where I play a video game on my off time, or I watch a Civi 11 video, Super Gaming Bros, Some Call Me Johnny, many other things that are related to video games. I watch that and get entertainment out of it. But again, Rich just believes that I'm just a weirdo that's just focused on Phil 24/7 when I'm really not.
Watch it. Check that out. See what I'm saying? The world is full of treasure. Astro zombies. I'm sorry. Why do? Yeah. Did you see the newest Pat upload? It's terrible. See, we'll watch that. Yes, I wanted to watch it. It's a Pat the NES Punk video, and Pat has less acting skill than someone I was just talking about before.
Oh, great. Now, like, nice way to drop Phil's name out of your fucking mouth. Like, Phil was like Will Smith saying, keep my name out of your fucking mouth. Or where the detractors are Will Smith and you're Chris Rock and we just slap you across the face. Like, keep his name out of your fucking mouth. When he's that delusional to think that, or too high to even think of that conversation or that thought. It's just dumb. So dumb.
We'll watch that.
Oh, and the reason why they're bringing up Pat the NES Punk, because, Rich, you talked about him. That's the reason why.
Try to relax your anus.
I'm skipping ahead a tiny bit.
For almost 2 years. Watching Phil soon.
I'm sorry.
Just got here. Are we watching Phil soon? I just... Ha ha.
Try to relax your anus.
Someone said, Rich, can I disagree with you for a few minutes on the whole detractor thing? Don't want to get banned, but want you to see another angle. Oh, at least someone's actually being civil. Or at least attempting to have some civility here. Come on, I should be the only one allowed on the island. God damn it.
Yes, we could talk about it later, though, because I have plenty of stuff lined up, DL5.
Not classy.
I got groceries delivered because I ran
like Phil.
out of fucking time today, so I'm waiting for my goddamn groceries and seltzer, because I have literally nothing in the fucking house because I just haven't gone shopping. Sorry, chat. I didn't mean to recommend Tom. Just someone... No, dude, don't apologize for recommending somebody, for Christ's sake. Just someone recently did a Cyrax doc, and I want to... Rich, you can do a future stream of Cyrax. We may do a stream tonight of Cyrax. Who knows? I have Karen's lined up. I have the...
But the thing is with that, though, it's like watching Karen's, it gets really boring after a while. Like watching a lot of things on the internet, like, sure, it seems interesting to, like, discuss, but it gets kind of boring after a while. The reason why going back to Phil works is that he's just a guy that's just making a bonfire, and Phil's saying he's not trying to bring attention to the fire, but he's constantly throwing gasoline, kerosene, Everclear into the fire, and he's making it bigger and more robust. He's making it more combust to the point where it's causing not only forest fires, but he's setting the world ablaze with his stupidity. That's what makes Phil interesting, is that he's trying to, like, keep it away from the foreground, but he's always pushing it into the foreground.
Antifa super soldier.
Yeah, at least Jenny, Cammy, and Kelton are covering up Rich, thank God.
Thank you for upping your membership, you son of a bitch. I just don't want anyone to think I'm not moral grandstanding or anything like that. I'm an asshole.
But yeah, you were an asshole to the detractor saying that they were taking a moral high ground that they weren't because of the dents.
But I don't know. I don't
pretty much, Redbird, pretty much
think I have the power or right to dictate how someone makes a living, but a lot of people do.
Rich, people that make detractor content, they don't look at this like a career. They don't. They don't look at it as a way to make a substantial living from it. They don't. Detractors outside of this, doesn't matter if it's partnered or not, because a good majority of detractors are not monetized. They do it because they want to. They have a passion for creating content, like Nerd Brew's trailers, Darksea the Flow's music, Darksea's art. There are a lot of people that do this, and they love what they're doing. They love creating content that they like to make. They have a passion for it, and they want to actually spread around entertainment into the world. Granted, it's for a selective audience, in quotes, but they still love doing what they're doing. It's like me doing this, streaming, making videos. I like doing it. I have a passion to do it. There are days I don't have motivation, but guess what? That's normal. There are some people that don't want to make a video. That's fine. There are people that don't want to stream. Again, that's fine. We can take breaks. But when we come back and we entertain people. Doesn't matter how big the audience is. It may be as big as fucking Pop with fucking 1,500 people watching him, or it could be as small as under 10 viewers. It doesn't matter. We love doing what we do, and it's amazing. But Rich will not understand that. Instead, he wants to think that we're just using Phil for money, that we're biting the hand that feeds him, that we want him gone. If Phil leaves, so what? Life goes on. We have other ways to entertain ourselves. We're not plotting in discords for the demise of Darkside Phil. Instead, we talk. We shoot the shit. We play video games together. We talk about like shared interests. That's what makes this a community, and that's what makes it great. Even if some people don't realize it.
And they don't even have pictures of themselves, which I find strange.
I don't have pictures of myself on the internet because I choose to. If I want to put myself on the internet, show a face reveal, that is my fucking choice. It's not yours, nor anyone else's. Doesn't matter how many people will demand for a face reveal, it's my fucking choice. And the way that he said it sounds like Stuttering Craig. Oh, because you don't have a picture of yourself, that you don't show your face, your evidence means nothing. It's like, the fuck are y'all on about? Just because I have a fucking avatar picture of my form of Vivi pissed off and wanting to spread my venom around, that doesn't make me credible for anything and everything? It's fucking dumb. It's retarded. That's, since he likes to use that word, it's retarded.
Please clap.
Just puh. I left a sour taste in my mouth, honestly. Give me a minute. Yeah, give me a minute with that. I'm gonna switch over to another side of the stream. You know, seeing something that Phil doesn't use. I gotta refresh this part because I'm just taking. We're doing a detox for a little bit. Something that I don't do anymore as much, and I feel like we need a good detox after that. Hides his face because we don't know he is duty with a noise changer. Oh shit, you. And oh my lord. What's up, y'all? It's duty stream. No, not like that at all. No. All right. 1 second. All right. Yeah, this looks fucking awkward the way I have a layout. All right, 1 second. We need this detox. Yeah, we all have lives outside of streaming. We all do. And we all have lives outside of, like, lurking and around other people's streams. We have lives. I've been told my opinion doesn't matter because I'm a furry. Again, doesn't matter if you're a furry or not. Your opinion matters. Everyone's opinion matters. Back at it like a crack addict.
Down the Mongo.
What Sly said about me was slander. That I was slandering Kim for him looking at booty cheeks of Cammy. I mean, I'm sorry. You admitted that you like booty. Full on admitted it.
Oh.
But no, it's all made of love, though. I love how whenever Sly showed that meme, he thought that there was a fallout between me and Sly. It's like, no, I made that out of love. I made it because Sly just has that good face that you can just meme on him. He's just that memeable. But I don't make memes out of him out of spite. I make him out of love. That's how I do it. Yeah, a cute white run. I need to actually finish Like a Dragon, Gaiden, and also Yakuza Sub. I need to finish a lot of games, but then again, the problem is I buy a lot of games like boomer shooters. I need to play them. Now I want to play it through Cultic again because I hope Chapter 2 comes out. I always had the impression they were out of love. They are. Granted, I wanted to make another meme though, and actually I was talking with someone, Reaper, about the meme, and I made the joke because I showed him the one with the hand, and I showed him the one with him happy, and I made the joke that it looks like it could be a Drake meme, and he's like, "Bro, that's brilliant. You should do that." And I'm just like, "Oh!" And I did it, and he was giving me ideas like, "Bro, it's good template, but you need to make it yellow, like the Drake meme." So I was like, I got you. So I made it as the meme. It worked. Yeah, I moved on from Rich. That's the only thing I wanted to talk about. That was it. There was more I wanted to talk about with Rich, though, but it's just a dented take, what he said. Really is. So no. Sadly, I didn't even take a gummy. I was supposed to do one yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but whenever he was doing Sea of Stars. But I chose not to because I didn't get to my breaking point. Today, I thought I was going to reach my breaking point, but I didn't, sadly. And I do still have them, but I'm not going to use them. I'm just going to let this song play out. We're going to... This nice little detox. Stream's not over. Just need a detox because we're going to... It's funny how I spent a good majority of the time just talking about what Phil said in his podcast and what Rich said about the whole thing about detractors and Phil content. Sly and Vegan Fox match win. Never. I know Sly would kick my ass.
Please clap.
I know he would. Nah, I'm not gonna take one now. I just don't need one. I just got them because it's like I might need them because work was stressful. And I hadn't needed them as much. Because sadly I just play video games, like really good games. Everyone's smoking on that good shit. Alright, you know what? One more short song and now I'll switch. Stardew Valley is a great game. So is Sea of Stars. So are Otters. Is this... And it's at 1080p. Why the fuck does it look like that? Oh, right, because it's the filter. The filter makes it, or the night vision. I don't think this is really night vision at all. In this case of some things about looking at it from a realistic point of view, you have to be, in some cases. But don't take realism to the point where your own personal life is affected. That's the only piece of advice I will give, is don't do that. Don't bring up anything that's personal in your content. The only time you should ever bring it up if it's relevant to the discussion at hand. That's the only piece of advice I have to give with that one. Okay. I don't want. I kind of don't want to, but you know, I'll keep you to the side, Otters. I'll keep you to the side. Fuck it, I don't have work tomorrow.
Please clap.
We're moving on. We're moving on to the urine awards. Let's see. I'm skipping ahead to what Phil talks. Took Phil.
Between the two.
Oh, there we go.
And series. Let's.
No, I'll leave it right there. There we go. I'll do that. Hit smoke if you got it. You have to. Return to Madness. Yep. I got nothing to do. We're going back to the content, you know, because apparently this is my way of living.
Please clap.
Which I think that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. It's like, oh, you make a living making fun of rich, and you probably think you can get all the pussy with talking about fucking Phil. I'm just like,
You go home!
it's like, you go fucking home. Hey, it's not rich. Keep in mind, it's not rich, okay? It's not someone that's trying to tell you a story, lose his train of thought, go into something else, then go back to Phil, something else, Phil, something else, Phil, something else.
For some more people to show. You guys are here a little early, so what we'll do is we'll chill for a few minutes.
All right, you take care, Aussie. Have a good rest of your night, man.
Before we get started. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the beginning of my year-end series. Let's
Your urine series.
Let's just get the screen up. Here we are. Hello, everybody.
Oh God, Grandma's back.
And hope that you guys are ready for a fun countdown tonight.
Yes, I will be reacting to his year-end series for his viewer's choice as well as his best games. I will be covering that later too.
I got everything set up. I hope everything works. If something doesn't work, please be patient. I've been juggling so much stuff.
Please be patient. I have autism.
Recently, between the normal streams, the react stream, all the stuff on DSP Throwback every day, other stuff behind the scenes, and now I've been trying to put together these series this week. It's like, that's a lot all at once. I hope I don't screw it up.
Oh, no, I'm not going to. I'm really not going to. I just think the whole thing was dumb. Like I mentioned before, once this stream is done, I ain't even think about it again. Unless something does come up and it comes to my attention. Maybe might talk about it. Maybe.
I'm fairly certain last night I did it correctly, and I have the correct videos lined up in the correct order to play here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
For all of you.
Such hard work.
And we're going to do it as we've done the last few years. It's a live stream format where basically I'll say, okay, and here's the number 10, and then I play the video, and the video's behind me, and then I tell you why that's the number 10 game, etc. We'll probably do a build-up where I won't announce what the last two are. I'll probably play.
You know what's really sad about those? Because I've actually seen people do a top 10 of their best game and their best games and worst games of 2010, and they put a lot more effort into this, though. Because what Phil's doing, it's kind of dented.
The last two games.
By kinda, I mean full on dented.
Okay, it's going to be one of these two, and then I'll announce the winner between the two.
Should I just skip ahead skip ahead so he actually talks about the fucking the games that he didn't like? Because he's going to say that these are his most disappointing games, even though he likes them. But I really know firsthand that it's games that he fucking hated. I just know that they are.
If it's the most.
It's a toxic day in the neighborhood, the neighborhood. It's a toxic day in the neighborhood with Mr. Phil.
Please clap.
Won't you be my detractor?
Disappointing game of the year.
You can't tell, but I just immediately got out of my chair, just sat on the floor. Just like, what the fuck was I thinking when singing that?
Please clap.
Why?
Here, right? So there you go. Good evening, everyone. What's up, Isao? How you doing? DC, how you doing? Good evening. No Super Real Vibes, how are you? Good to see many of you here. See many more people filing in. We have a very early contribution. Let's see what this is. Let's see here.
Oh, it is not hard. It's not.
Chandler did a $2 tip. He says, what made you decide to have a
All right,
disappointing
fuck it. I'm
game
skipping
of the year?
ahead.
See, some of the games that I have on this countdown are good games that I actually very much enjoyed playing this year. But they're still on the most disappointing countdown for a reason.
Means that you don't like them, Phil. And this is the one thing I never liked about his top 10s list is due to the fact he puts good games that are good in his disappointing list. Even though, granted, they're games he didn't even like. How much weed have I had? Nothing. It's how much sleep have I had? That's the question.
And you're going to see why. Gabriel, with a super chat, he says,
Like, I want a cardigan too, but I don't want it because of Phil. Because Phil's wearing a fucking grandma's cardigan. But then again, I'd rather have an ascot because they're Fred's. Because mind your own fucking business.
Evil 4's on here. I will be up in arms. See, here's the thing.
Skipping.
Salazar, good to have you here tonight.
Skipping.
Buy the cheap stuff. We buy like mid-range sauce. We don't. You know, after dinner.
Oh yeah, and he was talking about. Oh yes, he was talking about his pasta sauce. I didn't watch his top 10 list, but I did watch Linda DeRange going into this. But he just talked about his fucking sauce. It's like, Jesus Christ.
We typically hang out on the couch.
I'm not knocking cardigans. If you like cardigans, go for it. But cardigans, I just don't see the appeal with it. Like, there's some pieces of clothing that I just don't want to wear. Like ball caps. I don't like wearing baseball caps. Because granted, I have long hair, and it just makes me look like I'm about to go to a fucking NASCAR rally.
Please clap.
My usual attire is usually just shirts, pants, just like normal clothing. And always the one thing I go for is a beanie. Beanie, it's like my staple. Doesn't matter if it's like hot or not. I always wear a beanie. It's just me. I'm just weird. Yeah, but that's the one way I'm a weirdo, so.
For a little bit as we digest, and usually like they get sleepy and pass out for a nap. I wish I could nap, but
Shut up.
And what I want to do briefly before we begin is explain the premise, because every year people have questions.
Yeah, that's true. You have to have the shoulders for a cardigan. Yeah, he doesn't. He looks like a frail old lady.
And they say, Phil, these are the worst games of the year, right? Right? Wrong.
But you don't like these games, Phil. And you want to deny it and say that, no, I like these games. They're just disappointing. Then that means you don't like them.
These are not the worst games of the year.
You can wear a Zelda onesie? No. What? Why? Should I wear a Zelda onesie and just come out? It's like, I know more than you when it comes to Zelda, Phil. I have the Zelda onesies.
Please clap.
You know, ultimately, if you want to talk about the worst games of 2023, you're going to bring up games like Gollum or Kong Skull Island. Or,
games that you never played.
Or some broken indie game that someone played and paid for and it was trash. And
why are you saying that indie games are trash, Phil? Phil, you don't know what good indie games are. You don't. Also, Nugs is here. Welcome to the stream.
Down the Mongo.
I think you came in at the right time, too.
For, you know, it shouldn't even be mentioned. No, my countdown is different, and I've been doing the most disappointing games countdown for over a decade.
You want to know who did really good countdown lists of, like, the best and worst games? Zero Punctuation. Yahtzee Croshaw did better top fives and bottom fives and mediocre fives a lot better than Phil did.
Okay? The reason this stands out...
No, I would rather give Piece of Peace the Street Fighter onesie because he's more of a Street Fighter guy than me. Might give him the jury one.
Is because the games in this list...
Nah, I'll give him a Cammy one because he likes the main Cammy.
...aren't necessarily horrible games. In fact, I'm going to outright tell you that many of the games in my most disappointing games listing this year are good games. The problem is the games...
Bro, that is another proof. He follows Muda's narrative videos. Oh, God, he does.
Failed for me for one of many reasons. I'm going to give you a couple.
I think I played more... I did too, Nex. Also, welcome to the stream. I played more indie games than indie AAA games. Like, honestly, Spider-Man 2, I'd never finished it because I was more engrossed with indie games. Like, the only AAA game that I actually truly beaten was fucking Mario RPG, but that was a remake of an old game. I finished that one. I had no problems with that. But again, I'm the indie guy. Okay, that's bad. But then again, I got a sucker for like finding cats in a fucking fiction. I'm sorry, I like hidden object games. I'm sorry. They're a good way to pass the time and they're good stress relief.
Of those. Like, for example, maybe a game was great, but then kind of fizzled out right in the middle. Maybe the game was monstrously overhyped and then didn't live up to the hype and the promises that it had told about before the game was originally released. Or There's a new running theme this year, and you're
great. All the shit that he doesn't really think about when it comes to video games. Great.
going to see in many of these picks, this is exactly the same thing that resonates and makes these games disappointing. Games that don't hold up to their current competition. This year...
Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Games that don't hold up to their competition. Phil, it doesn't matter. You could play a game that's like... example. Street Fighter. Mortal Kombat. Grand Blue, because that game came out last year. Like, there are a lot of games, like, if they're not like their competition, it's very subjective. You may like Mortal Kombat over Street Fighter. You might like... I'm trying to think as the example. You might like Alan Wake 2 over Resident Evil 4 remake or Dead Space. Again, it's very subjective, really.
23, man, let me tell you something. A lot of the games that came out would have been perfectly fine for a previous year. But these games had
For a previous year? What the fuck are you even on about, Phil?
direct competition this year that made it that they just weren't as good as they should have been because someone else completely outshined them. And so...
Well, it's up there.
This is going to be a very interesting countdown. Here's how it works. I'm going to play video of a said game, number it in the countdown, and talk for several minutes about why I feel that game belongs at that point in the countdown. Now, just to...
Are we talking about that one game that a company... I forget what the name was, but I do know what the game he's talking about. It's that one game that Muda talked about, where they sold the game, and then within a week, they closed down the studio, they got rid of every piece of social media, and they kept the money. No refunds. I think that's the game that is talked about. And I know damn well what that game is.
Forewarn all of you. This is me playing my own videos from the year. They had a face cam. They had a leaderboard. So you might see double leaderboard. You might see this face cam and a face cam over there, or a face cam kind of half under me. It's not perfect. And
yeah, it's not perfect, but yet you want to shit on everyone else that actually makes a good top 10 video, a good countdown video, that they don't have that shit into it. Unless, giving the example, because the day before, thank you. That's what it was. That one. It was that game. But it's like, I'm using Angry Joe as the example here. When he does his top 10s of like the best games and worst games, at least his actually works though, because he has the music from the game in there and it's spliced in the video, while the edited footage that was used was not in there. It's cut out. Are you talking about Star Citizen? No, I was talking about the day before.
Sadly, there's just no real...
Just disable the leaderboard, you greedy pig. He can't disable it due to the fact they're in the video.
way to perfect this process. I've tried to doing better things over the years. There's just no real way to do it when you do my content with it already has a face cam and a leaderboard. It is what it is. All right. So please.
It is what it is, but I take pride in my content. Give me money. What do you mean that it looks like shit? You're banned.
Please bear with it. This face cam is going to stay right here for the entire thing. So if you want to hear directly from me, look at this camera. Okay. The other ones aren't really me. And the leaderboard,
even though they're really him when he's playing the game.
At the bottom.
Also, you know what? I'm going to say this. The one, Ludwig World Order makes a really good fucking comparison videos. He did really fucking good. He did it for like 2019. I love those videos because he's like talking to you about why this game's really fucking good. And it cuts the actual footage. It's like, fuck Capcom.
Bottom of the screen you see there in blue, that's the real leaderboard.
Or yeah, he could disable it, or he could just take the video and just edit it and just get rid of the leaderboard. I'm just saying.
For the night. Speaking of which, this is an interactive stream as much as a...
No, he did not need it. He did not need a leaderboard. If it's the year-end awards, no, don't need it.
Countdown video for on-demand audience, so people will have the chance to chime in.
I haven't either. Like, it's like, take it from me, if I said like my most disappointing game, number 1 was Dredge, and then I put at my number 5 best game was Dredge. What? Like, if I had to say like a game I did not expect to be good, but it blew me away, was Pizza Tower. When I first saw Pizza Tower, I did not want to play that. It looked dumb. But people persuaded me to buy that game. So that game took me by fucking surprise. And I love that game. That game's fucking amazing. Although parts of it were a little bit difficult, but I enjoyed my time with it.
And say their opinions.
Yeah, interactive stream. Yeah. I love that. Elaine's like, Phil's case of an interactive stream.
Give me your fucking money!
During tonight's stream.
Yeah, you could have cropped it in OBS. You could have. but he can't.
So let's say I'm going through number 10. I'm sure people will be saying stuff in the chat.
Oh, good, Fire Paper. You made this I don't play guidance video and Phil 7 disappoint. Oh, that's great. I love that.
Please clap.
And then when I'm done talking about number 10, I will go to the viewers and see if they have anything particular to say. If any contributions come in during this live stream, I will shout those out between each part.
You know what, it would have made this a little bit better? If he would have made the fucking video and uploaded it as a fucking premiere. Not hard.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
Oh my god. This is, oh my fucking god, man. Fucking special little piglet.
That way I can finish what I have to say about a particular game before I take in your opinions and contributions, okay?
Even though you don't give a fuck about their opinions at all. You just want their money.
Particularly, actually right now, I just received a tip.
My game of the year for 2023 was Fallout 3. Just like how mine was Knack 2, baby.
So I'd like to shout that out before we actually begin with the countdown. It is a $30 tip from Haseo X, who says, let's see what makes the list and to see what how the chat and the viewers are going to react to that. That's right.
Fuck off.
And one other final
Yeah, fuck off.
What?
Thank you. I was about to play if it didn't play, but yeah, fuck off, Haseo.
thing too, because this is kind of neat. I was just talking about this with my stream chat before I started for tonight. Right now, things are very different than how they used to be. Because, you know, I've been making content on YouTube for over 15 years. And this is one of my longest running.
I didn't see that. I didn't see it, Jad. Even though I helped create it, you're the one that actually took it and tried, and Meester too, so big ups to you both.
Please clap.
You get that too. Hang on, King Jad. What the hell? Let's see. I hate... damn it. Oh, there you are. Oh, you already have points. Well, well, guess what? You get more.
Big juicy butt.
There, you get more. Because I say so.
Series. The thing is, it used to be very easy to figure out what all my rankings were. Because I actually used to regularly put out game reviews. I would finish it.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, click and clack. I'm sorry. Clickety click. I got a fucking mechanical keyboard. I needed one because my old one was dying. Like to the point where the USB wouldn't recognize it anymore. But what the fuck is this? What is this? What have I done? Like, what have I done? Really? What the fuck have I done? Like, I didn't expect this to happen. This nightmare fuel. What have I fucking created? What have I done? Like, why? Why? God damn it. What? Why? You reap what you sow. Clearly.
Please clap.
Clearly I did. Get Shrek. Yeah, I get what I fucking deserve, I guess. I got what I fucking deserved. Hey, if you want to do non-filler content, we'll let you see you react to Chris Gore's Attack on the Show documentary. That actually doesn't sound so bad. Oh, no. No, it's not the one that I made. At least the one I made, it was like Shrek and Phil looking at each other. Meester blames you. I blame both of you. There's a special place in hell for you both. Hey. I'm the guy who started the whole thing with Freck. Meester was the one that took it a little bit too far.
Please clap.
I created something I shouldn't have. Why? Is it a bad time to arrive on the stream? No, butts away.
Big juicy butt.
Hey, we need that. Okay, I'm moving back to Phil.
The game and immediately review it and give it a number score or whatever. So people would definitely know if I either loved a game or were disappointed with it.
Well, then again, Phil, number scores are fucking outdated now. No one goes by a number score. Instead, they go by if they really enjoyed the game, if they had a lot of replayability to it, were invested with the story, immersed with the game. And that's all that really fucking matters. Graphics, granted, they make or break some people, but in my opinion, graphics don't mean shit to me. It's always with the arts, the visual style with the game. It's always with the combat or gameplay, the story, the music, and the replayability. And story is related to characters as well. Regardless, though, that's what truly matters. And if I really enjoyed the game, I actually let people know, hey, this game's really good. Pizza Tower, it's really fucking good. Mail Time, a game that I streamed a while ago, last year. Good game. But it's kind of I would say wait till it goes on sale. Dredge, great game. Cultic, really great game. $10.
These days, you basically got to watch the raw playthrough. I haven't.
Yeah, they matter to a point. They do matter to a point, but it shouldn't be the be-all, end-all of why a game is good or bad. They shouldn't. Like, look at the game Cruelty Squad. That game looks fucking glitchy and buggy as fuck. Like, it looks bad. Like, visually it looks bad. But once you play more of it, it's really good in a weird, immersive way.
Viewed games formerly in many, many years. So because of that, now everything's kind of up in the air. People are actually in the chat saying, I think he's going to say this. Maybe he'll say this. Maybe he won't. Do you think this will be at the top of the list or the bottom of the list? They don't know. That's why this series is cool now, because it is something completely fresh and different, and you can't really predict, all right? So, thank you all for being here tonight if you're here live. If you're watching this on demand, thanks for coming back to the channel.
Also, this is a terrible Oscar. It really is.
I know with all the changes and everything that have been happening
It's Goutsker.
recently, it can be a little hectic. I'm just happy to have everyone here for the year-end series this year. All right?
I'm happy to actually scam you all for what I believe is the worst game ever. Let me take a sip of gin for a minute.
So, without further ado, I think it's time to begin.
I'm about to ruin Shrek forever. Visualize Donkey talking. He's a midget. Why? 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 Why?
Ladies and gentlemen, just to go right in line with what I was saying, the number
No, I'm not finishing that off, Chad. I'm not finishing that shit off.
10 most disappointing game of the year, so not super disappointing, but definitely had a level of disappointment for me, is actually a game that I thought was a very good game. And early on in 2023, it was a front runner for me for possibly my game of the year contenders. Ladies and gentlemen, the game I'm talking about is called Hogwarts Legacy.
Weren't you making a big bitch fit, like making a big stink about how Hogwarts Legacy should have been nominated for the game of the year or should be acknowledged for the best RPG? I mean, for God's sake, Phil, this is hypocritical.
This was, for me, my first experience ever in an interactive Hogwarts universe.
Well, in this case, Phil, when it comes to interactive, this one was mostly a Hogwarts or a Harry Potter, the Wizarding World style game. It was mostly interactive for that, Phil, but no.
Okay? The graphics...
Just like Loki, you lack the conviction. No, it's not that I lacked the conviction. It's that if I kept going on with it, either I would be laughing hysterically or I want to go grab some alcohol, which I'm not doing that.
were quite good. To see an interactive Hogwarts Academy, and then the town of Hogsmeade and everything around it in this 3D interactive map.
They don't call it Hogwarts Academy. They call it Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. For someone that claims he loves Harry Potter, he doesn't even know the name of Hogwarts.
Was amazing.
Or the full name.
I compared that to, say...
I think Indrid is crying.
The first time when I played South Park, The Stick of Truth, and you could actually see the town of South Park laid out in a big map, and you could...
Like, Hogwarts Legacy was not a bad game, though. Like, granted, it was early in 2023. It's not a bad game. But, granted, there are other games that surpass this when it comes to gameplay, when it comes to RPGs. There are many games that surpass this.
Spatial...
I'm proving this point. I lack conviction. No.
Really see geographically where everything was laid out. Well... that's exactly what this game was.
Fine, says I lack conviction so fucking much. Hang on. Give me a goddamn minute. Why am I doing this? God fucking damn it. And visualize Donkey taking Dragon to Pound Town. He, a midget donkey dick bastard, and her tooth is bigger than his head. How the hell he knocking that big booty bitch up? Come! Ack! Ack! Ah! Why did you? Oh, God damn it. God damn it. I saw what you were trying to do there, Moki. Except the noir setting is better.
You go home!
Well, thank you, Moki, for the 10 pounds for that. I hope to God it does. I hope to God A, it reads it, or B, it doesn't read it. But at the same time, it's like, damn it.
Also, the combat, the magic.
It is inevitable. There is no escape. Shrek is love. Shrek is life.
It was quite good. Take a look right now. Look at this. The mini games, the fun stuff that was in the game was very
The mini games? You mean the side content?
enjoyable. All right. So you may say, well, why on earth, with all these positives that you're saying about this game, right? Why would you say that this was in your most disappointing games of the year countdown? Well, there's a very good reason, all right? This game is very, very good.
This game is very good. That's a negative. Also, Nerdbirds here. Welcome to the stream.
Big juicy butt.
For about the first 2/3 of the game. The questing, the character development, the story, the graphics, the gameplay, the spells you learn, the classes you attend.
Oh, God. He did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, didn't read it. It didn't read it. I'm about to ruin Shrek forever. Visualize Donkey taking Dragon to Pound Town. He a midget donkey dick bastard, and her tooth is bigger than his head. How the hell did he knock that big booty bitch up? I need to get it censored! I need to actually have that censored too! To have it go like, how did he get that big peaches bitch's dog up?
It feels like you're in an interactive...
Now for real, Hogwarts, the first half of the game, great game, but it falls off massively in my opinion. It's a huge map with most of the stuff you can ignore. It's not utilized well. Kind of felt rushed. Makes sense.
Harry
Are you jader than Jade? It time ruined Shrek.
Potter universe. But the major problem for me was twofold. The first problem was directly a problem that the game developers, sadly, did not keep the good pacing and the entertainment value at the same level in the final third of the game. No exaggeration, when you get to that final third of the game, it's boring.
Yeah, Felipe Dumas. Yeah, he had to keep that going.
Because you've learned all your spells. You have all your magic unlocked. You know how to fight. There's nothing left. There's actually an entire final third of the map that unlocks at the end of the game. And when you arrive there, you're like, oh, what is there to do? There's going to be all this new activity. No, it's the same exact activities you've done for the last 20-some hours, just again in order to beat the game. And that's incredibly disappointing. Like, ultra disappointing, because you're thinking there's more cool finale, and there really isn't a very good finale. And so for me, this game was disappointing because it didn't stay at that same level of pacing. At the end, it just fizzles out. But in addition to that, I think it would be crazy for me not to mention the insane amount of controversy that surrounded this game over the course of 2023, because the original creator of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, has become a politically polarizing figure when it comes to things like trans rights and things like that.
Even though this game does have a trans person in the game, it has a trans woman or trans man in the game, has a transgender person in the game, Phil.
A lot of people absolutely hate this woman now for the things that she has said and done over the years. Now, this game was not made by J.K. Rowling. This game had no input from J.K. Rowling whatsoever.
But then again, the whole thing with the Wizarding World is a part of J.K. Rowling, so she does get royalties from this.
In fact, there is a trans character in Hogwarts Legacy that is represented very positively.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we know, Phil.
Is a character that's positive and fun and has stories, story missions tied to them and stuff. Yeah,
I never finished Hogwarts.
If anyone had actually played the game, they would know that. But there was this giant controversy all year about, oh, this game is bad because it's J.K. Rowling. And I'm sorry, I don't like politics in my video games. If I'm going to play a game, I want to enjoy it on its own merits. I don't want to have to hear a bunch of angry mob people on the internet whining about this or that about a game. And that's all I heard for several months when I played this game. I had to make a YouTube short explaining up front why I was playing Hogwarts Legacy. I don't think I've ever had to make a video explaining why I chose a video game ever in my 15-year history, but I had to do it to cover my ass because God forbid I play Hogwarts Legacy and someone accused me of being a bigot because I'm somehow supporting J.K. Rowling by buying the game. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Okay, so a lot of things with that. One, I will have to agree with Phil just for a tiny, tiny bit of how people were ruining people's fun with the game because they bought it. Fine, I'll give you that. You know, you get this. You just get a cough sound because that's all I can give you. Because that's the only thing I can give you. But I gotta take this all back, though. Because in the game, there's no politics. There's nothing about transgender. There's no trans rights in the game. Sure, they have a trans person in there. Sure, you can say that. But there's no politics related to it. Also, you saying that it made you a bigot? Phil, you already were a bigot. Every single time that you play games way before, using the N-word and the racist jokes. And then when Side Scrollers called you out on that joke you made during As Dusk Falls, and you immediately pointed at Adam, saying that he was a bigot and a racist because he gave what he thought was going on in that video. Which, honestly, they weren't wrong for it. Yeah, brought them up again, but regardless. Phil, you're a fucking bigot. You are. But you just don't want to say, you want to cover your ass like, it's trans people, it's politics, and blah. Blah.
So, now...
But also...
Myth busted.
Yeah, fuck you.
Only...
Oh, yeah, that too. He said the tranny word. That's what he said. Called them that. And made jokes about it.
Do we have a game that's absolutely amazing but then fizzles out in the last third, but then you have to put up with all the bullshit around you on social media and all the politics nonsense. It just makes a perfect storm of annoyance.
Phil, just because of what people are saying outside of the game on social media, it should not deter you on enjoying a game. It shouldn't. The only reason why you're deterred from it is because you were listening to what the media was saying. The social media, the outburst. You were listening to it. I bought the game and I couldn't give two fucking shits about the controversy. Bought the game because it looked fun. It is fun. Granted, agreed with everyone else says that it kind of fizzles out towards the end. Yeah, using your word. Granted, what Jad said, it felt kind of rushed towards the end.
So that's why for me...
Yeah, I took your thing with that, Jad, but also
Hogwarts Legacy is one of the most disappointing games of the year, but that's also why it ranks very, very low on the list. It's still a great game, and by the way, if you skipped Hogwarts Legacy because of all that nonsense, I strongly recommend you check it out.
No, some people just didn't want to buy the game because they might not be Harry Potter fans, Phil. That's probably why. Not because of the outburst. Jesus Christ.
Did you know?
I mean, I actually talked to someone who was trans, and they said if you bought Hogwarts Legacy, it shouldn't fucking matter. Just enjoy the fucking game. What's wrong with that?
It was just announced. It is the best-selling game of 2023.
One of the best ones.
Over 20...
Yeah, this logo is shit. I mean, granted, I agree with you, Stray Fox. Hogwarts Legacy is not Game of the Year worthy at all. Would I even put it in my top 10 best games of 2023? Fuck no. Definitely wouldn't. Top 20? Maybe. But not top 10 or top 5.
22 million copies sold.
The only reason why you're bringing that up, but not on your podcast, is you wanted to bring that point up. It sold 22 million copies. And we got that, Phil. People already knew that about this before you.
2 million alone were sold in December on the Switch. So, Obviously, the game
Yeah, Phil, because they bought it on the Switch because it came out for the Switch, and guess what? The Switch port was actually pretty decent.
is not the devil. It's quite good. The game's media probably
I'm
didn't
sorry.
tell
I'm sorry. What'd you say? It's white good?
sold in December on the Switch. So, obviously, the game's not the devil. It's quite good. The game's
Oh, it's prite good. It's prite good. You heard it here, guys. Hogwarts Legacy is prite good.
media probably didn't tell you that because they didn't cover the game because they felt they had to boycott it because they don't like J.K. Rowling for political reasons.
One moment. Just gonna do a little bit of research here, but don't mind me. Okay, Hogwarts Legacy. Let's see. Hogwarts Legacy on Metacritic. Let's go to Metacritic. Let's see. Okay, Hogwarts Legacy. This is on the PS5 version of it. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, view all critic scores. Let's go here. View all. IGN, LS, worth play. Oh, here we go. That's better. IGN Portugal, Gaming, IGN, PlayStation Universe, Gaming Nexus, IGN again, Wordplay, Attack of the Fanboy, Finger Guns, Gamer No, IGN again, Press Start Australia, PlayStation X Brazil, IGN, Well Played, God is Geek, Game Rant, Hobby Consoles, PlayStation Lifestyle, Level Up, Game Informer, IGN Japan, App Trigger, Game Pro Germany, Multiplayer.it, True Gaming, Digital Chums, Push Square. Let's keep going. PC Games, Gamers, Noisy Pixel, Gaming Bolt, Twin Infinite, Hardcore Gamer, Game Radar, Games Radar Plus, Destructoid, Game Revolution, GameSpot. So the media, or AKA the journalists, boycotted it. Okay, sure, whatever you say, fucktard. Even though I just proved your ass wrong with just a simple search to, I don't know, Metacritic.
That doesn't mean the game...
Granted, I don't use Metacritic as like the primary source, but it's just to prove that people still reviewed this game and they told you that the game was good.
It's bad. I strongly recommend you give it a look. It's a good time, especially if you're...
Yeah, they show tits. Why are they reviewing games? They do it for the article section, Jed.
Please clap.
a big Harry Potter fan. I think you're going to enjoy this game. Okay?
Again, it's for the article. It's for the articles, Jed.
All right.
I like how he didn't read DualShockers. I didn't know it was on there. I was scrolling too fast. But that's another one.
Thank God we got out of the political discourse, because already I can see in the chat people are arguing about it, and I don't want to fucking talk about that for the rest of tonight. We're done with that. Okay?
Even though someone said they skipped it because they don't care for Harry Potter, didn't look interesting. Big Harry Potter fan. It's goated. Foosball is the devil. Okay, fuck off, 632.
We can move on now. Let's move on to my number 9 most disappointing game.
And I love how he's like, okay, I'm going to listen to y'all's opinions. Oh, yeah, I'm going to skip it because I don't want to hear it.
Of the year, and some people will be absolutely shocked by this choice, but don't worry, I'm going to justify it. All right? Oh, by the way, DC says, Hogwarts Legacy reminded me of the Harry Potter movies. I like the movies and the game's awesome. I'll definitely give it a look. And then Haseo says, I loved playing Hogwarts so much, I replayed the game twice after. What?
Sir, why are you buying the Daily Star? The articles. They just reviewed Hogwarts on page 25. You mean page 3?
Wow, there you go.
Foosball. I don't know why he said foosball.
It's a great game. It really is. Okay.
Yeah, and someone in the chat was like, we're not arguing.
Moving on. The number 9 game, I don't think anyone would have guessed this would have been on the list, but I gotta be honest. The game that is the number 9 most disappointing in 2023, the Dead Space Remake.
Why Dead Space Remake? It was actually pretty fucking good, Phil. Why? What shitty takes are you going to say to justify this?
Yes. First of all, a lot of people forgot this game was 2023.
I didn't. I knew it was coming out at the beginning of 2023, Phil.
They get it confused with the Callisto Protocol game.
No, Callisto Protocol came out. Not Callisto. Get it right, retard. It's Callisto. They even said it in the game, Callisto. But regardless, Callisto Protocol came out in 2022 at the very end. Dead Space Remake came out towards the end of January.
It came out in December 2022. And a lot of people really loved the game.
Yeah, debunked.
Myth busted.
All right. I'm not saying I didn't love the game. In fact, it was
But you're not liking it, though, and you're saying it's disappointing. Why?
one of my most solid first playthroughs of the new year. But there's a few problems with this game that ultimately, when I was done with my playthrough, all right, they just didn't. You're seeing one right now. You're literally seeing one on screen right now. Did you see that? Look.
Hey, Phil, did you play this game before it was updated?
The Cursed Pants. There are bugs and glitches in this remake. This is
Hey, I never came across this bug, Phil. I never came across this one, so it's just you.
supposed to be a full remake of the game
It is a full remake of the game because they changed the story, fucktard.
from ground up. Then why are these ridiculous glitches like the invisible, unkillable pants in the game?
Hey, Phil, you ever heard of a thing called updates? Some games that are in production and they're getting sent out going gold, there are some bugs that are going to occur in the game. God damn it. That's the thing with it, though. Oh, it's J.K. Simmons' birthday. Give me some pictures of Spider-Man Parker.
Please clap.
Well, regardless, though, it's like, there's updates in the fucking 2023, 2024. There's still going to be games that have bugs in it, but there's updates for it. There's always patches. Phil, you just bought the game, played it, didn't even bother updating the fucking game. You didn't even wait. You just played it right then and there.
Okay?
Just stop yelling.
And this is just one example of the many things that I ran into in this game that's supposed to be
The sad thing is, I'm not even yelling into my mic. I think my game was just way too turned up high. I don't know why.
a polished AAA release. If you don't remember, there's a lot of controversy around this game. Why? Because the original
I could just only imagine it's like, Parker! Give me some pictures of Spider-Man, Parker! Give me Frick!
creators of Dead Space
I can't do it now. Shit, I could do one, but it's like, fuck, I could do one later.
don't work for EA anymore. They went off and made their own company, and then they made that game, Callisto Protocol. Well, a lot of people didn't like it, so when this game came out, they all acted like, oh, this game's the most flawless game ever. This game had tons of bugs.
No one said that this game was flawed. They said that the game was a good start for a remake of Dead Space, and they were actually excited enough to actually say, hey, let's get Dead Space 2 remake. It's a good start, because it shows, with the amount of sales that Dead Space remake got, immediately it's proving that people still give a fuck about Dead Space.
Invisible
Oh yeah, and Callisto Protocol did have glitches and bugs, but he doesn't want to call that out.
glitched enemies, game crashes, graphical problems,
Never had any crashes or problems. That's just you.
soft locks where you have to reload a save to go back through because the game won't make progress. I mean, I'm showing them to you in a lot of ways here in this video.
Really? You got attacked by a bunch of enemies, Phil.
Okay? Now, did Dead Space Remake have anything new in it? It did. There was a couple segments that were added to the game that weren't present in the original. For example, there was no
Oh, no.
anti-grav gameplay in the original Dead Space 1.
There was anti-gravity gameplay in there, Phil.
Okay? In this game, there is. There's free-moving anti-grav gameplay. That was an element that was actually introduced in Dead Space 2.
No, it was introduced in Dead Space 1, fucktard.
And so the fact that that was in Dead Space 1 made it feel a little bit new and refreshing. All right? And yes, I would say one or two of the boss fights was kind of remixed. But ultimately,
Remixed? You mean remade?
this game, which is supposed to be a remake, by the
God damn, he sucks!
way, here's another invisible enemy that I'm fighting. Isn't this delightful? Here's another one. This game
I love how he's just shooting. He's not even hitting the fucking invisible enemy.
that's supposed to be a remake, sadly doesn't hold up to the other remakes that have been coming out recently into the survival horror genre.
No, it still holds up to this day, Phil. It still holds up. The problem is that you're looking at this like, oh, hey, it's fucking bad because it had bugs. Phil, there's updates. Oh, no, it's broke. It's bad. Disappointing.
For example, we had Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes.
But 2 and 3 came out way before Dead Space Remake, Phil. And Dead Space... I was about to say Dead Space 3. Resident Evil 3 Remake was actually not that good. Most Resident Evil fans did not like the remake for 3 because it cut out content for the original game.
All of which I would argue
And 4 came out 2 months after Dead Space.
are kind of better than the Dead Space remake. And you may
Disagree.
say, well, maybe Resident Evil 3 remake isn't. Okay, arguably you're right. But Resident Evil 2
And
remake,
again, nobody said anything about Resident Evil 3 Remake.
still to this day is like the textbook case of an amazing modern survival horror game. Resident Evil 4 remake also came out this year and was far better than this game.
But you hated that game, though.
This game, in my opinion, followed the original Dead Space far too closely.
Not really, because they added in more stuff to the story. They also gave fucking Isaac Clarke a voice in this one. In the original, he never had a voice. He didn't even have a face until he took it off. He took off the helmet at the end of the game. He didn't get a voice until 2. They at least did something good with the fucking remake by giving Isaac Clarke a voice.
And reused way too many gameplay elements, too many enemies. A lot of these rooms are absolutely identical. In fact, if you actually play Dead Space 1 and Dead Space Remake, only, I would argue, 10%, maybe 15% of the game is anything new.
Phil, it's a remake of a game. No shit, some things are going to be remain the same.
Most
or
of
remaining as the same.
it is exactly the same as the original.
Well, then again, Phil, it's a remake of the original. Do you not understand what a remake is?
So if you never played the original, great. But if you did, should you really be paying $60 for this game? Actually, wasn't this $70 at launch?
Yes, it was 70, and actually no, it was 60. 70 if you got the deluxe edition.
Can't remember the exact price point, but they were charging you
Yeah, he had a voice. It was, oh god, no. I'm talking about an actual voice that had personality, not, fuck!
premium dollar for a game that you've already played. They didn't add enough in. In fact, one of the things they added, get this, you can walk throughout the entire Ishimura ship. In the original game, you had to do traveling on the monorail to get from place to place. In this one, you could just walk from place to place. Wow, that really changed the experience. Not at all. You know what I mean? Like, not at all. It's just sad because so many people praised the crap out of this game, then said Callisto Protocol was bad. In reality, I don't think that's the case at all.
Callisto Protocol was a terrible game, Phil. It really was. It tried to be like Dead Space. It was selling itself to be like Dead Space. And when people found out that, hey, it's not Dead Space, it's playing completely different, people don't like it.
This is just Dead Space 1.
Plus, Dead Space Remake had some glitches, sure. But Callisto Protocol had far worse glitches. They did. And you want to make a big bitch fit about how all these people that streamed the game, they rage quit it, and they said the game sucked, and it wasn't like Dead Space. Sure. Whatever you say, fucko.
A facelift. So if you like this, you're basically, you love a game that's like 10, 15 years old, and that's fine.
So? How's that a problem? How's that a fucking problem? People did the same thing for the Final Fantasy VII Remake. That came out, but it was only 15% of the original game. People still bought it. Yeah, he doesn't like that Final Fantasy VII Remake is changing too much, though, in my opinion. Yeah, pretty much. And yet, he's going to buy the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And he's going to play it. Imagine that.
But don't say this brand new game.
That too. It also has elements of Dead Space 2 in this game. So, this game not doing anything special, not remaking it, remade it with certain elements of other games.
Is better than the other brand new game. It's not. It's literally reusing all the same gameplay elements and assets and everything that the dev team made, Visceral Games.
Even though this was not Visceral Games. Visceral Games got shut down by EA.
Made 15 years ago. So, for me, I went into this game expecting everything new. I was like, wow, it'll be the same premise. The Ishimura's overrun with these aliens.
Even though that's what it was. They just added more parts to the story, Phil.
But you're going to have all these new bosses, all these new experiences, all this new, and it just never happened.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Even though it did happen, Phil. You just weren't paying attention.
Exactly.
Plus, you kept dying a lot.
Like playing Dead
Dead Space 2 is the best. Out of all the games in the trilogy, I'm saying trilogy, I'm not including the spin-offs. Dead Space 2 is the best one in the trilogy.
Space 1 again, with a few minor tweaks and some better graphics. So for me, paying top dollar for a remake, then finding out literally it's really not a remake, it's more of a remaster.
No, it's a remake, Phil, because they added in certain elements of the story, especially with Nicole.
That's incredibly
And also giving Isaac Clarke a voice, an actual voice, a talking voice, not grunts. And they also added more things to the game and took elements of 2 into it. So again, this is a remake.
disappointing. At the end of the day, when I beat the game, I was like, man, it's up to you to make that judgment if you want to spend like $70 for a game that's literally the same as the first. But, I still enjoyed playing it. But, when you have, are you kidding me? I didn't even know, I swear I didn't know it happened a third time in this clip. I had no clue. You see this, right? It happened again. So that's what I mean. Like, that just kept happening
Hey, Phil, there's things called updates. There's patches. You fucking retard.
Over and over and over in the playthrough. It's like, and this is supposed to be a AAA $70 game? No.
Yes, it is. And it was actually a pretty good game. Got highly acclaimed. Got highly positive reviews.
It wasn't.
Who was the first person to be infected in Dead Space? Or on Dead Space? Yeah, who was the first person? Fuck. I'm trying to think of it. Are we talking about like the actual universe? Fuck, I'm trying to think of it.
It was disappointing for me. Okay.
I know it was someone that you countered. I forget. It's like one of the patients. But I forget. It's been a while since I played Dead Space, so I forget. I'm sorry. Ack. Ah! He didn't buy this game, did he? No, he bought it with Dent's money, so he bought it.
So that was my number 9 pick for the most disappointing game. I swear to you, I had no idea that happened so many times in that pick, in that clip. I had no idea. Okay.
Suck.
So DC says, as an original Dead Space player, Dead Space 2023 looked sick. I actually played a good chunk of Callisto Protocol, reminded me of Callisto Protocol. I personally liked Callisto Protocol. I mean, so did I.
The only reason why you said that you liked Callisto Protocol, or this person did, is because you liked it, Phil. He didn't want to piss you off.
I liked Callisto Protocol as well. I feel like so many people bandwagoned on the hate wagon for Callisto Protocol that when Dead Space came out, everyone, oh, Dead Space is amazing. Yeah, it's the same game you played 15 years ago. Like, you're praising a dev team who just used someone else's ideas and assets. It's this, you know what I mean?
They took something that was already good and they improved it for the remake. While Callisto Protocol was taking something that was done by Dead Space and tried to change it, and it didn't turn out good. Again, you don't understand what a remake is. Also, Greg DK member again. Thank you. Thanks for becoming a member, man.
I think it got
Oh, hang on.
Big black butt.
That's good enough.
way too much praise. Would I recommend the original game? What's better? If you're gonna choose between the two, obviously play the modern version. It would be pretty dumb for you to go back and play the one with outdated graphics, and
I wouldn't mind playing Dead Space original. I wouldn't mind it.
it doesn't have
Yeah, he kept saying like Callisto. It's Callisto.
the ability to walk through the ship and stuff. Obviously, go for the better one. But is it worth $70? If you've already played the original, no, it's not.
If you're a big fan of it, then yes, it is.
Okay.
But again, the game is fine. You just don't know anything about updates.
Darth Goldbox says, I think that Dead Space should have only been $40 or less. There you go.
No, it shouldn't be $40. Granted, games used to be $40, but no. Since inflation, economy, game prices go up.
Okay. Let's continue, shall we? So that was number 9.
He was about to say number 8.
Now we're hitting the number 8. Now this one is a very subjective one, okay? A lot of people I know for a fact actually really like this game. Personally,
I didn't see where he put those. I know he hates those games.
I didn't dislike this game. But
Yeah, sales do exist as well. But yet Phil's sitting there going, oh yeah, it's not worth it.
at the same time, for the amount of time I had to sink into it to get through it and beat it, and for the amount that I got out of it, honestly, at the end of the day, I was pretty darn disappointed, especially because there was so much hype behind this game, and when it came out, it was just kind of fizzled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the number 8 pick for the most disappointing game of the year for 2023 is Diablo 4.
Oh, great. Now we get double Phil. Great. But no, this game sucked.
That is right.
Actually, no, Diablo 4 is not that great of a game, to be told. Baldur's Gate 3 is a lot better.
Diablo 4. So pay no attention to the man on the other side of the screen. He is a faker. He is not real. Block that part. Put your hand over your screens right now, over that man. Okay? Diablo 4.
You know, I wish I could. You know what? I could just immediately darken the screen and just be like, okay, that's better, but no.
Man.
Phil makes us all angry.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Listen. I'm a fan, an old school fan of Diablo.
No, you're not. You really aren't.
From the 1990s. I played Diablo 1 and 2. When
No, you didn't.
2 came out, it was a new release. I played it. I played the crap out of it.
No, you fucking didn't. You're not a Diablo fan. You only played 3 and then 4.
Loved it. I got addicted to it. I did several different runs of Diablo 2 in the 90s. Okay? I thought
No, you fucking didn't, Phil. You really fucking didn't. You were more of a Street Fighter kid.
it was an outstanding game. And then...
Oh, god damn it. I just now noticed that too. I actually did block the other Phil. Oh, fuck me. That's... That's ironic.
Please clap.
Diablo 3 came out, which was over 10 years ago, if you're not aware. And when Diablo 3 came out, I was a YouTuber. And I was like,
I was a YouTuber. Who cares?
wow, I can cover this game for YouTube. This is going to be really neat because this is a game from my youth that now I can cover for an audience that likes what I do now on the internet. And when I played Diablo 3, people were bored. Like, really bored.
Because you played the game like ass, Phil.
Like, they hated the playthrough. And I
Well, they hated you, so.
was shocked because back then, you're talking, you know, what, 13 plus years ago? People liked everything I put out.
Are you sure about that? 13 years ago? People still didn't like you back then, Phil.
So to have people outright tell me, we're actually disappointed, this playthrough sucks, it's boring, actually was like, wow, I wonder what happened here. Now, when Diablo 4 was coming out, I outright even told you guys I wasn't convinced to even get the game. Because Diablo 3...
The only reason why you weren't convinced was because you were reading an IGN review from a guy that said, don't listen to reviews, listen to me instead.
3 had not worked as a playthrough.
Even though Diablo 3, like, even games like Diablo, like, playing this solo, honestly, doesn't necessarily work unless you're entertaining, which is something that you're not. But if you're playing with friends, makes it more enjoyable. Same thing with Baldur's Gate 3. Solo, if you know what you're doing, it's not a bad playthrough to play by yourself if you're entertaining. But if you, on the other hand, nope.
13 plus years ago, and I was afraid that it was going to be kind of a dud, okay?
Even though you were listening to an IGN review, and you bought it anyway.
So, we actually talked about it, and you guys over time convinced me. You're like, no.
Who convinced you, really, Phil? Jade? It time double?
You must play Diablo 4.
Has he said pay through? I think he did. Sometimes it was like a Freudian slip.
Please clap.
But not here.
If you don't play it, you're going to be missing out on one of the best games of the year. All right, fine.
Even though nobody said that.
So I got Diablo 4, all right? Now listen.
And you only played through it one time, didn't get the true ending, and you said, this game's great.
There's not actually any particular part of this game that I can tell you is bad.
But yet, you are going to find reasons.
It's not the graphics.
Even though visually the game's fine, but I was about to say Diablo 3, but Baldur's Gate 3 takes what Diablo 4 should have been and made it 10 times better.
It's not the gameplay.
Even though, again, Baldur's Gate 3 is better.
It's not the story.
His story for Baldur's Gate 3 is better. I'm just going to keep saying Baldur's Gate 3 is better.
In fact, I would argue that all those three
Andrew Jackson. Yeah, my friend Jackson.
things are pretty good. The problem is, Diablo 4, and to some extent Diablo 3, are basically games from a bygone era.
No. Actually, no. Diablo 3 was completely fucking different when it came to its gameplay. However, Diablo 4, most people were trying to say it was a return to form, taking elements of 2 and 1. That's mostly 2, not 3. Again, you're saying that it's from a bygone era when there's no such thing in this case as a bygone era. You mean like in the case of nostalgia. That's not a bygone era.
And what I mean by that,
But then again, I hate the way he's saying. He's like, it's a bygone era. Does he even know what that means?
is these games are like games that maybe if they came out in the 1990s would have been Game of the Year.
There were already games like that, Phil. It's called Baldur's Gate. Not Baldur's Gate. It was called Diablo 1 and 2.
Correct?
Or mostly 2.
The problem is it's the same kind of game, the same kind of formula. When you play it,
People still make CRPGs. Yeah, they do. There are games like that. Disco Elysium. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Fucking Baldur's Gate 3, like I already kept mentioning. People still make computer RPGs. And they're still good. They still make dungeon crawlers.
it feels like you've played it before.
Oh, that's yeah, Diablo 4 is the only game I regret buying because I bought it for 3 other friends that didn't play after one session. That sucks. That really does suck.
Or yes, there's gameplay tweaks, there's different legacy elements in it that are fun, but it's legacy elements. Do you understand? This genre of
Legacy? What the fuck are you talking about? Legacy elements? Are you just throwing in buzzwords that make no sense?
game has advanced. In fact, as I was playing this game, there's people talking to me about, well, did you hear about this one or this one that came out in the last 5 years? It has like all these other elements that aren't in Diablo 4. I was like, no, I don't know anything about them.
Also, this game, from what people were saying, took elements of Path of Exile. But that's a sad thing, though, because later on as this game progressed and it got updated, it became worse. And people were wanting Path of Exile too.
They're like, that would have been way better.
Or Baldur's Gate 3.
Right? If you had played those games, you would have probably had a better time with it. Because they have new things. That this game feels like a retro game with a modern facelift over it, right?
If you want a good game that has like a retro feel but has a modern look to it, or it feels more modern, a good example of that would be Cultic. A boomer shooter that reminds a lot of people of Blood. Dusk reminds a lot of people of Quake or Doom. Proteus reminds people of Doom. Those are really good games. I highly recommend those. A retro looking game that has a modern feel to it.
And here's the thing, like, I didn't have any...
Season 2 was quite good. I didn't know. I actually didn't really play Diablo 4 much, because after Season 1, I dipped. I was like, I'm done.
Problem playing it. I don't really remember particularly struggling.
Disco Elysium is really good. The only thing that people might get turned off with Disco Elysium is that there's no real combat into it. It's mostly about politics. And what makes the game amazing is the writing. The writing for Disco Elysium is really good. And the way that you could make your character an asshole, a good cop, someone with a rock star personality, it's amazing through and through with the choices that you can make. Also, what makes it really good is its art style, its visuals. It has a beautiful style to it. Kind of has like a steampunk look to it, in a sense.
Playing it, but at the same time, it took a long time to beat the story. And it's funny because I beat the story and people were like, so are you going to do the post game? I was like, the post game? We were all saying that this game was too long in the main story.
No, you gave up because you were bored with it. And as soon as you were done with the story, you're like, I'm done. Story's done.
And now you think that I'm going to be doing post game streams of it and stuff. It didn't really catch any kind of traction with my viewing audience.
It didn't catch traction with you because you didn't get any money out of it.
After I had beaten the story, I had zero desire to go back and do any of the post-game content that was unlocked.
And people told you didn't really beat the story.
It's just kind of a one and done, do the story, get out of it, you know? Now, for a game that was so hyped, because again, every time that Activision Blizzard has this new game come out, especially one of their tried and true franchise games, it's like, oh my god, the Messiah has returned and is coming down from the sky, which is ironic because it's a game about demons, so maybe it's Satan's returning from the underworld or something, right?
Haha, not funny, didn't laugh.
Not funny. Didn't laugh.
Regardless, though, when people see anything of like Diablo, it was mostly with Diablo that people were very skeptical, but when they found out it took elements of Path of Exiles in Diablo 2, people were invested. They wanted to play it. It's a return to form. That's why. Even though that company is going through a lot of controversy, especially with Activision, again, people can overlook that and buy the game and not boycott it. Because society is weird that way.
But the point I'm making is everyone's convinced you've got to play this. It's must play. If you
Not really. A lot of people were saying it's a must play.
don't play it, you're missing out. You're going to miss one of the best games of the year. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm skeptical. You guys convinced.
No, you weren't skeptical because of your audience. You were skeptical because you read a review. Same time you were reading reviews of Diablo 4, you read the review of Street Fighter 6. Again, from IGN. Praising the IGN review for Street Fighter 6, like, oh, the World Tour mode's not that good, but it's still a fun game, guys. I really want to get this game. And let's read Diablo 4. Okay, why is it there's so many negatives, but they gave it a 9 out of 10? Malo's here. Welcome to the stream. I got a fish. Yay. Oh no, the Crodra took it away.
Me to play it, I play it, and it was dead on exactly as I expected. It plays like Diablo, it looks like Diablo, it feels like Diablo. It's just Diablo.
No, he ranted about it because, yeah, it wasn't because it was an 8, it was a 9. IGN gave Diablo 4 a 9 out of 10. And he was ranting about that. So yes, he did rant, it got a good score.
But it's 20 years, like, too late to be interesting. You know what I'm saying?
How is it too late to be interesting, Phil? You still played it.
So maybe if I was an online co-op player and I had a group
Which you have no friends.
of friends that
You have no fucking friends. You could try to play with your wife, but she doesn't want anything to do with me, guys. It's such a loving marriage.
I love Diablo, and we went into the post-game challenge dungeons, and we were doing seasonal content afterward. Maybe then, all right, I would have gotten more out of this, and I would have absolutely been in love with it. But for someone...
But you wouldn't have been in love with it because they would have done all the work. You just sat around doing nothing. And you'd be like, hey, we did it, guys. And they'll be like, fuck you talking about, fact? You didn't do anything.
Please clap.
Just playing through the campaign, it's just not it. It's not. I felt like it was more of kind of a waste of time. At the end of the day...
Yeah, if I had friends.
I couldn't tell you what happened in the story of this game. And I did a full play...
Yeah, no, King Jad, no. The PS Triple got the best games, and the Wii looks like a dildo.
Through the story, I don't know. You wanna know what we did? I kept pressing a button on my controller like this, and I killed a lot of stuff. That's Diablo 4. I killed probably 40,000 enemies, and that's all I can really remember about the game.
And it has simplistic gameplay for the most part. Press one button, scroll around with the options, press one button. Again, you like to take something that's overly simplistic and make it complex, or just make it boring.
So, it is what it is.
You have a good one, Baka.
It was disappointing to me because I was convinced by the audience. You guys said, no, you don't understand. This is going to be great.
And I quoted back a meme to you, Jed. I didn't overthink it.
It really didn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything for you. It should have been better, especially if you're a flagship title from Activision Blizzard. They got to do better. There was no innovation, nothing to write home about, just kind of meh, and meh means disappointing in my book.
Because the game is meh. Honestly, I would say this game was kind of eh. I wouldn't say it was the best game of 2023, but I will give it what it was doing. It did things right with it, but Phil just likes to take anything that people like to say, and it's like brain drain. That's all this is. It's just brain drain, and not in the best way.
So there you go. I had a feeling a lot of people didn't know that would be in my countdown either. So there you go. Okay.
I've seen a lot of things where they say that PlayStation ain't got no games.
Okay.
Oh, suck.
All right. We're 3 in. How do you guys think about the first 3? You agree, disagree?
Meh. Your take on Dead Space 3 was Dead Space 1 remake was meh. Not very good at all. You kept saying that Callisto Protocol was better, which again, that game was very, very inferior compared to Dead Space remake. The first one, you kept bringing up politics, which shouldn't have been even a fucking issue with it. And as for Diablo 4, you just kept making up bullshit about how you used to play Diablo when you didn't.
DC says, I played a bit of Diablo 3. It was fun.
You love just, reading DC's fucking takes, aren't you? Because you couldn't look upon anyone else.
Never played Diablo 1, 2, and 4. I'm neutral with your entry. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair enough. I didn't play 4.
No other takes? I think some people were agreeing with me. So, that's good.
Was Kat agreeing with you?
Okay.
What up, Ghost Hunter? Welcome to the stream.
1000% disagree. Well, it's a good thing this is my countdown, not yours. There you go.
Yeah, it's your countdown. We can disagree with it if we want to, fucker.
You have the right to disagree, and that's personally fine.
It's personally fine until you don't give me money.
Absolutely personally fine. You know, everyone, it's different strokes for different folks. Everyone has different
God damn it. Now you took what I said and you just made it worse. I think he's been watching my content.
Personal preferences. If you love Diablo 4, good for you. At least you feel like you got your money's worth, right? Okay.
But yet, you were saying the same thing about Dead Space remake, saying it wasn't worth the money. And now you're saying, oh, but at least you got your money's worth with Diablo 4.
Okay.
Not gonna ask why they disagree. Because it's Phil.
Shall we move on? Radical Jaw says, I agree with you. It was just mid. And Carlos says, I'm actually...
Phil, don't say fucking mid at all. You're someone that's trying to, walk up. You're essentially the Steve Buscemi meme about walking up to some fucking teenagers because you have a thing for teenagers, which, and you just go up to them with a skateboard and a fucking backwards cabs like, how do you do, fellow kids?
Surprised it's this low. For me, it was like the 5th most disappointing game of the year. Wow. No, what I heard is that for hardcore Diablo fans, they were more disappointed than me. Because they played the post-game content. They didn't like that either. And then apparently they rebalanced the game right after that. And they hated that.
No, they didn't hate it because they rebalanced the game. They hated it because they did a lot of things with it. They made it very bad, Phil. They did a lot of things that was very disheartening, as I like to say it.
Like everything that came
Yeah,
out.
how do you do, fellow boomers?
Was disappointing to Diablo fans, so maybe
Again, you're not a Diablo fan. Stop speaking like you're a Diablo fan.
I actually didn't even dislike it as much as most others. Who knows, right? Okay.
Granted, I'm not a big Diablo fan either. The only one that I played before 4 was 3. I didn't mind 3. I thought 3 was great. But 4, I played it for the most part, liked it for the most part. But then when I played Season 1, I didn't like it. I didn't like how they changed the gameplay for it. So, I backed out of it. I ended up deleting it because I needed more space.
Let's continue on. For the record, no contributions that I can see. If you guys do contribute and I'm not shouting it out, let me know that I missed it. I've been having some issues with PayPal notifications and stuff like that.
Yes. A show that's not about the money, but he wants money.
Make sure to give you your gratitude and not me skipping stuff. So, all right. Continuing on. The number 7 most disappointing game of the year for me out of this entire list that I'm staring at right now. I can absolutely positively confirm to you, ladies and gentlemen, number 7 on the list.
I was going to say his wardrobe, Dice. I was going to say the most disappointing thing is his wardrobe. It really is.
Is the most rage-inducing playthrough that I did in 2023. I was screaming my head off every moment that I was playing this game. I was getting...
He didn't get audited. That was disappointing.
So upset. And I actually wanted to quit. The game that I'm speaking of, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is Wo Long Fallen Dynasty.
Didn't you quit that game, Phil? I'm not bullshitting here. Didn't he wage quit this game? Because no one was biting it and no one liked this game? Call me crazy, because I think I am crazy with this one. But he quit this game. He didn't touch this anymore because nobody was caring about it. Like, I just don't get Phil's take with it. You didn't finish this game though, Phil. At least I don't think you did. I can always double check. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. Wo Long. Or Woo Long. Whatever it is. He threatened to do it. I think he did. That's why I'm double checking to make sure. Because I'm dead certain he quit the game. No, he actually finished it. Never mind. He stopped. He got 25. Okay, yeah, he actually did finish it. But he did say he was going to quit. He did quit for a little bit. He pulled a Persona 3 where he quit it and he went back.
No attention to the jackass on the other side of the screen. So, Wo Long Fallen Dynasty, everybody.
You know, kudos to everyone here. I had to see double. Y'all don't. You're welcome.
Please clap.
Let me tell you guys something about this game. All right? This is a game with an identity crisis.
How so?
It doesn't want to be Dark Souls. Does it want to be Neo? Does it want to be Dynasty Warriors? It's hard to tell, all right? It looks nice, except as you can see, just...
Even though it has a lot of elements of Neo. Dynasty Warriors, I don't see it.
Right now, you can see...
Maybe the look of it, but still, it has mostly a Neo vibe. But instead of taking place in Japan, it's taking place in China.
That there's some fluctuation in the frame rate and choppiness in the graphics of this game, correct? This game...
Also, Phil, you did not play this game. You didn't buy this game. You got this on Game Pass, and yet you said you bought this game.
Game is difficult. It's actually quite difficult, which is fine if you play this style of FromSoft knockoff type game.
Even though there's some games that are Souls-like, they're not really bad, though. I'll give you a few examples of games that are Souls-like, the knockoffs that he proclaimed were Neo, both of them are good. Salt and Sanctuary and Salt and Sacrifice are good. Tales of Iron is fucking amazing. Blasphemous 1 and 2 is amazing. Death's Gambit is another one that's really fucking good. The Last Faith is good. Grime is good. But he won't touch any of the other ones I mentioned because indie game.
The problem with Wo Long is twofold. Number one, the game design forces you to explore every nook and cranny of every single map.
And
because the way that you level up in the game is to actually hit these little flag outposts, and when you hit them, you put your flag up and you actually gain like in-game experience for that level. If you don't hit every little flag in a level, you're too weak to beat it.
how is that a problem? That doesn't seem like a problem to me.
You get to the boss and you'll be so weak you can't kill the boss.
Phil, some people actually do like a challenge.
So the game artificially,
Momodora, that's another one.
by design, forces you
I don't think he really rage quit Salt and Sanctuary. I think he got bored of it and just dropped it.
to do over exploration, grinding, and leveling that in any other game of this style you wouldn't have to do. Maybe you say, I don't need to fight everything over here. I'll just skip that segment. I'll go over here.
Do we have a snort sound effect? I got this.
It's just listen to this. In this game, no, you're absolutely positively forced to explore every nook and cranny of every map, and it just feels like a big waste of your time.
Not really. If you're going to explore the map, it's not a waste of time. There are some people that will go around searching every nook and cranny to find every single thing. Take, for example, me. That's what I did with Spider-Man 2 before I stopped playing it for a little bit, was just exploring the whole entire thing of Brooklyn and Harlem. It's just looking around for fucking, or like, side stuff, side missions, the collectibles. Again, people can have fun in their own fucking way.
All right? It really doesn't respect your time at all in that regard.
How does it not respect your time when it's respecting their time?
Now,
By giving more shit to do.
for me, and this is going to be a
Yeah, playing the game, waste of time.
subjective thing.
Even though it's a waste of time in a good way, it's a good time killer. But it depends on what game you're playing, though. If you're playing a bad game, like Ride to Hell Retribution, or Bad Day LA, or any other shooter out there that tries to be something that it's really not, then yeah, it sucks.
Based on my experience,
Or, in my case, Redneck Rampage. Fuck off, Civvy.
I played Wolong Fallen Dynasty on the Xbox Series X. Okay? I don't know about anyone else's experience playing this on any other platform, but it was an Xbox Game Pass game.
Which you said that you bought this game, even though you proclaimed it, and you had it on Game Pass because people saw the Game Pass logo.
So that's why I played it on there. Let me tell you, this game performs very poorly on the Series X. At least it did back, what was it, March or April when it came out at launch. There were entire boss fights where the frame rate would dip into the 20s. Not even 30 frames per second, the 20s. And the game actually expected you, as part of the gameplay mechanics, to be able to parry perfectly the attacks the enemy was doing with a frame rate that would go 60, 40, 20, 30, 20, 60, 20, 40, 20, 60. How the hell am I supposed to time my parry?
Hey, Phil, did you ever play these games with it updated? Because from what you're telling us is that you didn't play the games when it was fully updated because of the day one patch. You just downloaded it. It's like, well, done. Gonna play the game now.
Are you out of your mind? Every time that the frame rate dipped, it was impossible to play the game.
Or you just gotta get good with it, you know, fight the lag.
And this would happen over.
I played it on the Series S and it worked fine. The fuck is he talking about? He's talking stupidity.
And
He's thinking that he knows what he's talking about with the games like being bad, but he has no idea what he's fucking talking about.
over and over in the
He can read at frames per second again and tell the difference when playing. Okay, yeah, sure, buddy.
Please clap.
Sure.
playthrough, making it artificially way more difficult than it should have been.
Even though you play games really poorly, so any hard game is a challenge for. Even a game on normal is a challenge for you, and you hate challenge.
All right, if they just found a way to make the game run worth a shit on the Xbox.
And they did, though. A lot of people said that they didn't have any issues with it, just you. Again, you're just making shit up.
Then this would have been
And also, I'm looking at this right now. It looks like the frame rate's not even dipping at all. And yet he's using the whole logic of it dropped frames. I'm not seeing any dropped frames of this gameplay that he's just like showing to us.
a much better game and a much better playthrough. And it's funny because when the game looks good, as you're seeing right now, it actually looks pretty darn beautiful, does it not?
I mean, it looks okay. It just looks like a standard Souls-like game.
But then when that frame rate tanks at a critical moment, when you're in a boss fight or a big, you ran halfway across the stage and you're about to unlock that next flag and get a checkpoint, and then you die because the frame rate went do-do-do-do-do.
I thought it was a way to get experience, Phil. So now you're bringing up the fact that there were checkpoints?
You want to rip your hair out.
It's amazing that someone who can't see, but he can precisely tell what the frame per second of a game can dip to. Yeah, it's like he's Digital Foundry or something.
You want to punch the screen. You want to take your controller and snap it in half.
You're too weak to do that. Instead, you'll get Cat to, like, fucking horse kick it.
Because that's the kind of game it is, okay?
Well, then again, most Souls games are like that. Any game that's challenging is like that you have to feel that rage-inducing thing. But again, Phil, you're not fucking normal. You want to, like, slam your fucking hands on the fucking controller because you don't like it. Oh, I did something wrong. Punch, 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 punch. Oh, it's broken now. Better go get the other controller. Fight pad. Oh, I can't believe I lost again. Splash, 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 splash. It's like, Phil does not know how to take care of his shit. I mean, there's a whole videos that he's done, not he's done, but people have done, showing off his controller slams. And I guarantee you, if those still kept going to this day, there will be fucking more.
So, for me...
I hope you're doing well 1 minute, man. Hang on.
Please clap.
Because you need that for your back surgery. Hope everything goes well on for your back surgery, man.
This game wasn't a badly designed game in the combat. It wasn't badly designed in the visuals. The problem was they wanted you to act like it was a flawless game and play it as if it was some kind of an amazing experience when it wasn't.
Most people that develop games, they know for a fact it's not going to be flawless. They took the time and the passion for it, and they put the game out. They're not going to sit there and be like, oh, it's flawless, guys. Guys, it's flawless. This game is amazing. 10 out of 10. You need to play it. They don't do that, Phil, because they're not narcissistic like you think that they are. Fuck what you think you know about game development, and fuck what you think you know about people thinking that a game's going to be good or not. It's completely subjective to the player, not the developer. So again, for a guy that's proclaiming that he knows what the frames are in a video game, and he proclaims what game developers are thinking, the publishers, it's really quite surprising that he can't see why his business is failing.
Having a frame rate that's dipping makes it not fun to play.
Even though I'm not seeing any dips there.
And then on top of that, having to go to every flag post, like you just saw there, in every stage in order to even make proper progress, it made me so infuriated. So you knew it.
So you hate that they had other elements from Souls games, like bonfires. It looks like a bonfire, Phil, but instead of that, it's a flag.
The game that pissed me off the most this year was definitely going to be the game that I was going to have in my most disappointing countdown, all right?
You should put Street Fighter 6 on this countdown, because you were very disappointed with it as soon as you got Master.
You might say, well, if this is the case.
Yeah, he thinks publishers develop games. Some do. Some do. Not all, but some. But most developers are the ones that make the game, and they're putting up time and passion into a project that they really think will do well. It's not the publisher that's putting in the effort.
Why isn't this even higher on your list, right? Here's why. I didn't really have high expectations for Wolong to begin with.
You wanted to play it because it's a Souls-like game.
So although
and it's on Game Pass. That was why.
I was disappointed with it. I wasn't that disappointed. This isn't like...
The whole thing about you saying that you were disappointed with it, that it was supposed to be a flawless game. Yeah, I love the fact that you just keep saying that. It's not my disappointing game. Number 7 on DSP's disappointing games list.
The worst game of the year for me or anything. Because I kind of went into it with, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. Because it was a Game Pass game. If I had dropped $70 on this thing, and then I was having these issues, I would have been even more infuriated.
Phil, didn't you say that you bought this game, but people called you out saying that you got it on Game Pass?
And it probably would have been way higher up the list. Luckily for them, it wasn't. So... Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Is it a fun game? Yeah, it is for the most part.
It's not a bad game, though. From what people have told me, the game's actually fine. You just don't like it.
Works. I actually heard that certain ports of the game are much better than the Xbox version. So maybe if you played this on a different platform, you had a better experience than me. But I don't like the game design of having to hit all the flag points. I don't like the dipping frame rate and the awful responsive parrying when that happens. So for me, very disappointing and... not worth playing, quite frankly. I toughed my way through that.
I love how you're like saying that it's a fun game, but it's not worth playing. Yeah, great recommendation. It's a fun game, but it's not worth playing. 7 out of 10.
That one because you guys absolutely wanted to see me finish it. You loved the rage, so I did finish it. But man,
But then again, he later on said that people that like watching him rage were idiots.
literally wanted to quit it multiple times during the playthrough.
Just like how you wanted to quit Street Fighter 6 multiple times. Suck.
Haseo says, thank God you didn't end up as one of the people who just threw a controller at their TV and damaged it.
Well, Haseo, you dumb dent. Here's the thing with this. He ends up taking his controls like his fight pad and he's slamming them down with his hooves. As well as controller, he punches it just because he couldn't get it to work and he breaks it more.
Yeah, I certainly learned, you know, from back in the day, smashing my controller on the table and breaking it during like a God of War game. I learned my lesson.
God of War, you did it to a lot of games. You did it with Castlevania, Lords of Shadow. You did it with Heavy Rain. You did it with a lot of fucking games. Even some fighting games, you did the same fucking shit. How can we tell? Because we can hear it and the camera moves around.
DC says, as a Neo player...
Goddamn, fuck off, DC.
I thought Wolong was going to be good. When I watched the playthrough, yeah, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day was all ruined. I'm glad I didn't actually get that game. There you go. Jade says, I'd love to see Star Wars on this countdown. Well, maybe. I guess we'll have to see. Right now, it's number 7.
Well, I already know that Star Wars Jedi Survivor is going to be on this list. I could tell because he gave it away. He's like, we'll see. Because he gave it away like... Yeah, he could have just ignored that fucking comment, but he loves listening to Jade.
And we still have many...
Jade's like his disabled son.
More to go.
And Derek is his pedophile son.
We still have many more to go. Let's not spoil, shall we?
Who smashes a controller playing God of War? Phil, apparently.
Okay. All right. Cool. So I think as everyone's... Oh, wait a minute. There was a super chat came in from Anime Fan 565. They said...
Let me guess. What is your favorite anime fan, whatever numbers you are? Is it something stupid or overhyped? Or is it just Boku no Pico and you're like, I'm an anime fan?
I wouldn't be surprised if Star...
And God, I hate myself for making that reference.
Star Wars is on the list. Oh, I guess Anime Fan was actually of the same mind as Jade here. Saying that, well, we'll see. No spoilers. All right, but let's get Anime Fan up on the leaderboard.
No spoilers, but it's on the list.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay, let's keep it moving. We're about a third through our countdown. Okay, everybody? Up next... This next game, again, I know will be controversial, and a lot of people are going to give me crap for having it on here. At the very same time, for those who actually watched my playthrough of this game, you probably absolutely expected it to be on this list, okay? This is a game that, in another parallel multiverse dimension, all right, probably would have been a Game of the Year high-end contender, and maybe even my pick for Game of the Year. I'm not kidding you, all right? But we live in this dimension. We don't live in that other multiverse. In this...
Oh, great. I love how he shits on the multiverse trope, but yet he wants to bring up multiverses. Yeah, great. How original of you, Phil.
Dimension. All things considered and comparing it to everything going on and everything around and the history of this franchise, I gotta tell it like it is. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 6 most disappointing game of 2023 is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Even though this game was highly anticipated and it got high acclaim, he just hated it because it had bloat in it. Even though that bloat was just side content that you could just explore Hyrule. Phil's just a dent.
People already guessed in the chat that this is what it was going to be.
No, they didn't.
Before I even begin, I'd like you to take a look at this video footage and tell me what's wrong.
Nothing. Game looks fine. And also I see dark clouds over the horizon. Lightning.
Seriously. Do you notice a distinct difference between this game and all the other games that I've already shown you in the countdown?
What's wrong with Tears of the Kingdom's art style? I mean, for God's sakes, people can develop a game and have its own art style. There's nothing wrong with it. That's why some people like the Mario RPG remake. That's why people like Dead Space remake, Resident Evil 4 remake. People like games like Dredge, Pizza Tower, Dave the Diver. Its own art style can be used in a good way. And yeah, I agree. He got notoriety for being bad at this game because he yelled and bitched and complained about the lightning and also the balls puzzle.
I don't even have to, explain it. What's up with the fucking frame rate of this game?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the frame rate, Phil.
It's supposed to be a brand new AAA release.
Uh-huh. And?
In 2023, and it runs like shit on the Switch.
It doesn't run like shit, Phil. It ran fine.
It's a Switch exclusive that runs like shit on the Switch.
It's not a bad game, Phil. It really isn't. The frame rate's bad. It's really not. Is he wearing his Zelda jammies? Nope. I don't know what he's wearing. I think he's wearing just the gray ones because he's taking them off. Not to talk about Zelda. He's going to talk shit about it now.
Frame rate is sub 30 frames per second for.
And again, some people can have frames at 30 frames, and it shouldn't break the game. It really shouldn't. Some games actually run fine on 30, but people want like 60 or 90 frames, like the high-end frames. But if it's at 30, doesn't matter.
Most of the game, and God forbid you get a bunch of enemies coming at you at once, that sucker chugs along.
He has the problems that others don't have. Like what? Getting struck by lightning?
Okay? Very frustrating. Very frustrating. Now,
that's not something to be frustrated about, Phil. I mean, for God's sakes, this game got a 96 out of 100 on Metacritic. Let me double check to see if that is still the case. Let me look that up. Let me double check that. Tears of the Kingdom. Metacritic. Let's see. Good. Yep, still has that 96. Universally acclaimed. Critically acclaimed. As a really good game. So, Phil, it looks like the frame rate doesn't fucking matter.
Now, someone just said, "Are you sure this is the right game?" Oh, I'm sure this is Tears of the Kingdom. Trust me. You can see the attachment of the orb on his shield, all right? Now,
But then again, I don't see the orb attachment on his shield. I see that it's Link. I see that it's Hyrule. I already know that this is Tears of the Kingdom.
Is it about Tears of the Kingdom that disappointed me? Well, first of all, I want to make
Tears of the Kingdom, it's a good game, but it's not my favorite Zelda. If I want a really good Zelda game, I would pick something other than Tears of the Kingdom. Give me Wind Waker. Give me Link to the Past. Give me Minish Cap. Give me those games. I mean, granted, they're old style, but still, regardless, those games are fun. Hell, give me Twilight Princess. But don't give me Skyward Sword, because that game sucks.
It's very clear. Tears of the Kingdom is not a bad game. Tears of the Kingdom is a good game.
But yet, I'm calling massive bullshit. Because when the Game Awards announced their nominees for Game of the Year, you wanted this game off the list. Because you didn't like this game. You hated this game. Throughout the entirety of your playthrough, ones I covered, you were hating on this game. Saying that the game was too bloated, that they didn't know what they were doing, that they gave the puzzles to the B team. I think you're right, Nugs. I think the reason why that he's looking at this game and hating on it, because it's not like the traditional Zelda game. It's not like something from Ocarina of Time. It's not Link to the Past. It's not Majora's Mask or Wind Waker. It's none of those games at all.
Tears of the Kingdom is above average game. Tears of the Kingdom, likely, as I said, in another universe or multiverse, would have been one of my Game of the Year contenders, if not my Game of the Year pick, but here's the deal.
You wouldn't have put it on that list either, no matter what fucking universe it is, whatever dimension it is. You would not put this game on your top 10 or your Game of the Year category. Subpar graphics and frame rates versus too many particle effects and he can't see. He's never happy. He's never is. He had Skyward Sword on his best games list. Was this the original or the HD one?
Another game.
Because I didn't care for Skyward Sword. I didn't.
Game that came out.
Yes, Nintendo's equipment is garbage, but you know that going in. The game is still solid. There are some games on the Switch that are actually fine. That they actually look really good. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 looks really fucking good. Mario Odyssey is really good. I was going to say Mario Wonder, but then again, that's a 2.5D art style or style that they're going with it, but that's different. That's a side scroller. Metroid Prime Remastered looks really good.
Asherman 10 donated $5 through Super Chat. What's wrong with Totk? DSP, that's what's wrong, but seriously there are problems, refer to Ratatosk for that.
I love how it says Totk. It's like Horot. And it's kind of like that. But yeah, it fills the problem with Tears of the Kingdom.
Switch.
And yeah, the Wii version. I don't like the Wii version of it. I played the original and the HD one. Honestly, I would give the HD version of Skyward Sword a little bit more praise. You don't have to use the motion controls.
It's called Zelda Breath of the Wild. I don't know if
Phil, this is a sequel to Breath of the Wild. And that game was still good, too.
you've heard of it, okay? And basically, it's the same game, all right?
Was it really the same game, though, Phil? Like, the look of it, kinda. Just looks a little bit more polished from Breath of the Wild. But I never saw that in Breath of the Wild that you could craft things.
Now, you're right if you want to say, wait a minute, hold on. What are you saying it's the same game? Tears of the Kingdom was the first open world Zelda and had all these modernized elements for parkour and climbing and all this. But Tears of the Kingdom is so much better because it has the overworld in the sky where you can do sky puzzles, and there's the underworld where you can explore a whole map underground as well.
Yeah, it has all of that, Phil, because it's giving you a lot to explore in Hyrule.
By the way, didn't you know?
Oh, god damn it. Is he going to get struck by lightning?
That the amazing physics of the puzzle elements in this game are awesome. And by the way, I purposely picked this clip for this moment you're about to see right now. There we go. This was my most rage-inducing moment of the playthrough when that happened to me.
No, it wasn't. It was you on horseback.
Picked this clip on purpose. All right?
I picked this clip on purpose. He's going to find a way to bitch about the weather effects, isn't he?
So, admittedly, the game has some...
Also, he hates the fact that lightning could strike at him because he had metal equipment on. That's another reason why he hated this game, and Twitter exposed him for this.
Interesting elements to it. I actually enjoyed the crafting that was new for this game.
No, you didn't. You were bitching and complaining that people were making mechs in this game, that they could have fun in any fucking way that they could. You hated that. And you're saying, oh, I don't want to do that. That's a waste of time. They should be playing the story. The story is better. It's like, no, Phil, people can have fun however they want. If they want to make a fucking mech, they can. If they want to make a trebuchet, they fucking can. They can do whatever the fuck they want in the game. They bought it, and they can do anything and everything. You just don't like fun.
And how you had to use the...
Yeah, he did pick the wrong clip. Yeah, he could have unequipped all the metal, yeah, and go straight to wood. But he didn't like that, though, because not enough damage, tube.
New physics and crafting elements to solve tons of puzzles, and that made it feel innovative. It absolutely...
You hated it, Phil. Again, the ball puzzle. Fuck me. You know what? Fuck me. I'm just going to show this off real quick. Bear with me 1 second. I know, it's a video that I made, I know, but it's to prove a point with it.
It's time for another good idea, bad idea. Good idea.
Yeah, two people I have to shout out for when I made this. Shout out to Alt for making the idea for that. I think I said that too. Yeah, big ups to that being said for the idea. And there's a guy on Twitter that had the footage, and I took that footage and I used it because it was great fucking footage. And that took him under 40 seconds.
Bad idea.
Anyway, let's see what we're supposed to do. So, what the hell is that? Whoa, a bunch of balls.
Balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls? So, can we grab them? Yes, we can.
He grabs his own.
Huh? Why does it look so...
That's another person I definitely have to... Yeah, Magnu 9991. He's the guy that was actually the guy. Yeah, he's the guy that made the DSP experience bugged game mechanics. He's the guy that made that, and I took that inspiration, and that's why this was made.
Weird. I don't... Are we just putting all the balls in here or something?
You get the idea. He's putting all the balls in there.
All the balls in here.
But
Does it
I'm skipping ahead, though, because this was his idea with the balls. This was his idea. Whose voice is that? Phil's.
I'm making a big snake for some reason.
Yeah, you get the idea. That's his idea with it.
Team Magicians, I guess you haven't handled this many balls before? No, I mean, admittedly, I've...
You handled all the balls, because you were that guy.
I pretty much...
But yeah, I'm skipping ahead further.
What was that noise?
What was that noise?
It was making a noise.
And he kept, and that's all he did with it, though, is that he kept going back and forth with balls. And it got to the point where it's like, Phil, under a minute, someone got the puzzle. Even the VTubers got this puzzle, and they were making fun of you.
Weird direction.
And then he got confused because he got all the balls there, but they didn't get into the pit yet. But every single time he was connecting all the other balls to it, this right here, that little green effect, what connects it, they all fell apart. That's the reason why it looks like that.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
And then it gave us that clip of, clip this, you sons of bitches.
Absolutely did.
But yeah, the point remains, though. Phil's a fucking idiot when it comes to puzzles.
Please clap.
Yeah, I know Phil voice on good idea, bad idea. Yep, the good idea, bad idea, good idea. I think the good idea part was from, it was from Animaniacs. That was great.
In fact, that's why this is only number 6 on this countdown and not like number 1 most disappointing, because there were some really good positives about this game, okay? But, I'm sorry, the negatives of this game absolutely outweighed the positives for me.
Yeah, he said that this game, he said this game wasn't meant for kids, even though this game was rated E10 and up, but adults could play this game.
Here's why. When you're playing this game, you'll very quickly realize this is the same map as Breath of the Wild.
No shit, because it takes place after the events of Breath of the Wild.
The entire overworld...
Except the only thing it gave was an underworld and a sky world. I was going to say the above world, but that's sky world.
World's identical. There's a few tweaks here or there, a little different, but it's the same map. You've already done it. Sometimes you go to a previous area from Breath of the Wild and there's not anything going on there anymore because they didn't even bother to populate it with anything interesting in the sequel.
Even though they did. Again, Phil, they added a sky world and an underworld.
Okay? When you go to the underworld, at first it's interesting, and then you realize it's just a dark area with a bunch of areas you can't go because it's all poison.
Well, no shit, Phil. You have to get certain equipment that can actually go against it.
And it's not very interesting.
I'm calling it rot from now on because it looks like rot.
At all. It's actually quite repetitive, very annoying to navigate.
Annoying?
There is a dungeon down there, but for the most part, it's not that interesting. It's very annoying. Then there's the sky temples. Well, it's nice to have a whole new area to explore, but it's just a bunch of aerial puzzles, a little bit of gliding. Nothing too special quite.
Yeah, it gave the ladies long-haired Link because, again, time passed.
Frankly.
And it did, like I said, the character designs, they did really good. I love Ganondorf's design. And they got a really good voice actor to play Ganondorf. Matt Mercer killed it as Ganondorf.
Everything that they claimed was something that they were adding in felt like something you've already done before.
Hey, it also gave us Ganondorf, where people were thirsty for Ganondorf. How I know? Twitter gave us some Rule 34.
Please clap.
That's how I know, because people were thirsty for Ganondorf.
The innovative thing about this game, honestly, is the new building and crafting and the physics engine attached to it.
Phil, I thought you said that that wasn't really innovative, though, because all the other games were doing it.
Is it fun? Yes.
But you hate this game. So, no, you didn't have fun with it because you say it was a bloat.
Is it enough to sell you the same game a second time? In my opinion, no.
Even though people bought it, Phil. They bought this game. This was on everyone's anticipated games list. For fuck's sakes, for many years at the Game Awards, when this was on the fucking anticipated games list, it won the majority of the time.
That one element that was unique from the first...
Except for that 1 year where Elden Ring won.
...game is just not enough for me to be ultra excited about Tears of the Kingdom. Now, let's also be very honest about this game. This game has a lot of content. This game has a ton of content.
And how's that a bad thing?
This was the very first Nintendo game that they charged you $70 for. Do you remember that? How high?
It was an experiment, Phil. They only did it with this one. Nintendo was trying to do an experiment to see if people would buy it, and they did.
Hot and contentious it was that they were going to charge actual $70 for a game on the Switch, and people were up in arms. And then the game came out.
Yeah, people were up in arms that it was $70, but here's another thing, Phil. All the other games that came out for Nintendo, they weren't $70. It was just Tears of the Kingdom. Again, they're experimenting. But they still bought the game anyway.
And you're like, well, you don't understand. See, there's the sky world, the ground level, the underworld, all this exploration and content. To which I was playing the game, and I was like, all right, so fair enough. I can kind of see where they're coming from when it comes to the amount of content. But the more that I played in the game, I realized something very, very important.
Oh, what was so important?
The vast majority of the content of this game has absolutely no meaning. It's just...
It has no meaning? What?
There.
Just like your content is meaningless? What?
To say there's more content, but you don't have to do any of it.
You ever heard of a thing called side content, Phil? But then again, you always do the side content. You did that. Mario Brothers Wonder, you were trying to do all the side content, and then you rage quit the final badge level.
Okay? For me, playing through the main story, getting all of the glyphs that were on...
Oh, god damn it, I hate that. The Gato Mitai.
The hillsides and things like that to get the full story of Zelda and her time travel mechanics and stuff like that. Getting the Master Sword, and then basically beating the game, explained everything in the game that I needed to know. I'm aware there was other things I could have been doing.
But it was giving you more story with it, though. It was giving you lore of what happened with Hyrule. It gave you a lot more lore when it came to Ganondorf and how he took over. But in the past,
I didn't really need to do them. There's giant dragon bosses that are optionally in the map you never need to fight and add nothing to the game, but...
Even though they did add plenty to the game. It's called challenge. Not bloat.
You know, they're there. There's underworld bosses. They're there. You don't ever have to touch them. You can skip the vast majority of content of the game, still enjoy it, and still get the story.
But would you, though? What if people actually want to know more of the lore with Hyrule in Tears of the Kingdom? Again, Phil, it's building the lore to this game. And it's also giving you the chance to upgrade Link. Again, it's side content, but people can choose to do so if they wish.
That's
more options. Oh, no.
Problem. There was one description that I gave this game when it was out, and a lot of people had issue with. I said it was called bloat.
Yeah, I had a problem with it, because you were saying that it's bloated, and you were complaining about the side content, and you were saying that this is actually a 40-hour game, but they just add in 60-hour bloat, making it 100 hours. It's not 100 hours, even though if you do everything in the game, it could be. But again, let people have fun their own way.
This game suffers from bloat.
You suffer from bloat every single time you drink gin.
Game designers wanted to put so much in it to claim it was worth $70, but on actual face value, most of the content in the game doesn't have value. It's just there to say it's there. You can go do it if you want.
It's just like your content, Phil. You think that it has value, but there's no value to it. What? Getting your a membership on your channel, letting you see all the new games that you're playing, all the fucking polls that you're doing, even though they're meaningless and mean nothing.
But it's not meaningful. If you can get
it's not meaningful to read
entire story just by doing the main dungeons, the glyphs.
I know, Meester, not this shit again.
Please clap.
Getting the Master Sword, and you can skip all the optional stuff, then what's the value of it? Zero.
It means that the person has a lot of fun and replayability. That's what this game has. Adding on that additional content, not only with the main story, but trying to find out the lore and just exploring Hyrule, it gives the game its replayability. Henceforth, why this game was critically acclaimed. Again, Phil doesn't seem to understand what fun really means.
All there is this padding to say the game has content that's worthless. It's equivalent...
You don't work just like my leg, god damn it.
...to fetch quests or other boring repetitive stuff in other styles of RPG.
And yet you complained about that in Final Fantasy 16. But yet you said that game was bloated too.
Just that this time, it was...
No greeting, hang on. What? No greeting? Aww. Damn it. You know, the whole thing, I'll say this, Meester. Since you said not this shit again, I'll do this one just for you.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunts!
We need the angry Scottish woman.
It's a Nintendo game, so I guess we're all supposed to just give it a pass, right?
No, not a lot of games from any company. It doesn't matter if it's Nintendo or not. There's some games that do bad decisions, and we never give those games passes because of what they did. Call of Duty is a good example of that. Selling DLC for Modern Warfare 3 for Modern Warfare 2 for $70 was one of them. Again, there's a lot of shit that game companies have done that we don't forgive.
It's frustrating to me because Breath of the Wild, I enjoyed.
No, you didn't. Fuck off. Hang on, Nugs. Take it away, Nugs.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunts!
Thank you. You hated Breath of the Wild. You were saying that people were kissing Link's sweaty butt cheeks because the game was so good, and you loved Mario Odyssey more. And then you made up some bullshit misrepresentation / misinformation saying that, oh, the game's an 8. They gave Mario Odyssey an 8, even though both Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild were both critically acclaimed. Both having a 97 out of 100 on Metacritic. So him saying, it's just an 8 out of 10. It's all bullshit.
Way more than Tears of the Kingdom. And in a world where Breath of the Wild didn't exist, this game would have been amazing. But
people were still excited for Breath of the Wild, and they were still excited for more plans for Breath of the Wild. Fuck, Phil. They made a game called Age of Calamity, which was a Hyrule Warriors game, which was a somewhat of a prequel to Breath of the Wild, and people enjoyed that one too. And they wanted more with Breath of the Wild with Tears of the Kingdom. And guess the fuck what? They got what they wanted.
But they directly made the
The
decision
thing I didn't like about Mario Odyssey is that Luigi was an NPC, not playable. Agreed.
to make a sequel to Breath of the Wild so they could pump out another Zelda game on the same console generation.
Hey, Phil, they also made Age of Calamity, which took place in the Breath of the Wild universe.
And reuse the same assets to make the game. They
Even though it's not really the same assets.
cut corners.
No, Phil, this isn't Ocarina of Time with Majora's Mask. That one, you could say they took assets from the other games. You could say that. But then again, given at that time, that's Nintendo 64 era, where they had to. In this one, they didn't cut corners.
To make money. And it shows when you're playing this game.
Even though this game took them at least 10 years to make.
And the frame rate is absolutely terrible. And the game's response in combat is not great.
Even though the combat's fine.
And you have all these repetitive tasks to do that mean absolutely nothing. That shows. They actually got lazy.
They didn't get lazy, Phil. You did.
This game, and
this whole thing just feels like it's lazy.
That's sad. Nintendo usually is the polar opposite of being lazy.
But you hate Nintendo, though. You think that Nintendo was trying to do for a cash grab with amiibos.
But I feel like this game shows they just wanted to push out another game.
If they wanted to push out another game, Phil, then they wouldn't have taken about 10 years to make this goddamn game. But no, you just want to sit there and say that Nintendo's lazy. You wanted them to rush it out. You know what they say about a rushed game, Phil? A rushed game will result in a bad time, but a delayed game will show good progress.
You make me angry, Phil.
Thank you.
Before this console gen ended, and that's incredibly disappointing to me.
It's disappointing to you because you didn't have fucking fun with it, and you were shitting on everyone else's parade just because they were having fun with this game.
Oh, by the way, did I mention that they retconned the entire story of Breath of the Wild?
No, they didn't.
You literally could have never played Breath of the Wild, played this one, and you missed nothing, even though it's a sequel. They retconned it all.
They didn't retcon anything, Phil. What the fuck are you talking about?
As if it never happened. And people are like, well, no, they didn't. Yes, they did, because
No, they didn't, Phil. You're just speaking nonsense at this point.
They never mention it. In the game, they never mention the plot of the first game at all, as if it never happened. You don't need to know anything about it. So it's just like, wow.
Because it's a sequel, Phil. What, do you want us to be like a continuation of Breath of the fucking Wild with Calamity Ganon?
Now, here's the thing. I compare this to, for example, Assassin's Creed Origins and Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla. Odyssey and Valhalla, people were like, it's too much of the same. But the truth is that Odyssey and Valhalla did have new content and refined the formula of Origins. The problem was it was too many of the same game back to back.
Which that was the case. And honestly, out of all the games in the Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, Origins was surprisingly the better one. Valhalla, granted, had good combat, but it's just too much. It's just too much padding in the open world.
So it feels like they just pumped out the same game 3 times. If only Valhalla had come out and not Origins or Odyssey, everyone would have said, oh my god, Valhalla is such an insanely groundbreaking game.
It wasn't really. I didn't really enjoy Valhalla like everyone else did.
That's exactly the problem with Tears of the Kingdom. If Breath of the Wild never existed, this game would be absolutely knock you on your butt insanely good.
Even though this game was insanely good. Granted, for me personally, I don't think it's the best Zelda game, but it's good for its merits.
But sadly, Breath of the Wild came out, was an outstanding, amazing Game of the Year contender game, and now this game just felt like more of the same with a few things thrown at you.
Hey, Phil, it didn't win Game of the Year. I know Breath of the Wild did. Granted, it shouldn't have, but again, it's all based around subjectivity.
So sadly, I did not like Tears of the Kingdom as much as most. It is one of my most disappointing games of the year because of that.
Watch him put this game on his top 10 best games list. Probably in the lower areas.
Maybe you guys disagree, and if you do, more power to you. You absolutely have the abilities to disagree.
Oh, look. Oh, great. Apparently in the chat, OIC, aka Nikita, gave him 50. Bah.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
But that's my take.
Yeah, it's a very shitty one.
All right. We are now halfway through the countdown. Nikita has arrived and is gifting bombs of 50 memberships each. We just received 2 different membership bombs of 50 memberships on the chat tonight. So everyone who's here is apparently going to get a membership.
I hope to God that all these memberships just go away. All 400 of them.
Because we just got...
I know he got 200 more, but yeah, still. Nikita came in with 50, 50, 50, 50. I hope all 400 of them drop, and then he's going to bitch and complain.
100. All right? That's absolutely insane. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait because they take a while on YouTube to get applied. So right now, 37 have been applied, and it's slowly hitting. You guys are going to see nonstop in the bottom down there. That message probably won't disappear for like a half an hour now.
Okay. Oh, great. Another 50.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nikita. Nikita just dropped another 50 memberships on the chat. So 150 memberships tonight.
And yet this motherfucker got 200 memberships, which bitching and complained that he didn't get 885 members. He wanted 11 more, and he finally got his fucking wish with 100 more members, and then now 200 more.
Can you believe it?
By 200 more, he got a total of 400 members from Nikita, aka OIC. Yeah. Who has $2,000 to give Phil? Apparently OIC, apparently. Or someone stole mommy's credit card.
So congrats to everyone who's getting... There's too many names for me to shout
out. And another 50.
Out in the countdown. And the countdown must continue. Thank you, Nikita, for supporting DSP Gaming. Nikita just dropped another 50 memberships on the chat. If all 200 of those memberships stick, we are actually about to hit the record high number of members that we've ever had in this channel. That would be the most.
Wait a minute.
I think we just had over 1,000, like 1,030 or something. We're at 1,070 something. That's the most we've ever had on DSP Gaming.
Wait a minute.
So, let's see if they actually divvy out. I will check on that and let you guys know. Right now we're at 75 and climbing, so I'll let you know if they all get handed out or not. Sometimes YouTube doesn't hand them all out. We'll find out. Thank you so much, Nikita, for your support tonight. Okay, let's move on because we still have the rest of the countdown to get through, okay?
Wait. I have a feeling. Give me a minute.
Here we go. And by the way, DC, I apologize. I know you tried to say something. There was absolutely no way that I could see it because the chat is going absolutely insane with so many people getting gifted memberships. People are going crazy in the chat over it. Carlos says the game runs 3 times better in emulators. I really hope Nintendo comes with a decent console next gen, or people I know will go with emulators. You're right. Zelda ran much better on an emulator than on the Switch. On the Switch, it was pathetic. It really was pathetic. So... that's very sad.
Oh no, for retro's sake, got a membership. No. Oh no.
Bad. And I do.
Oh no, people who are just watching it got it. No. Oh no, remember Bob. Prepared Flutter Dog, Toad, 1 Minute Man, Steve, Demented, Miss Dark Fairy. Who else? Brandy, The Alchemist Official, and Low Reed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no. Oh, it just said that it was 10. I don't know why, but it's saying that I got 10 more, which that's not the case. I know it's not. But yeah, big ups for the member bomb.
Hope that Nintendo learns their lesson, but again, I have to call out fan behavior.
Quit it! Quit it! Quit it, Cloudbot!
When the fans keep rewarding Nintendo for bad behavior, they'll never change. Zelda...
Phil, they didn't do anything that was bad, though. They didn't! Oh, shit. Oh, no, this is gonna be loud, isn't it?
Sold tons. So despite the...
I might have to not get rid of it, but I might have... Oh, it's probably saying that I got memberships. Like, that's why. It's members. It's saying that people are members now, I think.
Running like crap on the Switch. You sold tons. Why would Nintendo have incentive to do better? They don't need to. DC, he said, I loved your emphasis on the orb attached to his shield. That was funny.
And then Kevin became a member of the squad. Welcome to stream, man. Oh, wait.
I never was a fan of the Zelda games, so that's my 2 cents. There you go. I am a fan of the Zelda games, quite frankly.
No, you're not. If you were truly a fan of the... God damn it. It's too loud. Too much! But if you really were a fan of the Zelda series, you would have played more of the games. The Zelda tier maker list says differently, Phil.
That's why I was disappointed that this game really felt like it wasn't a real new Zelda game. So, okay. Let's continue on. Thank you again. Those pop-ups are going to continue for quite some time. Thank you, Nikita. Amazing. All right.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I figured. It was because of that. That's why. Yeah, Phil will hate every new Zelda game that comes to the future. Yeah, he will.
The number 5 game on this countdown, honestly, I think I'm more sad about this one
than... the noise.
Any other game on the countdown. I'm actually, like, legitimately sad about this game. And the reason I'm sad about this game is because it's a good game. It's a damn good game.
It's a good game, but it's number 5 on the disappointing list, meaning that it's not a good game in his opinion.
I would actually argue the game I'm about to talk about is better than the game it's a sequel of. Alright? It's better than the original. But this game had such a problem at launch that was not properly addressed that this game ended up being one of the most frustrating game experiences that I had all year long. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 5 pick for most disappointing game of 2023 is Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Hey, Jade, you got your fucking wish.
Hey, really? Yeah. You might not remember because this is one of the releases that came out relatively early in the year. What was it, like March or April? I think maybe April-ish. And basically this game is a direct sequel to Star Wars Fallen Order from a few years ago. It's awesome. Open world exploration. A tougher style of Star Wars game that a lot of people said is kind of like FromSoft. I don't think it's quite that tough, but it's got cool parkour, optional puzzles.
But you didn't like this game though, Phil. Didn't you say the reason you wanted to punch someone at EA in the nuts because they made a game so challenging and hard?
Great story elements. And sadly, it's a really solid...
Also, the frog bosses, yeah, just spam the frog emote because he got his ass kicked by that fucking frog multiple fucking times, especially with the second form of that.
The game, you can even see when the visuals are working beautifully. This game is amazing, okay? The problem is, and by the way, I apologize.
Oh, by the way, Nerd Brew, I have a request for you to do. Moki brought this up. You need to make a trailer for Secret Agent Man, and it's Mike Klum.
Big juicy butt.
You gotta do that, man. I have faith that you will do it.
Please clap.
I'm giving you that to you because you're the trailer guy. I put it in that ball court to you. I put the ball in your court for that one.
I tried to find the clip, and I did not save it, this particular one. This game has certain parts that run incredibly poorly, okay? Really bad. The game screams lack of polish. When I say that, here's what I mean. Tanking frame rates to the point where, similar to Wolong Fallen Dynasty...
What up, Lars? Welcome to the stream. Hang on.
Please clap.
That's what you get.
This game is fully playable, and all of a sudden you go to fight a certain group of enemies in a room.
Oh no, the frogs have invaded.
And your frame rate goes from what was supposed to be 60 down to like 10, 20, and you can't react to anything going on in the game. How am I supposed to play an ultra difficult game where everything I do is delayed because it doesn't run well on the platform it's on?
And what Phil didn't do, he didn't. Yeah, she did. He just spider back to me.
Ah!
Good. She reaches out in mysterious ways.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Okay?
Time trailer.
In addition, this game has tons of
Alternate idea trailer based on Darish's deviant ex-wife, but pretends he's doing it on behalf of the nation of Canada. Call it Secret Asian Man. Oh, God damn it. I think there is a song called Secret Asian Man. I forgot who did it, but I know that's a song.
game bugs.
Also, please clap.
Please clap.
There was game bugs where I would open a chest and try to look at an item, and it would crash the game and force me to replay 10 minutes of gameplay because you can't manually save in this game.
Oh no, 10 minutes of gameplay, whatever will I do?
It's based on checkpoints. That's not good.
If it's based on checkpoints, that's not bad either. Phil, you're not playing a game like Horot or Cultic or Dusk or Blood or Doom or Wolfenstein or Quake where you have to save with the quick save. You're not doing that, Phil. I know different style of game here, but at least you're not doing that constantly in newer games. At least they're more lenient when it comes to the checkpoint system. So you making up 10 minutes of gameplay? Oh, boo-hoo. Go through a fucking boomer shooter. You're getting very close to the end, forgetting to fucking save, die, and go back and play an hour of fucking gameplay, Phil.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
You don't know what that is like.
There were parts where there were enemies that floated, and the physics...
That's what I thought, Johnny Rivers. Yeah, that's what I thought. I forgot the guy's name.
And all kinds of issues like that, all right? Now, the real sad fact is that the game is great. The story, in my opinion, is much better than the story of Jedi Fallen Order.
Even though Jedi Fallen Order had a decent story. This one had a decent story, but again,
It's a much better sequel. It has elements that are... The graphics are better. The gameplay elements are better. There's way better combat in this one, okay? There's companions that come with you in various different places. Look, you have dual sabers. You have all these different stances that you can do, and they're absolutely fun and amazing. So my question is, of all those things going for it, okay, because there's a ton of positives going for it, why is the game devs, would they have released this game in the state it was at when it came out?
Because when the game went gold, Phil, they didn't see all the bugs. Again, they do that quite a lot. Why do you think there's day one updates?
Because they knew they had a winner on their hands.
Did they, though? Because it didn't win Game of the Year. It didn't win anything. Even Cameron Monaghan, the guy who plays Cal, didn't win anything. Say it was Neil Newbon that won it. And I actually love the character of Astarion for Baldur's Gate 3.
The better, again, better plot, better elements of gameplay, better graphics, better puzzles, better parkour. Why would you then release it to run like crap in certain parts? Why not give it a little bit more time to get
Someone in his chat gave him a super chat saying, fun fact, the games are canon to the Star Wars lore. The only reason why in this case is because Kathleen Kennedy gave the approval, while Kathleen Kennedy also said that anything in the extended Star Wars universe is not canon, even though it created more lore to the Star Wars universe. So Kathleen Kennedy is a cunt that needs to shut the fuck up.
Polished to run better. Why? I mean,
that picture that you did of Sly was hilarious. Please clap. Yes, it was.
Please clap.
And that was made out of love.
Jade actually just called it out in the chat. He says, I feel sick when I watch this game. He's right. There were people who were getting motion sick from me playing it because it would go from 60 frames to...
And it was Jade that said that.
20 to 30 frames to 10 to 40. When your frame rate is going up and down, it actually makes certain people sick.
Phil, shut the fuck up. You're not Digital Foundry. You're not looking into the frames. You're not running tests on it. Stop pretending that you're seeing the frames. When we're looking at this footage, there's nothing wrong with the footage. There's no frame drops. Instead, he's just going to sit there and be like, oh, the frames will go up and down and up and down. And shut the fuck up.
So how are you supposed to...
Yeah, so what is it? Canon or non-canon? Who knows? I'm saying that this is non-canon due to the fact that Kathleen Kennedy is dumb.
Enjoy the game exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was going on here? They don't know what they were doing.
Phil, you don't know what you're doing and such talking about.
They made an amazing game, and they ruined it.
They made an amazing game, but the frame rates that I could see, not you fuckers, I can see them, not you. Makes me sick, ooses.
by not polishing it at all.
It make ooses sick.
From what I'm to understand.
What up, Sarah Rowe? Welcome to the stream. You just came at the right time when we're talking about Star Wars and how Kathleen Kennedy is a cunt.
And okay, the game actually runs much better today. But here's the thing.
Again, Phil, you want to know why it runs better? It's because updates, patches, those exist. You fucking retard.
I actually wanted to give the game a fair shake because when I was playing it, I was actually really enjoying it until I was running into these parts that were almost unplayable. All right? So I actually get
unplayable, yet you're playing it, and you played it, and I see nothing wrong with the footage.
This suspended my playthrough.
Oh yeah, that's also true. She ruined Disney. So yeah, fuck her. A lot.
And I
not a good way.
Almost never do that. If you go back in my 15 years as a creator, I almost would never put a playthrough on hiatus and then promise to come back later because something was wrong with the game.
No, you just played it because A, you weren't getting a lot of support with it, and B, it was pissing you off.
I did. And then I went back to it maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks later, when the game devs had promised they had patched the game and made it better. Nothing was improved. It was the same issues, the same. I just basically toughed through it really badly.
I love how he's making himself look like a victim by saying, I toughed through this game. It was so unplayable, but I toughed through it, you guys.
Finish it, and it was so disappointing having all those bugs, glitches, and visual issues. This is sad because this seems to be a new pattern with outstanding games. They are not fully explored or appreciated by a mainstream audience because the game runs like shit. And then
yeah, you're absolutely right. He loved it until the Froggos came. Not once, but twice.
Please clap.
It goes viral that the game runs like shit, and now no one's going to buy your game. I wouldn't be surprised if this game was absolutely polished at launch. This would have been a game that at the end of the year, everyone was talking about as a Game of the Year contender. Instead,
I didn't really view this game as Game of the Year contender. I really didn't. I wanted to get this game when it first came out, but I chose against it, though, because I was dealing with a lot of things. I had to make sure everything else was met, and I skipped this game. But then I saw it went on sale. I still skipped it, just due to the fact that it's not worth my time.
You hear a single person at all mention this game, Jedi Survivor, at the end of the year as a Game of the Year contender? Nothing. Everyone had completely forgotten about this game as if it never existed.
If they forgotten that this game existed, then why the fuck did Cameron Monaghan get nominated for Best Video Game Performance or Performance in a Video Game? Explain that.
Because of its issues.
Oh yeah, suck.
Suck.
Yes.
And that's absolutely positively sad. Because again, that's why this is number 5 on my list and not lower. Because I thought the game was great. When I beat it, I was like, my god, the ending was amazing. Why is
Yeah, the ending was amazing. Excuse me, why I make shitty jokes. And it was just mostly that shit. And it was very fucking annoying. It really fucking was. Alright, watch my guy after surgery. We're watching this night. Hopefully he does good with his surgery. Hope he goes well. Hope he goes through well.
Please clap.
And also spaghetti.
Somebody touch my spaghetti! Someone is in this house! You go home!
One talk about the game.
I don't know why, but I decided just to play all 3 because it's fun.
I regret nothing.
Because it runs like shit. They need to stop doing this. Whoever it is, whether it's the person in charge, the management, the publisher, whoever's putting the pressure on these studios has to cut the shit and say, listen, take the time to make the game good and run well because we don't want you to come out with a game that gets forgotten. It's super good.
Phil, this game's not going to be forgotten, though, because it does have its fan base. I just love the fact that you're immediately trying to pretend that you're humanitarian towards the game devs by saying, oh yeah, we need to make sure that everyone that's making the games can take their time. No need for crunch. But yet, for some fucking reason, you still bitch and complain that the game is shit. Doesn't matter how long they took to make the fucking game. Tears of the Kingdom, 10 years. You still shit on the game. This game probably took about 4 or 5 years. Still shit on the game. Fuck.
And probably today, alright, it's much better.
Yeah, today's better because updates.
But this is 8+ months later. Who's talking about Jedi Survivor?
No one. Because Baldur's Gate 3 killed it.
No one. First impressions are everything, man.
First impressions are everything. Just like how you're saying that you're a decent guy, that you're a nice guy, and you try to give these false first impressions that you're a good content creator. And then people see who you really are, and they tune the fuck out of you. Except for me, because I'm still here.
Please clap.
Please stop. Get help, Phil. He needs to get help. He needs this.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunt!
And the first impression was this game was a broken mess, and that's why the game is forgotten and one of my most disappointing games of the year by far.
It's not forgotten, Phil. It really fucking isn't. A game that is forgotten would be a game that nobody wants to talk about anymore. A good, like a bad game, like Gollum or The Day Before, sure, had a lot of controversy and a lot of problems and drama that came with it. But guess what? Who the fuck is talking about those games anymore? No one. It's dead and gone.
All right. So it looks like perhaps those gifted memberships have gone
What up, big, what was it? Darkside Pig Roach. Welcome to the stream.
Please clap.
through. Indeed.
The Darkside Pig Roach is here. Oh no. He's gonna tell Phil what I said. Good.
Please clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 200 memberships have counted. That means we have now...
I thought he actually didn't get the 50, and he said he got 200 when it was 150. I was looking into that to see what happens.
hit a new record. 1,078 members here on DSP Gaming.
Even though that's not your broken record. I think he had more than that. I think he had 1,300 at one point.
That is by far the most I've ever had.
No, it's not. The most you ever had was 1,300, give or take.
Thank you.
I mean, chat, prove me wrong. What was the highest amount that you ever had? Was it 1,300 or was it a little less, like 1,200? Because that's what I'm thinking that he had.
Thank you so much to Nikita for the
Thank you, OIC, again.
hundreds and hundreds of gifted memberships over the last couple of days. Thank you to everyone else who also is a member and everyone who supports my content in this channel. I really, really appreciate it. Hitting a record here tonight was not something that I was expecting.
Don't punch the screen. You need to play games.
So thank you so much for that. Okay. Ladies and gents, I received a $15 tip.
Yay, he gets to put on his glasses so you can definitely see the frame rates.
From
1355. Thank you.
Please clap.
Okay, I was close. I was actually damn close. I said 1,300, but I didn't think it was like 13,500.
Gabriel, who says, let's get it. Thank you very much, Gabriel, for the $15 tip tonight. I very
Fuck you, Gabriel. You should be a fallen angel, not an archangel.
much appreciate that.
Yeah, blow the trumpets, Gabriel.
Ah!
Now I just want to watch fucking
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Thank you. Now I just want to fucking not play through, but listen to The Satanist by Behemoth, because it has the song Blow Thy Trumpets, Gabriel. Or Gabriel.
Let's get that up on the leaderboard.
Oh,
In the meantime,
fuck this goddamn GIF.
DC says, with all due respect, I played Jedi Survivor on the PS5. Hold on.
Yeah, he had, at this time, he had about 614 people watching him. And he has 1,000 members. Something doesn't add up.
On.
Yes, he does. He treats him like a DBC scouter.
And I never, let alone, encountered any bugs or lower frame rate. I looked out. You're right. In fact...
Oh, God. He's talking about the PS5 version. I forgot he did this.
He's right, and since we're still in the countdown, we should call this out. Apparently, the PS5 was the only version that didn't have many issues. PC was utterly broken at launch, and the Xbox had the issues that I addressed because I played the Xbox Series X version.
But, Phil... all the console version, like all of the platforms had issues with it. It wasn't just the Xbox or PC. PS5 had issues too. Granted, not as severe as like the PC one, but it still had issues.
So it was
Redeemed suck.
Only the PS5 version of this game that didn't have issues at launch. But again, you notice, even though the PS5 version played perfect, you notice absolutely nobody talked about this game after its launch.
Phil, the PS5 version, like I said before, still had fucking problems. All the versions of it had problems. But yet you're sitting there going, the PS5 didn't have issues, so why is it the Xbox and PC one did? They all did. They all had issues. Again, update.
As if it never existed. First impressions are everything, folks.
Yeah, first impressions are everything. Shut the fuck up. You're not giving advice here. Because every single time that you want to say that you're leaving a good first impression on people, you're not. People don't want to work with you ever again.
Okay. Hood. Good stuff. Now
No, this is not good stuff. This is just making me want to die.
we're getting to the nitty-gritty, everybody. Now we're getting down.
Oh, great. Gabrielle gifted a membership. So did 672.
To the really disappointing games, okay?
I thought you already are.
Now we're getting down to the ones that, man, I kind of wish they didn't come out. You know what I'm saying?
I wish these games didn't come out. These people that put a lot of work and energy into making these games, I wish they didn't come out. I wish they would have just ended their lives so these games didn't come out.
I kind of wish these games didn't release because they're such
Yeah, nobody's talking about it, but I'm talking about it.
disappointments. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Anime Fan. Anime Fan did another super chat and said, fun fact that games are canon to the Star Wars lore.
I agree. I actually agree with you, Lynn.
Yeah, I heard that, right? That they actually are supposed to be canon to the Star Wars movies and stories and stuff, which is kind of neat. Shout out to 672. 672 gifted a membership, and it went to Thunderlips, right? And thank you to Gabriel. He gifted a membership. That one went to Morbidly Obese.
Morbidly obese. Don't talk about your wife like that, Phil.
So now technically we're at 1,080 and climbing. We're still hitting new records here tonight. Thank you all for your support tonight.
This isn't a new record for you, Phil. Just stop deluding yourself.
Okay.
But then again, you want to say that this is a new record for you? Just imagine where all those members are just going to drop off like a fucking rock. And you're going to bitch, moan, whine, complain, cope, seethe, mauled, bald, get fucked.
Get fucked. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, number 4 most disappointing.
I think that is Hulk Hogan. I'm gonna look that up. Hang on. I'm gonna look this up. Give me 1 second. It is. It is. Chad, it is. The Thunderlips. It's Hulk Hogan in Rocky 3.
Please clap.
Goddamn, why does it has to be Hulk Hogan related? That sounds like a troll name. I guarantee you it sounds like a troll name.
Game of the year. I had said something earlier. When we started this playthrough, I said there are a few running patterns. This game by far suffers as a victim of one of those running patterns.
What running pattern? What are you talking about?
2023 was the year where certain games that came out far exceeded expectations. They blew it out of the park. And when they did, all of a sudden, some companies started shaking in their boots.
This has to be Mortal Kombat 1.
Right? Why?
I could just guarantee you this has to be Mortal Kombat 1 due to the fact when he was talking about the Game Awards and all that shit, and they mentioned that Street Fighter 6 won, he was making comments about Ed Boon.
Because they realized that they were making games in direct competition, and their games weren't holding a candle to the competition. Do you see what I mean? There's some games that came out in 2023 that, if they had released in another year, would have been amazing. We're like, oh my god, that's a superb game.
But then again, though, Phil, they were following their own deadline, so no, that wouldn't have been delayed in 2024. If that was the case, people would be upset. Yeah, don't piss off fanboys or fangirls or just fan bases. Just don't piss them off by delaying the game.
But because something...
But then again, there are some people that actually did delay the game for justifiable reasons. Like Alan Wake 2 was delayed a week after Spider-Man 2 because it was coming out on the same day as Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder. It's also the same reason why Alone in the Dark, the game that has Hopper from Stranger Things, or David Harbour, I forgot who the other actress or the actress was, but they pushed it till this year for that reason.
Else came out.
I forgot you did that, Lord Kane. I forgot.
Please clap.
That was fucking beautiful, and I actually saw that gameplay. Yeah, you kicked his ass hard multiple times.
Same year, they don't look so good at all. And it ended up making those games look very bad in comparison and a bad value and just not up to par with what people now wanted. So, my number 4 most disappointing game of 2023 is Mortal Kombat 1.
Yep, figured.
Which, of course, is incredibly confusing at first because the title is the same as the name of the original game from the 1990s. I hate when they do that.
Why? They were trying to do something different with it, though. But it made sense to call it Mortal Kombat 1 because Liu Kang fixed the time, or not fixed time, but he changed the timeline, going back to the original. So it made sense. Granted, confusing at first, but when people saw more of what the game would entail, the story-wise, makes sense.
When they rename something and act like it's a reboot or whatever, they already did that with Mortal Kombat 9. And now they're doing it again.
Except you could tell that it's a different game because the 1's in the middle.
Second reboot of the franchise.
But they called it Mortal Kombat 1.
So right from the get-go, the premise is a little confusing and not very good. All right? Take a look at what it says right there. Did you see what it said for the ping?
Going back. 106.
Confusing and not very good. All right? Take a look at what it says right there. Did you see what it said for the ping?
Yeah, 106. But when we saw you play it, you had no problems.
108
Yeah, confusing for like 2 seconds, agreed.
Seconds, right? Or 5.
It's confusing. You play, what? Goddamn. Wait, Nugs, what happened to the rest? What happened to the other 99?
Or whatever it said. This is an online competitive fighting game. The visuals look pretty good. Take a look at the graphics.
Visuals are nice, yeah, and?
That ain't bad. But the problem is, look at it now. When you start playing this game online, you immediately notice a huge problem. The connections are laggy.
I'm not seeing any lag with this film, so I'm calling bullshit.
This game has the same netcoding connections as arguably the last 2 Mortal Kombats.
Do you do any research when it comes to this film? Because it clearly shows that you don't.
But the 2 Mortal Kombats came out many, many years ago.
Give me a minute. I'm actually going to look up something too. Rollback netcode. Let's see what 11 had. Well, it said Mortal Kombat 1. But still, Mortal Kombat 1 did have rollback netcode. But let me see if Mortal Kombat 11 had netcode. Okay, so 11 did not have rollback netcode. But Mortal Kombat 1 did. So, no, Phil, it did not have the same netcode.
Myth busted.
In addition, this game has a very basic gameplay setup. For those who don't know competitive fighting games, you're going to have no idea what I'm talking about right now, okay? But the major premise of the fighting in this game is a high-low mix-up. What that means is sometimes you have to block a move high, sometimes you have to block a move low, and sometimes you have to read your opponent's inputs and change from blocking high to low.
Phil, Street Fighter 6 had that too. Blocking high and blocking low. It's had that too.
In order to properly defend. This game is so laggy online.
I don't see any lag, Phil.
You can't actually block a high-low mix-up.
Yes, you can if you have good reaction times.
So,
fuck's sake, Rooflemonger made a great video proving your ass wrong.
People playing it online literally abuse this and just say high-low kick into a juggle, high-low kick into a juggle.
Because you keep getting yourself caught in that loop, Phil.
You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to hate fucking Tekken. He is definitely going to fucking hate it.
You literally just lose to certain characters because you can't react to what they're doing. Okay? This is supposed to be a competitive fighting game.
Which it is.
And this is how it was released. Now, that was only at release. But more and more issues ended up being revealed with the game over time. First of all, I played through the entire story mode. And I actually like the narrative modes of these NetherRealm games.
No, you didn't. You hated the whole thing about the multiverses. You hated that shit, Phil, so shut the fuck up.
As the game developer, I think they do an outstanding job with their story modes, okay? However, I will tell you this. What ended up happening with Mortal Kombat 1 is they decided to do a story mode that copied the Marvel Universe.
I love the story, but they copied the multiverses. Phil, just because a fucking game or any form of media has a multiverses does not mean that they copied it from Marvel. They didn't. The whole thing about multiverses came way before fucking Marvel, dude. So stop pretending that you know everything about the multiverse when you really fucking don't.
What do I mean? A multiverse concept. And that multiverse concept was such a copy of the Marvel Universe that it didn't feel fun or original. It just felt like they were late to the game doing a multiverse concept. And what happens with a multiverse is you end up feeling like nothing that's going on is meaningful.
Phil, the whole thing with the multiverse thing that you're saying, you know, the multiple timelines, did you even play Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath? Because if you would have actually paid attention to the story, you would find out why there are timelines. Due to the fact that Liu Kang became the Keeper of Time, didn't want that anymore, gave it to Garrus, and Garrus controls time and space. But before doing so, Liu Kang created the fucking... he was doing a redo with Mortal Kombat 1. That's what all this was. It was essentially Liu Kang trying to do a redo. And you know what that did? That just opened up the multiverses, the multiple dimensions of all the other, like, I was about to say Street Fighter for a second. From all the other, Mortal Kombat characters. When people got to that point in the game towards the end, where you have multiple combinations, like Johnny Cage, Reptile, Sonya Blade with Kano, when they had all those combinations, it was fucking amazing. It was cool to see. All the people that play this game thought it was amazing, while you were just sitting there thinking it was fucking stupid.
Because at any time, let's say someone who's your favorite character dies, right? Well, with the multiverse concept, what ends up happening is the character could just come back anyway. It's just from another universe. So who cares if your favorite character dies? They'll walk right through another portal and be back into the game.
No, Phil. That part right there is a dented take. Just due to the fact that if your favorite character dies and another one pops up, it's going to be a completely different character, though. Allow me to explain further. Say, for example, there's a multiverse of me. Like right now, I'm a Phil detractor. What if there's a multiverse where I'm not a Phil detractor, that I just did a lot of other things too? Where I wasn't that I was actually a celebrity, that I was a metalhead, like I was a metal musician. I was out there doing that shit. Or another one where I'm essentially the president of the United States. Or a politician. There's so many things out there. There's so many different iterations of it. But what you're saying, Phil, makes no fucking sense. Oh, if I die in this universe and then another form of me comes back in this universe, what am I going to be? Am I going to be good or evil? Am I going to be neutral? Or that's another one too, that I'm giving Phil money. That's another one. Again, multiple fucking versions of me. And again, there's so many different things with it. And Phil's not even putting that into consideration. Like, imagine there was a multiverse where Phil wasn't an asshole, that he actually had 10 million subscribers. He had Charlie levels of subscribers. And he actually treated his fans with respect. He didn't give a fuck about the money. He gave the money to charity. What if that was the case? But yeah, you're right, Nerd Brew. There's definitely not going to be a case of that, because he's the same in every fucking universe.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
So picture an infinite sandwich shop, if you will. Fuck! No, I don't want to picture that. God damn it. I don't want to picture that.
Do you see the point I'm making? So multiverse...
What point are you making, dude? What the fuck are you making here?
Doesn't work for a game like Mortal Kombat, because now none of your characters are ever at risk of being gone from the franchise, because they can just walk right back onto the screen. It's no big deal.
Again, what if the character was evil? What if the character was an anti-hero? Again, there's so many things that you can look into this.
Okay, so the story ended up really strong and ends horribly with this multiverse plot that was a real fail. In addition,
this game did not really fail, Phil. It sold a lot of fucking copies. It sold a lot more than fucking Street Fighter 6.
This.
Get this.
After this game was only out for about 2 to 3 weeks.
Juicy butt.
I forgot I changed that to butt now, because cushions was too much. I like reducing that to smaller ones.
Not the game developers at NetherRealm, but the players themselves discovered a horrible game-breaking bug that made the game completely unbalanced and unfair.
Only for the second player, though. But again, they brought that to attention to NetherRealms. They actually thanked the players for it, and they fixed it. But it was only for local.
They discovered that player 1 or 2, because forgive me, I forgot which one it was, had a huge advantage over the other player.
Player 2 had the disadvantage, Phil.
On one side of the screen, you would go to do a combo, and your combo would pass right through the enemy and not hit them. But the person on the other side of the screen could easily perform their combo every time and it would hit.
Yeah, it already got patched out. What he's talking about when it first happened. But this was like local play. This wasn't online.
It was a hitbox bug, depending on what side of the screen you're on. That's completely ridiculous and unacceptable in any kind of a competitive environment. It has to be equal footing. And this was discovered about 3 weeks into the game by players, not by the game developers. The game developers had no clue it even existed.
Yeah, again, Phil, because when they put the game out, any bugs that are in the game, they won't even know about it until many weeks later.
Did they not play?
Yeah, Phil's making me angry for being stupid. I agree with you.
Shut the fuck up!
We get Jaha screaming.
They test the game or even understand their own gameplay elements. How did they miss this?
Because some things are overlooked when it's being shipped out. When it goes gold, they're being shipped out. But again, Phil, you're just being stupid here.
So they quickly patched it or whatever.
But they quickly patched it, even though it was brought to the attention of NetherRealms. And Ed Boon thanked them personally. Personally being the community.
But the funny part about it was tournaments had already happened. So entire weeks of tournaments, the results really didn't mean anything. They were worthless because it was unfair. It wasn't an equal playing advantage. So the story is awful and ruins the franchise.
I thought you said you liked the story.
The online play is far too laggy.
It's not laggy. For what I'm looking at this is not laggy at all. And I remember most of these fights that you had. When you were winning, you weren't bitching and complaining about the lag. But when you're getting your ass smoked by all the opponents, that's when you started bitching and complaining about the lag.
To catch up,
imagine an MK universe, the fighters were actually Luna 2 characters. That would be cool. The player 2 advantage was also present online. That makes sense. But yeah, the whole thing with multiverses, though, if it's done right, then it's fine. But some people don't really know how to work into multiverses at all. Which, again, it's a hit or miss with some people.
With basically what they're trying to do with the game. And then on top of that, the game had a game-breaking bug that made it completely unbalanced, unfair, and broken at launch. To make matters even worse for Mortal Kombat 1, alright? The big problem was that Street Fighter 6 came out this year. And when Street Fighter 6 came out, alright, it basically completely changed the game for the industry.
Phil, Mortal Kombat 1 came out way after Street Fighter 6. And yet, you were praising, you were getting on your fucking knees, ready to suck off everyone that was involved with fucking Street Fighter 6.
Suck.
But then you didn't want to do that anymore, because once you hit Mastered, the game became unfun for you. You couldn't do it anymore, because they were using the top tier characters, and wah. Fucking wah.
The absolute best online connections.
Yet you complained about the connections. You were fighting someone that had under 20 milliseconds and said that was the worst fucking connection ever. That you wanted to work with 30, 40, 50 milliseconds, and that works fine because you could react to it in time.
A great online ranking system.
Even though you hated the ranking system because you were using Blanca, and then all of a sudden, why am I platinum? I deserve diamond, you fucks. And then you got Dulcium at diamond 3 by spamming and fucking scrubbing it out. What? I don't get why I'm diamond 3.
A wide variety of characters and gameplay styles, and introducing an insane amount of new gameplay elements.
New gameplay elements? Like what? The drive impact? Granted, it's new to Street Fighter, but it's been done to other games.
Mortal Kombat 1 didn't do any of that. It was just a high-low mix-up game with some assist characters coming out. It played almost exactly like previous Mortal Kombats.
But how did it play like the other Mortal Kombat games? If they add in a support character system like something you see in Skullgirls or Marvel vs. Capcom, then it's completely different. They were trying something new with it.
And didn't really innovate at all. So imagine your direct competitor just a few months before your new release has groundbreaking internet connectivity.
Even though you were bitching about the internet all the way through, stop lying.
Amazing gameplay elements, the likes of which you've never seen before.
You were bitching and complaining about more like modern controls when people were using because the one button super duh, and also the whole, oh, what was it? I'm trying to think of it. Drive impact. That people were spamming drive impact when they used it once or twice while you were trying to spam it.
Introducing a ton of new gameplay things that have never even been a part of their franchise, and they're blowing it out of the park on every single level. and then you release.
And also he was saying that PC gamers had a higher advantage because of the inputs, even though PC was not the best when it came to its inputs.
Incredibly subpar game, right? Really, Mortal Kombat 1 is not a bad game.
But yet you're saying everything is subpar. You're bitching and complaining about the connections. You're bitching and complaining about the story. You're bitching and complaining about just about everything about this game.
The problem is it's just par for the course of what you would expect from Mortal Kombat. It doesn't innovate. It doesn't feel like a new iteration. It almost feels like an expansion from Mortal Kombat 11, and that's a problem.
This isn't an expansion for Mortal Kombat 11. An expansion would be something like, oh, I don't know, Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath, which that was an expansion adding on to the story with the epilogue. This was just a retelling of Mortal Kombat 1 set with modern graphics, modern controls, and a lot different things in the story. Instead of Scorpion being a villain, it was Sub-Zero. Again, you're just looking at this and you're like, this game sucks. It's not Street Fighter 6 while you're trying to play this game like it was Street Fighter 6.
Any other year, this game
when is my turn?
Might have felt like an awesome complete package.
Also, Jack Skellington, welcome to stream. I forgot I missed you here.
Please clap.
I actually forgot about that. Sorry.
But Street Fighter 6 came out last year. And Street Fighter 6 literally at every corner upstaged Mortal Kombat 1.
But did it outsell it, though? No.
Didn't have a game-breaking bug at launch, had all these new gameplay elements to innovate in, had the best online play in the business.
If it had the best online play, then, Phil, the best connections, you wouldn't be bitching about said connections. Stop retconning.
When this game came out, it felt like you were playing a children's game.
No, you're not.
Compared to what you could play with Street Fighter.
All of this because he sucks at Mortal Kombat 1. But what's also hilarious is that Phil sucks at Street Fighter 2. Yes, he does. He sucks at any fighting game. But he's looking at you saying, you don't know anything about competitive fighting games. I should know. I was part of the FGC. Okay, Phil, do people like you in the FGC? No? That's what I thought.
Please clap.
Fighter 6, and it just lost its luster right away. If you want...
Lost its luster. 1, if people still play Mortal Kombat 1. 2, if you don't. I just want to check something real quick.
To confirm everything that I'm saying right now, okay? Take a look.
What up, Jeezy? Welcome to the street. Yes, Snort Fighter 6. That's Phil. That's Phil's game.
Please clap.
At the player basis for the two games. Street Fighter 6 has massively dwindled, but everyone's hyped. People are still streaming the game, talking about it. Mortal Kombat 1 is all but dead.
I thought you said that the Street Fighter 6 lost its player base, Phil. Nobody cares about it anymore. So which is it?
No one talks about it. Almost no one's streaming it. Their tournaments, no one cares. Street Fighter 6 is at the top of the competitive scene, and Mortal Kombat 1, just a few months in, is dead.
Shilling Street Fighter 6. He definitely shilled Street Fighter 6. Hands down, he did.
And no one cares.
But he's not a shill.
The only time they talk about it is when a DLC character releases. Oh, Homelander's in it now, so everyone go and play it for a week.
Yeah, people were actually excited for Homelander. They were actually excited that Omni-Man was in it.
And then it's dead again. Okay.
And also, what was the other character? Quan Chi was in it too. And then all of a sudden, Peacemaker, which is actually fucking John Cena. That's a great thing.
Okay. So,
but the sad thing, Homelander's not voiced by Anthony Starr. That's the only sad thing about it, though. But I hope whoever they get to play Homelander does something of justice for that character.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1. I was honestly hoping that 2023 was going to be very similar to a year back in the day. If you remember, Street Fighter 4 came out and it completely reinvigorated the entire fighting game community. Then all of a sudden, you had Mortal Kombat 9 and a new Tekken and another new fighting game. And within a span of 2-3 years, it was like the renaissance of fighting games, right? It really looked like 2023 was going to be the renaissance of fighting games.
But yet only 2 of them really came out that stuck out, which was Mortal Kombat and fucking Street Fighter. But granted, there was also Grand Blue Fantasy, but that game already came out before. But this was just like an upscale of it for PS5, or it just was like the Ultimate Edition. I think, not sure.
Then Street Fighter 6 came out, and then everyone's like, "Oh shit, can Mortal Kombat even stand a chance?" And the answer is no.
You can, Phil. But then again, some people might not like Street Fighter 6. Some people might prefer Mortal Kombat 1, or vice versa. It's all depends on the player. Not the fucking consumer. Not the consumer. What am I thinking of? It's really dependent on the player, but not the corporations. Just saying.
It's like they didn't even try. They paid no attention to their
Welcome back, Moki.
direct competitor. They didn't try to even implement the elements that Street Fighter 6 had. They just didn't care.
And Omni-Man was voiced by J.K. Simmons, who's his birthday today. He's 69 years old.
Please clap.
Also nice.
released another kind of blasé mid Mortal Kombat game.
Don't say mid, Phil. You're not a cool kid. You never fucking were.
And when your competitor has knocked it out of the park, you can't release a mid game. You have to try to stay in competition, and sadly, they have not.
Suck.
There you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have 3 left. The top 3. Matthew did a super...
God damn, it's 7:07 in the morning, but we're almost done. How long do we got? Oh, shit. We only got an hour left.
Super chat and said, "Evening, Phil. I always look forward to this time of year, and I do agree with you that Jedi Survivor was great, but it should have been handled better with all of those glitches." Exactly. Again, amazing game, handled incredibly poorly. It's going to disappoint the gamer base, and then no one talks about it ever again. And, you know, with Mortal Kombat, again, if Mortal Kombat truly was a great game, would people not be still talking about it? Would you not see tons of people streaming the game? That game died like right away within a few weeks. It was like,
no, it didn't. It's still going, Phil, and it's still pumping out DLC characters.
Gone again. Everyone went right back to Street Fighter 6, and now everyone's just waiting for Tekken. No one's talking about Mortal Kombat 1 as if it never existed.
I love how he says that everyone dropped Mortal Kombat 1 and went back to Street Fighter. Okay, Phil, if that was the case, then why is it that you said that Street Fighter 6 had a dwindling player base? That no one was really playing it much. That's what I thought.
Pretty sad. DC says, "This is a gut and heart wrencher. I love watching you have fun on Mortal Kombat. NetherRealm dropped the ball on the game. Man, what a sad excuse of a game." I feel you. All right. Okay. Cool. It's time for the top 3. All right. Once again, if you can believe it, my number 3 pick of the most disappointing game of the year is actually exactly the same situation as my number 4. All right? And you're going to understand why when I show you what the game is. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 3 most disappointing game of 2023 is Sonic Superstars. Why Sonic Superstars? Well, Sonic the Hedgehog had not seen a mainstream 2D game actually come out since Sonic Mania.
Phil, you
and
make
Sonic
me angry, Phil.
Yes, in Sonic Mania, even though Sonic Mania was actually made by Sonic fans, while this one was actually made by the Sonic team.
Mania was absolutely insanely good. It was everything retro that you would have wanted from Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? Even had the retro graphics, a discounted price because it played like an older game. So there you have it. Sonic Superstars attempted to basically take the formulas...
Oh, hold on. He said what now?
Okay? Even had the retro graphics, a discounted price because it played like an older game.
A discounted price, even though it was $20, which is...
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Brand new for like a quote-unquote indie title.
So there you have it. Sonic Superstars attempted to basically take the formula of Sonic Mania and put it into a full 3D engine, as you can see right here. And I'll be honest, some of the stages in Sonic Superstars are very innovative. You're seeing one of them right now. This is actually one of my favorite stages of the game, where it has this whole 8-bit aesthetic, only done with modern graphics, and it actually has great gameplay elements and really cool visuals, and I like that stage of the game.
Great gameplay elements get stuck.
I wanted to showcase the fact that this game is not atrociously bad.
But yet, you put this on your disappointing list. Why?
All right? The problem with Sonic Superstars is twofold. Okay?
Twofold. I hate when he's trying to use these words to make himself intelligent.
Number 1, it came out in 2023 when it's...
No shit.
Its direct competitor, Super Mario Wonder, also came out only like a week or 2 weeks after. Number 2, this game sold for full retail price.
So did Mario Wonder.
Unlike Sonic Mania, that had come out years before that was sold at a discount. This game was selling for a full $70 at launch, or was it
60?
60. It was either 60 or 70. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, I'm going to be honest here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This game is 5 hours long.
But it has replayability, Phil. Just like the old Sonic games.
5 hours long. Now, once you beat it, there's a little bit of optional content that opens up at the end if you want to go back and do like these master run stages. There's a few extras, so maybe you'll get another extra hour or 2 out of it. All right? But 5 hours of gameplay in 2023, charging full
And
retail price is completely and utterly unacceptable.
what the hell? What? I don't know what that was.
To make matters worse, on top of that, okay, sadly, some of the stages aren't good. Some of
these stages aren't good. You're looking at one of my favorite stages.
Are way uninspired and not
yeah, he tried milking it for what it was worth, and he was mad that he didn't get a lot of money out of it too.
that interesting. I've made an effort to try to show you one of the best in the game, but actually I'd argue that half the stages just aren't that fun. What is fun? Well, you can change characters.
Yeah, $5.
You can play as Sonic.
You can't afford $5. God damn, that's so dented. Oh, someone subscribed. Thanks, whoever subscribed. Thank you.
Tails, Knuckles, or Amy, and each of them have a different gameplay mechanic.
I had no idea. I had to look, and I was like, oh, subscribe. I forgot I had that going.
However, if you play as Tails, the game is incredibly busted and super easy.
Well, then again, no shit, Phil, because Sonic is... Not Sonic. Fucking Tails has the fucking hover abilities.
So you probably don't
And you still sucked using Tails!
want to play as Tails because it makes the entire game so dang easy.
Oh, hey, what... It's the Hate Army, bruv!
Please clap.
The Hate Army's here.
Easy. Okay?
What up, Hate? Shout out to Hate. Oh yeah, and the Sonic hat. Yeah, and he's trying to use that stupid fucking Sonic hat. Just sitting there, he's like, guys, if you give me $100, I'll wear the Sonic hat. And I'm just like, Phil, has that thing been washed? No, he didn't name Armored Core.
And a game like this...
Honestly, what I'm going to deduce, he's probably not going to put Armored Core on the top 10, but if he does, bottom 5. I'm just saying, one of the two.
Again, it would have been great if it was a $40 release. I probably wouldn't even have had it on this countdown if it was like a $30 or $40 release.
And that's the only reason why he hates it. Yeah, and Meester called it overpriced.
But for them to have the balls to try to charge $60 to $70 for this game is ludicrous. Again, why? Because of the year. 2 weeks after this game came out, or maybe even a week,
he looks like Sonic. When he wore that fucking blue shirt, he fucking looked like Chris Chan. I'm not gonna lie.
Super Mario Wonder came out.
Jasper pissed in that hat, probably.
Do you want to know how much content Super Mario Wonder has? 17 hours.
You want to know why it took you 17, 20 hours? It's because you were trying to go for every single secret in the game. And you didn't have to. It's like, Phil, just play the fucking game and move on.
For exactly the same price.
When is Hate Army, when are you going to announce your presidency? When are you going to announce your spot as one of the top 10 detractors? When? Hate Army 2024, let's go.
Please clap.
5 hours of Sonic, 17 hours of Mario, same price. Do you see the difference?
Hey, Phil, people might like paying $60 for a lot of content, Phil. But then again, there were other modes in this game that you didn't even fucking bother trying.
Can't even try to justify the price tag of this game. It is absolutely ridiculously overpriced. So, if you're talking value, maybe if you got this game for free, you think it's amazing. But anyone who had to pay for it, there's no way you can justify the value. And even, wow, Darth Goldbach says he just looked it up. They're still charging $60 for this. The price hasn't even dropped yet.
Well, no shit, because it's a full retail price game, Phil. Yeah, more content doesn't always mean good game, Phil. In some cases, it doesn't, though. But in Phil's case, though, he's bitching and complaining that a game takes like 5 hours to beat $60.
That is insanity.
But then again, there are games that were 2 hours that were charged $40.
You know? Oh, by the way.
Oh, God damn it, Nerd Bro.
Please clap.
I will call this out. The final boss is frustrating.
You were having a hard time with that final boss. It was so fucking bad.
It has multiple phases and no check.
Redeem the sad music. Oh, yeah. Oh, this game sucks. It's overpriced. And I didn't make money off of it.
Points whatsoever, and again, for a modern game, to have a final boss that's frustrating with no checkpoint.
Yeah, we're all sending good vibes to the Hate Army.
Is a pain in the ass.
Stand back, stay tuned. Yeah, all good vibes to everyone here.
Because you have to restart
except for Phil. Phil sucks.
The whole boss fight from scratch.
And the Dent Rich.
Redo 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay to get to the end of it every time you die. So, yeah, it's very disappointing. It's upsetting. Sadly, I wish that it was better. I mean, how sad is it that I can concretely tell you this. Sonic Mania, from how many years ago? 5, 6 years ago, is a much better game than this. It has a much better value than this. Has better replay value than this. And quite frankly, I think it actually looks better too. I'm showing you the best looking stage of the game, but I think that the retro look of Sonic Mania looks better than them taking this game and putting it into modern graphics. I think this game kind of fails with the modern graphics.
I mean, visually, Sonic Superstars doesn't look all that bad, though. But here's the thing, though. It's different on the art style, though. The only reason why Sonic Mania looks like that, it was because it was made by fans. Tyson Hesse, a.k.a. the guy who made that Sonic comic, you know, with arms and nipples, the enchilada, you know, that one, he went on to help out with Sonic Mania. And he actually did the intro for it, the animated cutscene intro, and it was great. Again, it was made by fans of Sonic, and they proved to Sega that the fans could do better than Sonic Team. You know, because in that same year, you know what game came out? Sonic fucking Forces. Everyone remembered that piece of shit? Oh, there's it. Well, the cawing and the Tim Allen grunt helps out too. Regardless of all that, though, I'm looking at this. And yet... Oh, yeah, and I forgot. Tyson Hesse also did the Sonic redesign for the Sonic movie. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Member bomb. And another 10. We got, I was like, Imto, or M2. We got Billy. We got they hate on me, bruv.
Please clap.
And we got Meester for the Freck. God damn it. I'm sorry that you had to create the Freck meme, Meester. And there, Miles the Galactic Slug. We had the, oh yeah. We have the guy that's the Music Man. The guy who's calling out Rich on fucking Twitter. We got Darkseid to Phil.
Please clap.
Or the Flow. Why? Fuck me. And only Ice Kit Kat. We got Mitchell, we got Blaze, we got Mo, and I think that's it. But yeah, welcome to the stream.
Please clap.
And big ups to everyone that got that membership. Hold on. If Sonic Mania was made by fans, how are they selling it? Did Sega allow fans to use license for Sonic? Yes. Sega actually gave the permission, and Sonic Team actually gave the permission to do so. They said you could do it. Here you go. The license is yours. I don't have the I'm him. I'm not Brandon. If Brandon was here, I would, but no. I can't. Regardless, though, they did a better job than Sonic Forces.
So,
I think it's not going to play just yet because of all the members.
Sonic Mania, great. Sonic Superstars, a huge fail. By the way, they were not made by the same studio, even though you might think, oh, it was because it's the same style. It wasn't. They put...
I'm going to look that up. Who made Sonic Superstars? I think I might know who did it. Sonic Superstars was made by... Actually, fun fact. It was published by Sega, but it was co-developed by Arzest and Sonic Team. Arzest is known for making... Oh, no. Arzest was known for making this piece of shit. Yeah, fuck Yoshi's New Island.
Please clap.
I hated Yoshi's New Island. But yeah, they also...
you make me angry, Phil.
And they also made Hey Pikmin. That one wasn't that bad. It wasn't. Well, yeah, it had those. Not a single Shrek emo? No, because Jad took it from me. What up, 64? Yeah, 64-bit Ben. Welcome to the stream. We're just going over the top 10 worst games that Phil's ever played. Or excuse me, the disappointing list.
this to a new...
Oh, yeah, Ben, I used what you sent me. I felt like it worked.
Please clap.
Studio, maybe that's why the game is so short, because the studio didn't have the, basically didn't have the experience to put out as much content as they felt like they would have or should have. But again, man.
Hey, Pikmin wasn't that bad of a game, though. Like, granted, it's not as good as, like, Pikmin 1, 2, 3, and 4, but it tried something different, though. It's a lot better than Yoshi's New Island and that Chibi Robo game. I think it was, like, Ziplash. Yeah, that one fucking sucks.
Can you imagine releasing the same exact year?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of mobile titles on that list. Yep, they made mobile games. I'm surprised Phil didn't even like the developer.
Only a couple weeks away from your direct competitor in the 2D platforming genre. and being less than a fourth of the length of your competitor for the same price.
A lot of people can actually beat Mario Wonder within 5 hours, Phil. You just got to be determined enough.
That's absolutely insanity to think that.
Also, he said 18 hours, even though, allow me to educate the mind a little bit further. Let me just look up this. How long to beat Mario Wonder? 9.5 hours. 13 hours if you're doing the main stuff and the side content. 19 hours if you're going for a completionist. 17 hours, huh? Even though the main story takes about 9.5?
Ah! It was going to fly, and it definitely didn't. Okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, suck.
We're about to get to my top 2 most disappointing games of the year. Okay?
Great.
And what I'd like to do is I would like to go through each of them and show you each of the games and explain why I feel that each of the games is a disappointment. And then I'm going to give you my actual ranking. So, I want you to understand that I'm about to show you 2 games, but this is not number 2, number 1. All right? I want you to understand that. I want you to say okay, they're both the top 2, but what was the most disappointing? What was the second most? You're going to find out, but just be calm. All right? Because I know if I show this game, you're like, oh my God, so that's number 2. No, it's not number 2. All right? We're going to talk about each game. The first game I want to talk about in the top 2 most disappointing games of the year of 2023 is Starfield. Okay? Starfield was insanely overhyped by Bethesda. And maybe they needed to do that. Maybe they didn't. After some subpar releases, you know, when Fallout 4 came out many years ago, people were not in love with it like Bethesda had hoped they would be, but it still sold like hotcakes. When Fallout 76 came out, it was broken and a buggy mess at launch. Over the years, it actually has gotten tons of players because they've improved it over the years, but again, it was considered a failure at launch. There really hasn't been any Fallout content since. When you really think about
hang on. What? I missed it. Shit. Fuck.
Insanely.
Fuck. What I missed.
I want you to say but this is going to give you.
Fuck. I thought he was doing his recap again. I missed it. Fuck. But yes, I am going to play Everhood too.
Actual ranking. So I want you to understand that I'm about to show you 2 games, but this is not number 2, number 1. All right. I want you to understand that. I want you to say okay, they're both the top 2, but what was the most disappointing? What was the second most? You're going to find out. But just be calm, all right? Because I know if I show this game, you're like, oh my God, so that's number 2. No, it's not number 2. All right? We're going to talk about each game.
That's not good. That's not good to say which one's your number 2, which one's your number 1. That's not good. Just say what your number 2 is, then your number 1. How a normal countdown works. And then at the very end, before you get to number 1, you go over the honorable dishonorable mentions, Phil.
The first game I want to talk about in the top 2 most disappointing games of the year of 2023 is Starfield. Okay?
Hey, guys, I know y'all are sorry, but guys, look, it's the Baldur's Gate 3 killer.
Please clap.
Starfield was insanely over.
It's not a recap. God damn it, I missed it. I walked away for a minute. I was thinking that he was like, oh, he's going to go over all the, from 10 to 3. And I'm like, God damn, okay, good opportunity to get a drink. Not a good idea.
Hyped by Bethesda. And maybe they needed to do that. Maybe they didn't. After some subpar releases, you know, when Fallout 4 came out many years ago, people were not in love with it like Bethesda had hoped they would be, but it still sold like hotcakes. When Fallout 76 came out, it was broken and a buggy mess at launch. Over the years, it actually has gotten tons of players because they've improved it over the years, but again, it was considered a failure at launch.
Oh, great. Oh, great. It was great at launch, but you are overhyping this game up, saying it was going to be better than Baldur's Gate 3, and that it would be a contender for Game of the Year, but not Baldur's Gate 3. And yeah, you ate your fucking words when that game was not, this one was not nominated for Game of the Year, but Baldur's Gate 3 was. And this didn't even win Best RPG.
There hasn't been any Fallout content since, when you really think about it. Elder Scrolls. Well, let's be honest, we've all been waiting for Elder Scrolls content, and what do we get? Elder Scrolls Online and 17 re-releases of Skyrim.
Well, Phil, they're working on Elder Scrolls 6, so be fucking patient.
We haven't gotten any new Elder Scrolls content either that we've been craving. So when we found out the reason for this is because they were working on Starfield, everyone says, well, I guess they're really putting all their eggs in one basket. But hey, it's Bethesda. And Bethesda, you always tend to give the benefit of the doubt.
Phil, the only reason why they're putting all their eggs in one basket, as you like to proclaim it, the reason why is because this was their new IP that they had since 3 decades. It had been about 3 decades since they had an original IP brought to the world. That's why they're counting that this game was going to be really good.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with Starfield.
Oh, there's a lot wrong with Starfield, but you're going to play the contrarian, right, aren't you?
I just want to make this abundantly clear. The game plays fine, all right? It's an experience like you would expect from Bethesda. An open world with RPG elements, with lore, with looting, with combat, and some unique combat elements. Lots of dialogue trees, lots of questing.
Yeah, you're sounding so enthused talking about Starfield, and yet you look like you just want to get this over with and leave.
If you look around this game and you explore it fully, you're going to find tons upon tons of quests and things to do. It's definitely not a game that you can say, I got ripped off when I bought Starfield because it didn't have enough content. I don't think anyone can justifiably say that.
Yes they can. Yes they fucking can. A lot of people that made videos on it said it's not worth the full price.
The problem was, once again, Mr. Todd Howard overpromised and underdelivered.
Just like how you overpromise and underdeliver everything. That this was going to be a good award show with like special music and everything, but we got none of that.
When they were showing this game off earlier in 2023 and even 2022, oh, there's going to be open world exploration. There's going to be the ability to go to all these worlds and to put down little bases and mining camps and to colonize on them. And you're going to have all this unique stuff in the universe you're going to be able to find.
That just sounds like No Man's Sky.
And you're going to have this, and you're going
Except that game sucked at the beginning, but it got better as time went on.
to have this, and you're going to have this, and he was promise after promise after promise after promise.
Again, that just sounds like the whole premise of No Man's Sky, that they had a lot of promises, but they didn't deliver them. But as the years went on, they actually kept with their promises, and it got better as time went on. This one, on the other hand, no.
And almost none of those promises are satisfactorily lived up to in Starfield. First of all, look at the game.
This
is not me showing you a subpar stream.
Oh, yes, it is. You always bring out subpar streams.
This is how the game
Oh, right there. Is he banning someone?
runs on the Xbox Series X.
He's banning someone in his fucking chat. Like, he's banning someone right there. What the fuck?
Or the Xbox Series S. You need a high-end gaming PC to get this to run above 30 frames per second because it's frame locked on console. Why?
Oh, no. Never mind.
It's a modern game.
Never mind. No, take that back. He got a tip.
Even Fallout 4.
It looked like he was banning someone, but it looked like he got a tip. Or fucking... He's showing off him getting money.
Ran better than this at launch. And that was how many years ago? How is it acceptable to have a new game that's supposed to be a groundbreaking new IP in 2023 and it runs like a choppy mess? There's no way you can accept that. It's just not supposed to be like that. In addition, this game tries new things, for sure.
What does it try then, Phil? Explain.
It's got space travel.
Well, then again, space travel. There are other games that had space travel in it. Mass Effect, No Man's Sky. There are many other games. Even Star Wars games has space travel too. Like a lot of space exploration games had that too. Faster Than Light, Elite Dangerous. How's that new?
It's got crafting of your spaceship, right?
Phil, there's a lot of crafting when it comes to just anything crafting related. That's nothing new. Didn't you bitch and complain that when they brought that into Zelda that it's not innovative, that they're taking every other fucking modern game mechanic and just throwing it in there? Again, that's nothing special.
Right? The problem is, almost every single new element that this game attempts fails.
Also, you never even crafted your fucking ship. You were bitching and complaining that I'd rather just have the regular pre-built spaceships already. I'm not going to make my own. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank had it. Thank you. Games way before fucking Starfield had space travel.
Literally almost every single new gameplay element that's put into Starfield is disappointing. Building your ship is the equivalent of sitting in front of someone with a 1,000-piece model set
You said it was like Legos, and you were bitching and complaining about Legos. I don't think you ever got Legos as a kid.
Trying to figure out how to fit this piece into this piece and being intricate. Who wants to do that in a video?
How to put this rod in what hole?
Video game, right? Space travel. Oh my god.
Outer Worlds was another one too. Outer Wilds was another one that had space travel. Again, all these games came out way before Starfield. And yet he wanted to say that it got space travel. It's an innovative game because it has space travel.
Ah!
You what?
It is such a huge disappointment. It's not fun.
Because you aren't very creative or imaginative enough to make a fucking ship. Or just anything, really, that involves creativity.
By the way, it's not even needed. Outside of a few times in the plot where you actually have to do space dogfights, you never have to use space travel. You can just fast travel all over the galaxy.
Besides dogfighting, you don't need it. Phil, how many fucking times did you die to a dogfight in space? How many fucking times? Was it 5? Maybe 6? You died a lot in space by using the basic ship. Jesus Christ, Phil, you are fucking dumb.
You never have to build your own ship because you can earn them through missions or just buy them. So why does it even exist?
Because they're offering something that can give the player a lot of variety, a lot of replay value. But again, Phil, stop talking about it. How does this have to do with the bugs, like Nerd Bruce said?
Go to an alien planet, explore for
A
minerals
robust stream about space travel
and elements, and build these colonies and colonize. It's all a lie. You don't have to do any of that. You get everything you need during the course of the story of the game. It's there, and you absolutely never need to do it. It's completely superfluous. So what ended up...
Even someone's like, it's No Man's Sky, same anime fan, that doesn't even like good anime, instead likes garbage. Says it's No Man's Sky, but it's a AAA studio. I mean, I'll give you that. I guess.
Happening was, I feel like they made a game that plays just like...
If Phil doesn't like it, why does it need to be in the game? He won't explain it. He just says it's completely pointless and worthless. Doesn't tell you why. Just says it shouldn't be in there.
Like everything else they've...
Also, something fell over. What the hell?
Always done. It plays like Fallout. It plays like Skyrim.
How does it play like Skyrim? I didn't see anything that has to do with fantasy in it. Like, granted, space fantasy, but again, there's no fantasy elements. There's no elves or aliens. There's nothing like that.
It plays like all those franchises smashed together.
How so? Open world. Must be like Skyrim or Elder Scrolls.
That's fine if that...
And also, Fallout. It's got guns.
That's what you're looking
for. It looks like a post-apocalyptic world.
But I think most of us were
sci-fi.
Looking for something new and innovative. There is literally no new innovations in this game that work or are needed. They're all a waste of your time.
But yet, for some reason, you called Starfield the Baldur's Gate 3 killer, and it would be a contender for Game of the Year, even though it's quote-unquote not a PC game. That PC-centric games will never be nominated for Game of the Year. And the Game of the Year award goes to Baldur's Gate 3.
Please clap.
Okay? And that's a major problem. When you have a new IP, and you have nothing that's notable in it, besides it's the Bethesda formula, how are you supposed to get people excited about that? And so many people were excited for the game, started playing it, and when they got like 20, 30 hours in, realized it's really, damn, it feels just like Fallout.
Phil, you were excited for this game to come out, and you said, and I quote, once this game comes out, nobody will talk about Baldur's Gate ever again.
It feels just like...
Yeah, Phil talked about innovation, yet all the things that he just mentioned isn't innovation.
Elder Scrolls, it feels like everything else I've played from Bethesda, just with a little bit of a skin over it because we're in space, but outside of that, it's the same game again. And you just lose your excitement for it. I had a hard time going back to the game and actually finishing it, you know? Does it have factions? Sure.
But you didn't do the factions because, and I quote, Kat told me about the factions and she said, don't even worry about it.
Does it have a main story with companions who you get to know and you do quests for them and then you build their affinity? Yeah, like every other Bethesda game. They didn't try to innovate. So I have to ask the question, what took so damn long?
Why were you excited for this game, Phil?
What took them so long to make Starfield? It's literally the same formula, the same elements, the same thing you've done a million times. Every time they tried to add something new like gun crafting, you never need it.
Phil. You want to know what took them so damn long to make Starfield? They were working on other games. Like, I don't know, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Deathloop, publishing it. What was the other one that came out? Prey. There are many games that came out way before Starfield that were published by Bethesda. But again, this was made by ZeniMax, though. And ZeniMax was working on other content.
It's completely worthless. There's an entire
Not a problem, Core. Hopefully everything goes well for you at work.
research tree and upgrades in the game. Worthless. Don't add to the experience. They're just a time waste, and they make you think like they're important. Come to find out, you wasted all your time and efforts gathering those resources, building or getting those skills to do them.
Building.
Completely wasted. You could have been doing things better with your time. So it really is sad because I feel like this is a universe that you can get immersed in completely, but it's just not very fun to do it. It feels blah. Like I've been saying this whole countdown. Mid.
No, you didn't. Before this stupid fucking countdown, you were praising Starfield, wanting this game to come out, and you were excited to play it. Making stupid, like, singing like Starfield, but you're singing it like in the form of Star Wars. Making you look even more fucking dented. Like, for God's fucking sake. And then later on, no one was interested in this game. None of your fucking audience wanted you to play this. They didn't say a word to you. Like, why is my chat quiet? Doom, that was another one. But Doom was made by id, though. That was different.
It's not, oh my god, terrible.
Redfall, that was another one. Yeah, that was...
But it's not innovative and fun. It's just kind of meh. If I want to kill time, I'll play Starfield.
But then again, you played the game and you were bitching and complaining all the way through because no one was giving you that much money.
But I'm not expecting much, right?
Yeah, it sounds like his streams, exactly.
In fact, I'm showing you one of the more innovative missions in the entire plot.
Huh?
Where there's a dimensional shift. You could go between two
What's up, Arkham? Welcome to the stream.
Please clap.
versions of the same
Or I think welcome back.
base. This is one of the more unique things in the entirety of the game. Everything else just feels exactly like you've played it before in a Bethesda game.
How is this innovative? How is this mission innovative? How?
On top of that, without spoiling, the plot's terrible.
The plot's terrible, but this was the Baldur's Gate 3 killer.
When you get to the end of the game and you see the plot, it's absolutely god-awful to the point where everything you've done in the plot up to that point doesn't matter.
And guess what? It's because of multiverses.
That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to spoil the plot for those who haven't played it.
It's multiverses. That's the reason why. It's because of fucking multiverses. That's why he fucking hates this game for its story. Because of the whole thing about multiverses.
But it's just like, you will spend 40, 50, 60 hours in this game, get to the end of the plot. Well, sorry you wasted all your time. Oh, well that makes me feel like I really, am valued and cherished by Bethesda as a company, doesn't it?
Well, then again, Phil, you were wanting to play this game, and guess what? You paid for it, you got what you fucking wanted, and guess the fuck what, Phil? You have no right to complain then.
So, not only...
But yet you want to say that everyone else that's not having a good time with the game to have no right to complain. Guess what, Phil? You have no right to complain.
Does it not innovate? Does it fail at all its promises?
But yet, this is the Baldur's Gate 3 killer. I'm going to mention this point up even more.
Overpromised, underdelivered.
Even though that's your streams.
Runs like crap on Xbox.
Even though you played it on Xbox.
Then, the ending also sucks. So, it's like crap after crap after crap. I mean...
Yeah, rest in peace, Kevin Conroy. Without Batman, crime has no punchline.
It's kind of hard to top a game like that.
Yeah, it's funny how he's upset about it now when he was so excited way before this game came out. And he was wanting to play this. The only reason why he wanted to finish it is because he wanted something to talk about in his countdowns.
Honestly, when you think about it, it's so disappointing. For me.
Yeah, talk about karma for skipping a wedding for Fallout 4. Possibly.
That it's actually very, very hard to top that game and say something else.
Yeah, valued and treasured and cherished. Just like how he values and just cherishes his fucking... Oh, wait, no, he doesn't.
Was as disappointing or maybe even more disappointing than that game in 2023. But 2023 was the year that really this line just kept continuing, because there's another game that I feel was just as disappointing as Starfield.
Oh, great. I have a feeling of what it is.
Okay?
What up, that Rex Red? Welcome to the stream. You know what? We need ass. We just need ass.
Big black butt. Big juicy butt.
Well, that works. You get 2 of them.
By the way, thank you, Anime Fan, for the super chat, who says it's No Man's Sky, but it's from a AAA studio. That's the only difference. Wow. Well, thank you, Anime Fan, again for another super chat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the other game that I feel is one of the top 2 worst of the year is a game that a lot of eyes were on, because the last iteration of this long-storied, well-beloved gaming franchise...
Yep, I have an idea.
When it released, was well recognized as being an unfinished and jumbled mess.
Even though it wasn't.
Okay? So now we were told, this is good, because this game franchise has now been handed over to a group that knows what they're doing, were given the time, given the resources, allowed to properly do everything the way that they should have. You absolutely will be getting a complete game when you buy it. Alright? So, oh, okay. Well, thank God we're not buying an unfinished jumbled mess, because this is such a beloved franchise that's been going for so long. To see it get it kind of fumbled, right?
Yeah, wow, look at this stud, yeah, as he talks to himself in the mirror.
Come out unfinished and really disappointing is just that. So, when we heard all this information about the game and you started seeing all the visuals of it and everything, you're like, wow, the story sounds interesting. It's a different take. Right? It's a different take on this franchise that we've never really seen before.
Oh, yeah, look at him shaking his head, trying to build it up for the audience.
And it came out. And then I started playing it. Alright? And again, I have to say, maybe my opinion is different than yours. And
oh, they definitely do, Phil. They definitely fucking do.
That's fine if it is. I appreciate the fact that people have different opinions. But I'm going to justify everything I'm about to say. Ladies and gentlemen, the other most disappointing game of the year for me was Final Fantasy 16.
Figured.
By no stretch of the imagination.
Even though there's absolutely nothing wrong with Final Fantasy 16. I know it's very hit or miss for certain people, but I didn't have a problem with this game. I thought the game was fine.
Okay. First of all, a PlayStation 5 console exclusive.
Which is coming to PC.
Right?
I think it is out on PC, I believe. Let me double check to make sure. When is it coming to PC? Let me check that. Tappity tappity tap. Clack clack clack. When did it come out for PC? Is it coming out for PC? Apparently it's coming out, but they don't know when. My guess, sometime this year.
Can't get it on Xbox. And as a console...
No, because it's only exclusive for the time being for PlayStation 5.
Exclusive, you expect it's going to perform well. It does not.
It does. And I had no problems with this game.
This game
Phil,
struggled
you make me angry, Phil.
to maintain a good frame rate. Alright? Sometimes it's a smooth 60 and it's gorgeous. Sometimes it's 40 and it's okay. Sometimes it's below 30 and you don't want to play it anymore.
How the fuck can you read the frames for that? Dropping to 48 and then all of a sudden 30. Like you can see the frames. Like you're Rain Man when it comes to game frames.
Especially if you're in mid-combat, a bunch of enemies. You don't want a frame rate that's going like this the entire time you're playing the game.
Phil, there are some people that actually don't care about the frames. They'll play the game and enjoy it for what it's worth.
So if you're going to make it console exclusive,
Phil,
you have to
you
get
make
it to
me
run well
angry,
on the
Phil.
console.
Yeah, that is exactly a lie. He doesn't appreciate other people's opinions. He'll ban you. Yeah, I remember that too. Because apparently people were telling him to hold off on his judgments until he finishes the game. He's like, no. Yeah, he was like, no, I'm going to play the game how I see fit, fuckers, and I'm going to give my opinions on it. This game is awful. The combat is bad when it's the most basic, simplistic fucking combat ever.
It's exclusive
And
too.
it also had Yoshi P's involvement with it.
They did a poor job of that. Okay? Now,
Yeah, it's like, save frames again, save frames again. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Save frames one more goddamn time.
Please clap.
there is a saying right? And that saying is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, this game wasn't broken. Why fix it?
I
Maybe put some patches in it, but still, it's not bad.
feel like for the last maybe 3-4 iterations of Final Fantasy, they've really tried hard to change what Final Fantasy is.
How so? The 3 or 4 iterations. So 12, 13, or actually, no, not 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. But then again, 14 was an MMO, so I don't think he'll count that one. I think he'll just skip that and go straight to 12. And they were all different, though. 12 played fine. Granted, when I first played it, I didn't care for it. But as I got older, played 12 again when the Zodiac Age came out. Enjoyed my time with it. It's the same thing with 13, but 13 fucking sucks. The sexual content made him upset. Oh, it made him an incel all the way through. And then 15, it just became the buddy like movie that you always see, like 4 guys on a road trip. It just essentially was like The Hangover, but not really. And then 16 was like a return to form, back to a medieval time. It was fine.
Which is sad because I feel like Final Fantasy has one of the biggest, most dedicated fan bases of any game franchise because they've been around for so long.
And fun fact about it, the reason why Final Fantasy is called Final Fantasy is because Square was on their last legs. And this game sold.
Right? You don't need to
Oh yeah, if they were well established, Phil, why is it they're remaking Final Fantasy VII? It shows that they were in dire straits, so remake Final Fantasy VII.
Invent the wheel when you make a new Final Fantasy. All you gotta do is give us an interesting story with some great graphics, some pretty interesting RPG gameplay, toss in all the enemies that we're used to from the past games, but give them more modern versions and iterations.
And they did its job, or they did their job.
I think you got a hit on your hands, right?
It did. It actually sold pretty well, and it actually had a good amount of reviews, positive ones.
But it just seems to me like they absolutely are determined to try to make these big sweeping changes to this franchise every single game that comes out.
Well, because every single game's not going to be the same every fucking time, Phil. Would you want to play the same thing looking like Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IV, turn-based style? Most people don't want that, Phil, because they rather have the action-oriented one.
And make it so far removed from what the original games were, it's almost like they're purposely trying to tell you, if you're a fan of Final Fantasy, don't play this. We're only trying to appeal to a new audience at this point.
No, they're trying to appeal to Final Fantasy fans, Phil. They were.
Don't even care.
Yeah, Anubis, exactly. Who cares? It's like, who cares?
You what?
This is the same enemies, the same spells. Screw all that, because it's not going to play like that, right? This game, they absolutely, positively went out of their way to make it not be like modern Final Fantasy, or excuse me, classic Final Fantasy in any way, shape, or form.
Neither did fucking Final Fantasy VII Remake. They turned into an action RPG. For God's sakes, Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins, which was to retell the story of Garland. Played a lot like Neo. It played fine.
Okay.
And that's a game he skipped.
How? Let's talk. Number 1.
7, 9, 10, 13, 16. I'm more of the classic fans. 1, 4, 6, 9, 10, and 16. But also Tactics. Which one? Mostly Advance. And then Crisis Core. The only form of 7 I liked was Crisis Core.
Adult tone to the game.
Uh-huh. They're trying to tell a mature story. It succeeded for the most part, even though granted, which I found out much later, as soon as this game came out, that apparently they were inspired by Game of Thrones.
This game drops the F-bomb constantly.
Phil, this game's rated M for mature, so they're going to say fuck, 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 shit.
And thinks that somehow that's a creative decision that's going to change the game's audience or improve it. It does not.
Phil, this game is rated M. Hang on. Give me a minute. Let me check something real quick for you, Phil. Of what this game is, why it's rated M. Let's see. Let's just move that to the side. Let's just pull out my game case of Final Fantasy 16. This game is rated M for... let's see. Violence, blood and gore, sexual themes, partial nudity, and strong language. Huh. Just like, oh, I don't know, a good form of M-rated games.
All right, previous Final Fantasy games almost never had that kind of language. This one does. This
Not all the Final Fantasy games don't have that, huh? Let me check something. Okay, this one was rated M. Final Fantasy Type 0 HD. But this one didn't have, this one didn't really have strong language, but it was rated M, though. Drug reference, suggestive themes, violence and blood.
one has sex.
Yeah, I'm not a whiny baby. I'm a mature adult. I'm not a children's entertainer. While being a children's entertainer, that's not funny.
Actual content in it. There's actual sexual actions and things between characters.
I don't see a penis going into a vagina, Phil. I'm not seeing any hardcore sex scenes in this game. Instead, all you're seeing is sexual themes. Which is a naked woman in a bed with a naked man. Oh my god, there's sex happening.
The game thinks...
For fuck's sake! You want a game that had that? Wolfenstein The New Order had that. Granted, it was blurred out, but you still saw it. Another one, South Park, The Stick of Truth, had that.
It's funny. A lot of people said, oh, what they were trying to do was go for a more mature tone.
Which they did.
Like Game of Thrones. Like the game really, at the plot of the game, when it's a bunch of kingdoms all trying to usurp power in this giant map or whatever, that it feels like Game of Thrones.
Phil, have you ever read any of the Game of Thrones books? Or did you ever even watch the fucking show? Because here's the thing with that, Phil. Conquering other kingdoms, when in reality that wasn't really the case, though. In the beginning, that's what it turned into later on.
Okay? So if you like Game of Thrones, you might like Final Fantasy.
Yeah, The Sims had sex in it.
See, the only problem...
That's rated 18.
Problem is, number one, Game of Thrones ended like 5 years ago.
About 5. Actually, let me see. About 4.5 years ago.
No one liked how it ended.
Well, no one liked how it ended because, again, it wasn't based off of the fucking books. After Season 5, they had to take matters into their own hands because George R.R. Martin wasn't writing any books. Because, as the show kept going, he had to change the fucking story. And we'll never get Game of Thrones, the books.
There hasn't been anything really like it that much since. It's not popular anymore.
There wasn't anything like that? The Witcher? The Witcher was like that. Having a mature story that had sex scenes in it. That was way before Final Fantasy 16.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
Oh, Jesus Christ, Phil. Jesus fucking Christ.
Maybe if this game had come out 10 years ago, when Game of Thrones was at the height of its popularity, someone might have said, oh, look, edgy Final Fantasy. But
no, because a lot of people would call it Game of Thrones. They would call it a knockoff of Game of Thrones, and it would get really poor scores.
Instead,
just hit or miss.
It just feels like it's ancient. It feels like it's outdated. It feels like they're trying really too hard.
How are they trying too hard? How? You tried too hard to make your points valid.
And it comes out as cringy rather than innovative.
No, I didn't cringe at that at all. You were the one that was making it cringy by talking about how crabs were going up Clive's ass.
I don't think the director understands that because there's such a fan base.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was also House of the Dragon. I still need to watch that.
To people who kiss this guy's butt, that he doesn't know that his game is cringy as shit. He actually thinks he made the right decision making it as edgy as he did.
Yoshi P did a really good job with this game, Phil. Don't disrespect Yoshi P.
Okay?
Yeah, he does have HBO Max, but he won't do it. Yeah, he's being a prude.
The story, all right?
Oh, yeah, that's also true, Anthony. Like Mass Effect, or Ass Effect.
Big juicy butt.
That one suffered a lot of controversy with its sexy. I know Grand Theft Auto San Andreas suffered from a controversy with that. The hot coffee mod.
Is good on
you have a good rest of your day, Arkham.
Paper, and actually in parts has really good character development and some really interesting scenes and plots, and sometimes you actually feel emotional. But at the end of the day...
Oh, yeah, you feel emotional. Huh, sand's up the ass and crabs.
A lot of it is very forgettable, and that's sad. For example, I can't even tell you... what's this guy's name? Is his name Clive? I don't even...
His name is Clive. Ben Starr is the guy who fucking voice acted as him. Honestly, I wanted Clive to win. I didn't expect Neil Newbon to win. Honestly, out of all the people that I wanted to win the performance, I wanted Ben Starr to win. Because I love the fact he can just go on Twitter and talk as Clive. And it's so great to see him reacting to shit. It's so good.
even know. I don't remember. And I played the whole game. And I couldn't tell you, is it Clyde, Clive, Clark? I really don't know.
Yeah, just because he did that one.
But I played the whole thing, you know. Now,
yeah, and you kept saying that you forgot the music, that the music was forgettable. But yet, for some reason, you said you could remember the music from 10 and 13. Even though you couldn't remember the fucking story. But then again, I have a theory. I don't know if anyone brought this up yet, but if they did, I'm just spitballing here. What if the only reason that Phil, quote unquote, remembered the music for Final Fantasy 13 was because he was looking through the entire fucking archives, the hard drives, and saw the Final Fantasy 13 footage. And that's how he can remember the music automatically. I'm just saying, that could be a thought. That might, again, this is all just pure speculation about Phil going on about his, like, the DSP throwbacks, what he wants to bring back, his legacy content. What if that was the case, and that's the only reason he could remember the music? I'm just saying, it could be a possibility. Not sure. But going on with the music, though, Final Fantasy 16 had really good music. I will heavily respect that. And also, I do agree, Meester. Matt Mercer not being nominated for Ganondorf, I agree. Heavily agree. He should have gotten a performance nomination. Would he have won? Probably not. But at least let his thing notice.
I will admit, some of the plot was interesting. In fact, I would tell you...
I only caught the top 3, but Jesus is bitchy about Final Fantasy 16 is horrible. All throughout it was.
The one reason I kept playing this game was the plot. Why? Because let me tell you something about the combat of Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, great. Tell us, Phil. What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am dead serious when I'm about to say this on camera to the internet world in public. In my opinion, Final Fantasy 16 has the worst combat of any Final Fantasy game I've ever played in my entire life.
You what?
Oh, you can't be fucking serious. Phil, are you joking? Are you joking? I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke. Are you kidding me, Phil?
Opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, I am dead serious when I'm about to say this on camera to the internet world in public. In my opinion, Final Fantasy 16 has the worst combat of any Final Fantasy game I've ever played in my entire life. There is not a single Final Fantasy game that plays worse than Final Fantasy 16. This game is a button-mashing mess.
Fuck up, you cunt.
Okay?
Keep going, fucker. Keep going, retard. Keep going.
This game, once you get farther into it and you unlock all the elemental spells, literally becomes like you're playing Kingdom Hearts 3.
No, not even fucking close, fucktard. Not even fucking close. They were not going for a Kingdom Hearts fucking thing. They were not going for that at all. Instead, they were going for more of a Devil May fucking Cry vibe with the combat. Case in point, Yoshida, or Yoshi P, sought out Ryota Suzuki a Capcom veteran who worked on the Devil May Cry series as the battle designer. The combat was designed around the idea of turning the mechanics of Final Fantasy V into a real-time battle system. Not the second part, but the first part of Devil May Cry. When people saw that they were bringing in the guy who did the combat for Devil May Cry 5, not gonna lie, people were excited. They were excited for this game. Few friends of mine were excited. Like it plays like Devil May Cry. I must want it.
Please clap.
But yeah, someone said that they got the guy for Devil May Cry 5. Yeah, exactly. The Devil May Cry series, who is a veteran who worked on it, who worked on the combat. But you have a good one, Sarah. Hopefully your man actually recovers from his surgery nicely. I hope he does. I was gonna say thoughts and prayers.
Please clap.
But hey, Kitsu, welcome to the stream. Since we're all dying. Aww. God damn it. Why?
Mash the button, do another ability. Mash the button, do another ability. Mash the button, oh, I got an ultimate, do it. Oh, now my other elemental thing is charged. Switch over to that element. Mash the button, do an attack. Mash the button, do an attack. That's the entire game.
Phil, you're taking combat that is very simplistic. Granted, Devil May Cry had somewhat of simplistic combat, but it was fun and enjoyable. People enjoyed the Devil May Cry games for its combat. You don't. And this game took combat elements of Devil May Cry and worked it into this game. They should have just called it, like, what is it? Final Fantasy May Cry 16. They could have just called it that.
I wish I was joking, but if you actually check out my playthrough,
Yeah, I checked out your playthrough. It's fucking awful.
Beat entire bosses not looking at the screen.
No, you haven't. There's one time you looked away and you got killed.
I was talking to chat and I said, guys, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to talk with you guys for this boss.
Hey, Phil, why don't you actually show us a clip of that to actually prove your case right? Oh, you don't have that?
And
whenever you feel like playing that DK rap sound, but yeah, he has no grace. Oh no, he doesn't. But Phil has a funny face.
I beat the whole goddamn game like that. And I didn't play it on easy.
Yes, you did. You played it on easy.
It's the easiest, most dumbed down, really simple mode. It's like Final Fantasy for play school.
Phil, this game's rated M. If this was Final Fantasy for preschool, it wouldn't have nudity or partial nudity, and it wouldn't have sexual things, and it wouldn't have the word fuck being said a bunch of times.
It's like, you know how you got Legos, but then you got, what are the double-O blocks? This is the double-O blocks Final Fantasy.
And you're the fucking mega blocks of fucking explanations.
But the funny part about that is, it's the edgy adult Game of Thrones Final Fantasy.
Edgy? Nah, you're trying to be edgy with that.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you.
You combine the dumbest, easiest...
I'll give it again.
Shut the fuck up!
And just because I feel like it...
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunts!
We get all the shut the fuck ups for Phil. And also one more.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
We get those three. Yeah, it's Duplo, not Duplo.
Gameplay with the adult content. How does that make any sense?
Phil, they're trying to tell a mature story. Granted, some people might not like it, but at least it told its story in a decent way. Something that you don't seem to understand. Again, going back to The Witcher 3. Oh, The Witcher 3 is just a mature story. It's being edgy to be, oh, too sexualized. Oh, hey, titties.
It makes no sense at all. It's dumbfoundingly stupid.
Phil, this whole take that you're saying is dumbfoundingly stupid. At times like this, I wish Aquatil was here to give us our thoughts. To give everyone thoughts about it.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you. Thank you for the juhu.
There's also tons of problems with the pacing of the game.
I didn't see any problems with the pacing.
Okay? As you are playing this game, it becomes abundantly clear that it's not streamlined in any way because they want to extend the length of the game. The actual story of Final Fantasy XVI is not that bad.
You were saying that it was like a mature, edgy Game of Thrones. Yes, you fucking did. You hate the story.
The problem is the story of Final Fantasy 16 is only about 20 hours long.
One moment. I'll prove his ass wrong right fucking now. Watch and learn. Watch and learn. He said 20 hours long. Nope. Nope. 36.5 hours long. With the side content, 57.5. With the completionist run, 78.5. How can you get your fucking numbers wrong?
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
He did skip the 90% of the side content because he thought it was a waste of time. But yet he wants to do side content for the other games.
But the game is around 40 to 50 hours long.
Again, I already just said it. It's 36.5 hours long. 40 hours if you're not good at the game like you.
So you might
50 if you're definitely not good.
say, well, I don't understand. Why is the game so long? Because the game has insane amounts of padding.
No, it doesn't.
There's pointless upon pointless upon pointless side mission that opens up, and if you do it, you'll get a menial reward that you don't need and doesn't add anything to the gameplay experience.
It adds to the achievements if you're trying to go for, I don't know, trophies.
There's fetch quests. There's kill a bunch of...
He didn't rage quit this game. He actually beat this game all the way through.
generic enemies quests. Everything that you've seen in traditional RPG.
But he didn't do the side content.
The problem is this isn't a traditional RPG. It's a button masher. So because it's a button masher, none of it's fun to do.
It's a button masher. It's not fun to do. Meanwhile, you, Phil, you're just doing this with the buttons. Oh, I won. I fucking won.
It's not relaxing. It's not chill. It's just...
It's fun. It's in some cases, it's fucking mindless. It's mindless. It's mindless button mashing, and it pays off.
boring.
You think it's boring because...
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, you're fucking boring. You couldn't even make that playthrough entertaining. Meanwhile, other people play this game. It could make it entertaining. Or they just play outside the stream.
In addition...
No, it wasn't about the achievements. It's about showing a fleshed out world. That too. I completely forgot about that.
Please clap.
They're showing you the world within the game. They're giving you world building. And Phil hated that. People were according to him, they were complaining. That apparently Phil's not understanding because of the world building. No, it has nothing to do with world building.
You'll be in the midst of some crazy fun story missions, and then the game will say, oh, by the way, you can't continue with the story until you do these 2 manual missions that are required. They're mandatory. Go collect some items. Go do a bunch of generic talking with characters for 3 hours in a town. Go, kill some enemies in the environment. It completely destroys any momentum the game has.
How does it destroy any momentum of the game? How does it destroy anything with the game? It's building the world for you, and you completely didn't get it. You did not.
So
I think you forgot to put the @ for his name, Nugs. I think that's why.
Not only is the story too short and too short-lived...
Or I think it's give, not gift. I think it's give.
It's too cringy because they tried too...
Yeah, my God, are you still talking?
hard to be adult for this game.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. The combat was made for people like Phil that constantly button mash. And yet he complains that it's button mashing.
Then if you even want to just keep going with the story, you're not allowed to. You hit roadblocks of boring padded content that make the game not fun to continuously play. It feels like a chore to get through Final Fantasy 16. And that's not a good thing. You should want to continue to play. Instead, you want to go to sleep half the time. And then you gotta fight, and every time you fight, like, here we go again. Dirt, dirt, dirt. Press the button, dirt, dirt. Super simple.
Yeah, I wonder how Jade felt when you were saying dirt, dirt, dirt. Yeah, great way to treat your fans with some dignity and / respect.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
Yet you, Phil, you're dur. That's all that you are. Every opinion that you ever had about it's so fucking retarded. I want to know what the fuck is wrong with your brain.
It is so disappointing because if you watch this, you might think this is, wow, look at that combat, right? That's complex.
Did I not have anything for giving? Give me a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can do the giving part. Shit. Anyways, continue.
Those graphics. It's just not enjoyable. It's seriously not fun. I wish it were. I wish I could tell you this game was a huge improvement. What I can tell you is this.
Oh, I can't tell you it's this. Snort.
Fantasy 16 is a complete game.
It's supposed to be give. Yeah, I think. Yeah, try. Hold on. Try give. Let me see. I'm gonna try something here. Why is it not working for that? Let's see. Oh.
Shut the fuck up!
Try now. Try now. Due to the fact I didn't even turn it on. I'm an idiot.
It's not unfinished like 15 was. Okay? That I can wholeheartely tell you.
Hang on.
Huge improvement. What I can tell you is this. Final Fantasy 16.
I love how he says it's no longer. He's saying it's thus now. He doesn't say that anymore. Now he says it's this.
15 is a complete game. It is not unfinished like 15 was. Okay? That I can wholeheartedly tell you. If you were looking for a completed experience, this is it.
15 was somewhat finished, but they decided to make side content or DLC for it. But the problem with the DLC for Final Fantasy 15, though, is that the company actually lost a lot in stocks. So they couldn't finish up the rest of the DLC. They had to cancel most of them.
Does it have content? It does. Problem is, to get through the good content, you have to play a bunch of boring, grindy crap content. That's not good. That's not a good look.
It's actually give. It's give whoever you want to give them to and how many. I just forgot to turn that on, so it's my bad.
It's not a good balance. The pacing is so atrociously bad.
The pacing is nothing wrong with it. You're just an idiot.
Multiple times during the playthrough, you're like, wow, I'm not even kidding you. My streams are around 3 to 4 hours long of gameplay. Multiple times during the playthrough, we would have a 3-hour boredom stream. We're like
a 3-hour boredom stream. Phil, who was really bored with it? Your fans or you? Because it sounds like you were bored with it.
We would just, what do we guys want to do today? Because I have to get through 3 hours of crap before we get back to the story.
Why do you not have any points, Elaine? Why? Why do you not have points? I don't understand. Let me check why. Yeah, now I love how, oh, that's why. That's why, you know, I'm fixing that. Right, goddamn now. There you, well, actually, you know what? You get more than that, so you get about, there you go.
Dan, let's shoot the shit. Let's talk about this topic. Let's just make fun of the game today.
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, he's saying that he shot the shit with them. He didn't interact with them. He's like, why is my chat quiet?
We had entire streams
I
all
was like, hey, Murano, welcome to the stream.
It was make fun of the game. Because there was nothing else to do.
You were making fun of the game, Phil, not your audience. Your audience was telling you give it a chance. You weren't giving it a chance.
It was that boring. So, the funny part about all this is, there's people who out there absolutely swear this is like Game of the Year.
I wouldn't say that this is Game of the Year. Granted, deserves to be in the top 10 list, but not Game of the Year. There are many other games that came out after it that were a little bit better.
To this day, now, at the end of the year, did it win any major awards? No.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Going to the Wikipedia page again. Did it win any awards? Where is it? I think I skipped it. Oh, hey, best score in music, Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, get fucked, retard.
Get fucked.
So it won that. It comes to show that, oh, hey, Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake 2, Hi-Fi Rush, and Tears of the Kingdom were inferior compared to Final Fantasy 16's music. So yeah, it won best music. I love how he's like saying, oh, it didn't win any awards. No, it didn't win any awards. Actually, you know what? I'll do even better. Awards. Golden Joystick Awards. Won for Best Lead Performer with Ben Starr, Best Audio, and Best Score in Music at the Game Awards. So it won 3 awards. Granted, it didn't win a lot of awards like Baldur's Gate 3, and it didn't win for Best Story like Alan Wake. But it still won something. Unlike Starfield that won nothing. I think, what was it? Best RPG. Wasn't that also Baldur's Gate 3? Yep, that's what I thought. Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, get fucked.
Get fucked. Did it really get major praise from the media or the Game Awards in it? No.
Yes, it did. Did it receive major praise? The game was praised by critics for its story, graphics, music, and gameplay, but it was criticized for its lack of role-playing elements, technical issues, and side quest design. So everything, and it also sold 3 million units within the first fucking week. Pardon me. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's still fucking won. Goddamn.
But it's game of the year, in my opinion. Like, what did you like about this game particularly?
People liked it for its world building. They liked it for its combat. They liked it for its story, its characters, especially with Clive and the performances that were in this fucking game. They liked its visuals. Again, what's game of the year is completely fucking subjective, Phil. I can tell you that this game, in my opinion, not game of the year. Baldur's Gate 3, it could be. It could be. Same thing could be said about Dave the Diver, Dredge. Those games are fun. Pizza Tower, that's fun too. Again, what is described as game of the year or what games you really enjoyed in 2023 is completely subjective to the player. Not the fucking critics and not the fucking game developers. Phil hates being reminded of how sexist. He's not kidding. His dins don't have any brain cells on. Like LT said, they're drones.
Please clap.
I can't hear a single person who actually has said to me exactly what it is that's so good about this game that it should be a Game of the Year contender. You know what?
They told you that the game was good, that you were treating it unfairly. And you told them to shut the fuck up. No, you need to respect my opinion. I don't need to respect yours.
They say, oh, the Eidolon fights, right? Whatever they're called, where you're controlling the giant creatures in this game. They used to be the summon monsters in previous Final Fantasies. In this game, they're called something different. So it's like, you know, it's Shiva versus Ifrit, and you're button mashing, and giant kaiju-style fights are going down. That's all well and good, and they're fun. Don't get me wrong. They're called icons in this one, I'm told. Not Eidolons, icons. See, I even forgot the name of that because, again, it's so not memorable. That I could tell you, yeah, a few of those fights were fun, but they're too few and far between, and they're not even the whole idea of the focus of the game. You should be caring about the characters. You should be caring about what's going to happen in the story. Now, when can I get to that next giant button-mashing fest with a giant monster beating the shit out of a giant monster to keep me awake? Because I can't stay awake playing the rest of the game, right? That's just... It's so disappointing. After having the disappointment that was 15 being unfinished, I mean, I actually liked 15 way more than 16. 16, I think, out of all the...
Oh my god, Phil, shut up!
Shut the fuck up!
You didn't care about the game's characters, you didn't care about the fucking story, you didn't care about the world, you didn't even give a fuck about the fucking kaiju battles. Instead, you kept saying, they copied Dragon Ball! They copied Godzilla! Ack. You did this quite a lot, Phil. You did that quite too much. And when people were calling you out saying, Phil, give the game a chance, wait till you're done with the game, you told them to shut the fuck up. It's like, do you not understand that the reason why people can say shit about you is because of the reasons like this? That's why, fucktard. That's fucking why. But goddamn. You want to sit there and pretend you care about this game. You don't. You hated this fucking game. You know what the best quote I can say for this?
This has got to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever experienced in my life.
Pretty much that.
Numbered iterations that I have played of Final Fantasy genuinely is my least liked. The only exception maybe being Final Fantasy VIII because I never replayed.
Ah, yes. DSP knows what great writing is. Just look at Project 7, the awards it won. He doesn't have any.
That one, and I never finished.
Yeah, ah, yes. The guy who proclaims that he won awards for his Project 7, yet the only award that he got that's non-existent is fourth place at EVO. Ah, yes.
It back in the day when it was new. I would have to play 8 again to tell you if I think it's better than this. But this, out of all the Final Fantasies I've played, I'm embarrassed.
How are you embarrassed? Who are you embarrassed for? You're definitely not embarrassed for anybody.
As a fan of the franchise, I'm embarrassed that this is what they just put out, and they expected like we were supposed to love this game and say, oh, this is where the franchise is going. Oh, this is great. No.
Phil, the franchise took a turn when it came to its gameplay way before 16. You want to know where it truly started? 11, when it became a MMO. And then they changed it up with 12, with its action-style, turn-based RPG elements, in quote, that is really reminiscent, or actually what became the inspiration for Xenoblade, not entirely sure. And then there's 13, which tried to go back to the roots, but it sucked. And it got 2 more sequels, which all sucked equally. Then 14 became an MMO. First iteration of it sucked. Then they changed it to A Realm Reborn. Got better as time went on. 15 became a buddy-buddy fucking... It's kind of like a buddy-buddy movie, in quotes. I'm using that in quotes. Where it's 4 guys on a road trip. Hey, the guy's getting married. Gotta go take him there. Then you gotta save the world. And then 16 was like a return to form with a fantasy setting. The actual medieval setting. But again, though, Phil, you want to say that this is the way it was going, and then Final Fantasy VII Remake. Not turn-based, but it's fucking action-based. And you even hate that game, too. I think he hated it because they made Cloud into a cross-dresser, even though that was the original game. They had that section. But it wasn't cross-dressing. It was just to infiltrate a fucking bar, like a club.
I want the next one to literally be completely and utterly different from 16.
Do you want it to be like a turn-based RPG, Phil? Because either some people would want it or the majority of people would tune the fuck out.
I don't want the same button mashing. I don't want the same mission structure.
Then don't play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth then, Phil. Don't play that.
Want any big icon fights. I want it to be different. You know what? Just fucking make it Final Fantasy again.
It's already Final Fantasy, Phil. It doesn't matter if it's going to be action-based or turn-based or even tactics-based. It does not fucking matter. It's still going to be Final fucking Fantasy. Whatever Square Enix decides to do with this property, it's entirely up to fucking them. Not you. Because in all actuality, they're going to make a game for what they believe is best for the consumer. Not what your fucking retarded ass brain has to think of.
Sorry. Just make it Final Fantasy. You have something going for you that works, that people want. Why are you veering from that formula? Why are you trying so hard to change what people like?
Hey, Phil, because most people don't like turn-based RPGs. They don't. They want the action ones.
To be different.
And? How is being different bad? It's not. It has its own takes on everything. So how is it bad?
If you want to be different, do that. And you know what you should do? Make this game and don't call it Final Fantasy 16.
Well, too bad. It's Final Fantasy 16 and it has DLC.
Call it Clive's Epic Journey, Icon Kingdom Battle. And then everyone would have no issue with it.
Phil, that's just the most retarded thing you said about Final Fantasy 16. Call it that. No. Fuck out of here. Just fuck out of here.
Get fucked.
Yeah, it should be a computer RPG. It's just a piss Phil off. It should. Plays like Diablo. Well, not either Diablo or Baldur's Gate 3.
Because the game's not...
And it's actually long to the point where you have to roll dice. I want that.
Not bad. It's just not Final Fantasy.
It is Final Fantasy. It just has a different paint job. Do you not understand that?
It ruins the franchise by changing it too much and not making it feel like what people really, really want.
Then what do you think people really, really want? Turn-based? Oh, Clive has to... He casts Fire. Oh, hey, Sid casts... He just throws his weapon. No one wants that. Again, as time goes on, the formula is going to change. Don't do the same thing over and over. Sure, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sure. But here's another iteration of that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But don't assume everyone wants the same thing. Because clearly you didn't. And you were disappointed for nothing, really.
Give the people what they want, and they will like it.
They did like it, Phil. It sold 3 million units in 1 week. After launch, goddammit.
I've never seen a game that's veered more from what people seem to want from a franchise and then be like so shocked that so many people don't like it. I just don't get it.
Phil, there are people that do like this game. You just didn't, and you're generalizing that everyone hated this game. It's like, god damn, you're fucking dented.
Get it. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you now know all of my disappointing games of the year. But you want to know which one's the most disappointing so we can end this countdown, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes. What's disappointing? Even though the way that he does this is retarded. I really don't like this at all. How most people do their countdowns, they do 10 to 2, and then they have the dishonorable mentions of which games that they could have been on here, that could have been on this countdown, but they say the reasons why it gets a pass and why it's not on there, what elements they did right and what they did wrong with it. But still, you get the idea. And then they do the number 1. That fucking works. How Phil just did this, not good.
Well,
he thinks that his opinion holds weight. Yeah, he does. He really believes that, and it doesn't. He thinks that it holds water, but the bowl that he's using is actually a fucking colander.
Well, all right. You have to weigh and balance a couple key factors here. All right? Both Bethesda and Square Enix are great game developers.
But you shat all over them, Phil.
Both of them know how to make great games because they've done this in the past.
But yet, you still shat on them.
Correct? Both of them have long-running franchises that are tried and true games.
They both have franchise, but Phil, Square Enix made Final Fantasy 16, which that one was a long-running franchise, while Starfield is a brand new IP.
That
give the people the countdown they want, Phil, but he won't.
Resonate with their audiences.
Hey, Christopher, welcome to the stream.
Please clap.
Right? They have these long-running fan bases. They have all this stuff going for them.
Hit or miss with Bethesda for some parts, but Final Fantasy or Square Enix, kinda.
They know better than to...
It's a sieve, not a colander. I'm sorry.
Make the mistake.
I'm sorry.
Please clap.
Bah.
Mistakes that they make. Honestly, they do. And I think what it is they think that they can get away with it because of who they are.
He already announced Starfield. How he did it was like, he didn't name the top 2 games. He didn't do number 2 and number 1. Instead, he did this. He just announced the 2 games that are on the top 2. Started off with Starfield, and then he went over to Final Fantasy 16.
Well, I think what's happening is in the modern day, we're starting to see that gamers aren't putting up with it anymore.
How do you know? Were there riots in the streets?
For example, Starfield...
Both.
Which everyone thought might have ended up being a Game of the Year contender, was not talked about at the Game Awards at all, outside of maybe one quick thing. Same thing with Final Fantasy 16. These were games that when they came out, all of the fans were like, these are going to be Game of the Year.
I didn't see any of that for Starfield. I saw some of it for Final Fantasy 16, but again, subjectivity. That's all that says. But you were the one that was wanting Starfield to be Game of the Year contender. No one else, really. Maybe the Xbox fanboys, but that's it.
Afterward, like, oh shit, right? It's crazy.
And this is also the same guy that said, and I quote, "Liza P is not an RPG. Why is it in the best RPG category?" Category. I don't know why I said category. It almost sounds like I said Calgary.
I would have told you I thought these games would have been shoo-in.
You thought that for didn't think that for Final Fantasy 16. You thought that for Starfield.
For Game of the Year. But they just fizzled out and died out. I don't hear anyone talking about 16 had an expansion within the circles of people who love 16. They talked about it, and then within a week, no one mentioned it ever again.
Because they talked about it, Phil.
As if it never existed.
No, it still existed, Phil, because people talked about it. And if this whole thing with like Final Fantasy 16, the expansions didn't exist, then why is it on the fucking PlayStation Store?
You know, and I feel like that's the fate of these games if they keep making the same mistakes over and over.
What mistakes? What mistakes? You know what? I'm gonna do something here. How many? I'm gonna do this. Starfield sales. 12 million players. Okay, they didn't really have anything for that. They said it was like 3.5 million. I think, I don't really know. They didn't show anything for Final Fantasy 16. Regardless.
All right.
Oh, but they didn't say sales though, because most of it was on Game Pass. That's why.
But
for Starfield.
But I do have to say, apples to apples comparison.
That's not even the same fucking thing, Phil. Question. This is the one thing that really irks me when he says apples to apples. Have you ever heard that comparison before of apples to apples? Or was it always apples to oranges? Like, has anyone heard that before? Because every time he says apples to apples, it makes zero fucking sense. Really fucking does. I just don't know why he says it. Has he not heard of apples to oranges before? I'm surprised he remembers to breathe or blink. Yeah, words that rhyme with Corey. Allegory. Alimony.
All right.
Oh, hang on. No, nugs. I'm not. No veganism. No veganisms here. Stop it.
There is one game this year that absolutely...
Yeah, it's apples to oranges. That's what I thought.
He positively stands upon the dung pile. The king of shit.
Yeah, it's clearly you.
For 2023.
Well, that's you every year.
Absolute biggest disappointment. The worst one of the bunch.
Hey, it's you.
And I've made my decision.
Apparently, we're comparing Granny Smith to Red Delicious Apples. Yeah, apparently.
Ladies and gentlemen, the absolute most disappointing game of the year is Hogwarts Legacy. I'm just kidding.
Had to be done.
The absolutely worst game of the year is...
Apples to apples, oranges to oranges. We all know Major Phil's a junkie.
Is, for me, Starfield.
Huh, not Final Fantasy 16? What a shock. I think the only reason why is because of Baldur's Gate 3. What a fucking shock, said no one ever.
Why? Because this was supposed to be the start of something new.
It was supposed to be the Baldur's Gate 3 killer.
So now, when they're developing other games or whatever, we have a whole new franchise. And it's a whole new lie from Todd Howard. You know what they say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Well, fool Phil once, you get banned. Fool him twice again, you're using a sock, get banned.
Fool me 77 times? I think there's something fishy here.
Yeah, it just shows that you're retarded that falls for the same thing over and over again.
Okay? Something's up at Bethesda. I'm going to be honest with you.
The Book of Veganism. Psalm 1651. Deliver us from the dents. Deliver us from the pay pigs. Deliver us from the pignosis. May we never become dented. May we never become a dark beggar like Darkside Phil. I keep getting tongue-tied. Fuck me.
Guys, I think that Bethesda has lost their way.
I thought you said that with Final Fantasy, with Square Enix. Now you're saying that Bethesda lost their way? Do tell.
I feel like the game devs at Bethesda that used to be in charge of making creative games that were unique and fun don't work at Bethesda anymore, or they've taped their mouths up, tied their hands behind their back, and they got them locked up in the broom closet.
How can they do that by themselves? Are they that talented?
Because this game is everything wrong with modern Bethesda. Lack of innovation, lack of creativity, lack of vision.
Wasn't he just saying that there was innovation with space travel and the shipbuilding? God damn it, Phil. What? Really? Really? You said there was innovation, and now you're saying, oh, there's no innovation. Way to contradict yourself, fucktard.
Lack of even polishing the game before they release it. Over-promising, under-delivering,
and yet you still bought it.
Promising.
Same guy's trying to start it again with LTG. Same guy. Yep, same fucking guy.
New elements. The elements that...
Yeah, and he needs to stop chasing McCloud. Just work on your sexy.
Are in the game suck ass. It's just... The best way that I can describe why this game is disappointing is the following. This is a statement that I made many times over the course of 2023.
Oh my god, no, you fucking didn't.
When you think...
He did pay extra for Starfield. Yes, he did. Yeah, I thought this was the Baldur's Gate 3 killer. Oh, wait, no. The Game Award for Game of the Year goes to Baldur's Gate 3.
Please clap.
And then Phil's mind just exploded.
Elder Scrolls, okay? What do you think of? What are the iconic things about the Elder Scrolls universe?
Phil, this has nothing to do with Elder Scrolls. Like, if you're talking about the open world, that's also in Fallout. Phil, this isn't a medieval fantasy.
First thing that...
Oh, no, I saw that. I saw he tried starting shit. I saw. With his React channel. I saw that.
Comes to mind, oh man, well, let's see. You got dark elves.
Again, bad comparison. Say Fallout.
You got the ogres. You've got magic and goblins. You got the medieval combat. Dragons flying in Skyrim. You got the iconic villages, right? I mean, we could keep going. There's a million things that you can think of, right? That are very iconic about the adoring fan, sure. We could keep going. You know, the skooma. Holy crap, skooma. That's
You're probably on Adderall right now. I think you crush up and snort it.
the running theme, right?
We got Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Arena, Skyrim, Online.
You could sit here for like an hour and just come up with all the iconic, awesome things.
Yeah, a statement he made many times in 2023. Now, guys.
Please clap.
That came out from the Elder Scrolls franchise that are memeable, that are part of pop culture now. Gaming pop culture, that is, correct?
Same thing we said about Fallout, dude. I love the one that someone did a real life one. It's like a woman comes out of nowhere, is like pissing all by herself, handsome.
Please clap.
I don't know why it's funny.
Okay, great. Now let's think about Fallout.
Phil, you just get rid of Elder Scrolls because that has nothing to do with sci-fi. Fallout, absolutely.
The other major first-person RPG franchise from Bethesda.
Hey, guess what, Phil? Just letting you know, this isn't a Bethesda game. This was not originally owned by Bethesda once upon a time. Same thing with Elder Scrolls. All of them weren't.
What's iconic about Fallout? Oh my god, you got the vaults. You
Well, then again, yeah, vaults. Yeah, that's like a staple.
got Vault Boy. You got
Vault Boy.
Nuka-Cola. You got the bottle caps, right?
Bottle caps, currency, Nuka-Cola. No shit.
You got the ghouls and the
ghouls. You're looking like one.
glowing ones.
I see two I see two fucking ghouls, up and down.
You got the freaking dialogue trees.
Even though, granted, the dialogue trees was also in Elder Scrolls 4, on the other hand, for Fallout, limited that down to 4.
Epic clans and factions
that really was in fucking New Vegas, I believe.
Going at it, right?
I think it was New Vegas. I'm not sure. I don't think 3 had it. Mostly that was New Vegas.
We could talk about these things forever.
You could talk about those things forever, but you don't know any of them.
We're still going on about
the roaches. There's the rad roaches. There's also the guy. There's the Liam Neeson. There's also the guy that shot you, the Yes Man. There's also Mr. House. There's also New Vegas. There's all this, and he doesn't want to tell you all about it. Instead, he's just going on things he could think of from the top of his head.
Elder Scrolls Tunnel Snakes, Sweet Rolls, Khajiit, everything. We could talk.
Khajiit wasn't even in Fallout. That was fucking Elder Scrolls, you retard.
Talk about this forever, right? And we have a fun night just discussing all the amazing.
Yeah, I know Charlie loves ghouls. Ghouls.
Things out of Bethesda that they've done over the years in those 2 franchises alone. Now, I want you to completely forget about Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and I want you to say, name all the iconic things out of Starfield right now.
You know, just because he did that alone. Because this is not funny.
The food cube things. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, nice way to make fun of Jade also. Yeah, I think he's playing a modded version of it, but he's not playing on PC.
Well, you're in space. That's not the same.
When you're thinking of fucking Starfield, I'm thinking of a few things. I am thinking of just one. Or 2. Actually, I'm thinking of 2 things. The shipbuilding, and how one of the ships you can store a shitload of fucking potatoes in it.
Please clap.
Right, the memes.
You understand?
And Todd Howard.
Like, when you really think...
Hi there, I'm Todd Howard. I'm the owner of Bethesda. Welcome, this is Starfield. This is something I've been working on.
Shut the fuck up!
Well, fine then. You're not welcome to my birthday party.
Please clap.
That caught me off guard. I'm sorry. I had something to go with it. I'm sorry.
Think about it. There's nothing.
What Cat's top 10? Oh, Goat Simulator 3, Far Cry 6, Like a Dragon Gaiden. Oh, this is for best games. Never mind.
At all iconic, original.
Oh, hang on. I got you. Give me a second. God damn it. I was trying to do a joke with it, and someone had to get John to tell me to shut the fuck up. God damn it. Why me? What did I ever do to deserve such ire? Alright. Nothing.
Fun or noteworthy about Starfield. That's the problem with Starfield.
I mean, the guns actually look kind of cool. Like, okay, if I could give Starfield some credit, some kudos, some of the guns look cool. And the shipbuilding's somewhat fun for what I've seen. You can make a fucking ship that looks like a giant dildo. And it's fucking great.
Please clap.
And the potatoes. Just can't go wrong with potatoes.
When you're making a new IP and you're a game development company known for making these innovative, unique, memorable experiences, and you put out Starfield, claiming it's your big new IP, obviously things have gone awry. This is the most uninspired, boring game. You can literally never play it and not miss anything. You could play through the whole game and feel like you wasted your time playing it. There's no reason to play Starfield. If you've played Elder Scrolls, if you've played Fallout, go play your favorite Elder Scrolls or Fallout. You're going to have way more of a fun time re-experiencing your favorite universe ever than playing Starfield for the first time.
Well, Phil, again, this is all entirely on subjectivities. There are people that might like Starfield, people might not like it. Same thing with Starfield. Same thing with Fallout and Elder Scrolls. People might not like them.
And that's bad. In fact,
Sir, that looks like a giant Johnson! What are you doing up there? I'm sorry, sir. I'm just looking up there. That looks like a giant Pekka!
the worst case scenario, because we were saying earlier in 2023
Why did I mention a fucking Austin Powers reference? I don't know.
Please clap.
that this could have been the make or break year, correct?
Year!
The make or break year for Bethesda.
How so? Let me just do something real quick, just because I am legitimately curious. Make or break for Bethesda, huh? Let me see. Wow, I'm trying to look up things for... There it is. Bethesda software. Or is it Game? Is it Game Studios? I forget. Games published. There are only 3 games that they published in 2023. You want to know what those 3 games are? One of them is Starfield. The other one is Redfall. And the third one that came out way before the other 2 that people really loved the fucking most, it was made by the people that made Evil Within 1 and 2, was Hi-Fi fucking Rush. That one was more acclaimed than the other ones. Let me see. Hi-Fi Rush, praise for it. Visual style, art direction, humor, characters, and combat. But it's repetitive, has bad level design, and the limited soundtrack was kind of eh. But still, that's a good part. Let's look at Redfall. Mixed reviews, criticisms for its gameplay design, story, and technical issues. And that game sucked. And then let's see. Open world setting and soundtrack was great for... I was going to say Baldur's Gate. For Starfield. But then the story and exploration was very decisive.
I think it broke them. I'm going to be...
No, honestly... You want the game that really broke them, really, was fucking Redfall. Redfall was a bad fucking game. It was terrible. And the sad thing is that Bethesda Game Studios made Starfield. They did okay. They got good reviews. But Arcane Studios, or Arcane Austin, a subdivision for Arcane that actually helped out with Bethesda for this game. Yeah, that one was worse. But then you had Hi-Fi Rush, made by Tango Gameworks. That one was better. So honestly, out of those 3 games published, I'm saying this, published by Bethesda, the better one was Hi-Fi Rush. Hands down.
be honest with you guys.
But that's the thing. I don't know if that could really happen or not because Nakamura, the lady that's spooky, that lady, she's not a part of it anymore. But I don't know if that's going to be the case though. Will Evil Within 3 happen? Possibility might happen, but that's another one too. Shinji Mikami said that apparently he left. Apparently, he left within the coming months. He said he was leaving in the coming months of Tango Gameworks. So we really don't know.
Guys, when the next big Bethesda game comes out, whether it's Elder
No, he didn't rage quit Baldur's Gate 3 yet. He's not. Theory is that he's still going to play the game for as long as he wants to. Same thing with like Sea of Stars, but once Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth comes out and Tekken 8 comes out, most of those games are going to be dropped. Especially games like Baldur's Gate 3. Maybe Sea of Stars, maybe. But I think out of those two, he might keep Baldur's Gate 3 going. Just saying.
Scrolls or Fallout.
Yeah, he played the Yakuza series. He played Like a Dragon Gaiden. And he hated that. He ruined the ending.
Whatever it is. I think people now are not going to give them the benefit of the doubt and trust them.
How would they not trust them, though? If they could pull out games like Hi-Fi Rush or publish them, they might have a chance. But the other two games, Starfield and Redfall, that's very hit or miss.
I think this game sold solely on pre-orders and things. Everyone trusting.
They really did well for Game Pass, really. That's the only reason why.
Bethesda
it depends on his wallet intake. That is also true.
Do the right thing with this franchise based on what they'd already promised. But that game is so underwhelming and doesn't live up to any of those promises.
Yet you are praising this game. You are sucking on its nuts before this stupid fucking game came out. And you were talking so much massive shit about Baldur's Gate 3. And guess what? Which game was mostly talked about after Starfield was released? Starfield for a little bit. But Baldur's Gate 3 kept shining on, baby. Really did.
You gonna believe Bethesda?
Yeah, the guy can't voice act for shit, it's said. Nope, he can't.
Again? That they're gonna come out with another game? Where did the good...
Yeah, he thought, I'm Robo. Yeah, it's like, who cares? You can't voice act, Phil. Stop.
Game developers go.
Why did they go? Most of them left. Most of them fucking left, Phil.
I really want to know, where did the time and the money go in this game? And where did the good game developers that made Fallout and Elder Scrolls go?
Hey, Phil, why don't you do some fucking research? Instead of asking your dents and asking your audience to do the research for you, why don't you do it your fucking selves? Why don't you do that? Who left? Who's still there? Are they still around? Are they dead?
Did they work on this game? I'm curious. Because I don't...
I'm curious. I'm curious if they made the game or not. Where? It's fucking where. The only one that's still there is Todd Howard. That's the only thing he knows, is that Todd Howard is still there.
I don't understand how the game came out this way. If they did, it literally feels like they just copied everything from the past. And you know what? Here's another really good way to describe this game.
Oh, please do.
Imagine that you have an amazing work of art, right? Let's say you have, I don't know, the Mona Lisa. Everyone knows the Mona Lisa painting.
I wouldn't say the Mona Lisa. I would just say you... Okay, you know what? They'll continue with this shitty fucking analogy.
Debatable if you think it's pretty, but you have the Mona Lisa painting, right? So you have the original, and you're staring at it. It's a work of art. So now you go to a photocopier, and you put it down flat, and you make a copy of it. And you hang the original up, and now you take the photocopy, and you put it down, and you make a photocopy of the copy. And you take the next copy, and you make a copy of that copy. And then you make a copy of the copy, and the copy of the copy 20, 30 times. By the time that you're done making a copy of a copy 30 times, that copy comes out and it looks like a jumbled, blurry mess. It doesn't look anything like the original Mona Lisa at all. That's Starfield.
Phil, that just sounds like you and your streaming, that you're trying to take all the inspirations from everyone else. You're copying theirs, and you're copying more. You're adding more shit to it. You're copying that. You're adding more shit. You're copying that. And we got your streams. Yeah, it's debatable. Yeah, debatable. Mona Lisa being a best work of art. Mona Lisa is one of the most iconic pieces of art. Same thing with the Starry Skies from Vincent van Gogh. Or any art from Michelangelo. The David. The Sistine Chapel. Like, anything can be taken as a work of art, but it depends on the subjectivity and the perspective of the viewer or the listener. Some people can tell, like, I'm using this as an example. Some people will tell you that Life is But a Dream by Avenged Sevenfold is a bad album. But some people will tell you it's a good album. It's a departure of what they did originally, and they're doing something different. Some people might not like it, but some people might. It's heavily dependent on the listener. Same thing with the viewer. Some people can tell you that John Wick 1, just using John Wick as the example. Some people might not like the movie. They're like, oh, it's just a cheesy action movie. But then there's some people that really like it. Because Keanu Reeves. You can't go wrong with Keanu Reeves.
Please clap.
Oh yeah, and to answer the question, what his game of the year is going to be, I'm saying Street Fighter 6. Maybe Mario RPG. Or he'll probably take something from his shitty game list. He'll put Hogwarts Legacy somewhere on there. No idea. Or maybe Like a Dragon Gaiden. But regardless with this, though, like what Phil's talking about when it comes to art, he has no idea what he's talking about. Because Phil is the biggest plagiarist ever. It's Starry Night. Thank you. That's what it's called.
Please clap.
Thank you. Starry Night.
The same rehashed systems, the same dialogue trees, the same factions, the same questing, the same first-person gameplay. It's all the stuff you've already done, regurgitated the 40th time, and it doesn't feel fun or unique anymore.
Is he playing the same clip? Is he playing the same fucking clip that he already played?
It just feels like a waste of your time.
The French chapel decorated with bones with the Black Death as an art piece. Damn. That's brutal.
Please clap.
Just to go through and say you played a video game. That's the...
He was making a stupid, like, analogy, taking the Mona Lisa, copying it, copy, retarded shit. Let's continue.
problem with Starfield, okay? And my ruin just said, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the Bethesda way. Well, you can only do the same thing as much ad nauseum.
I thought you were saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it was for fucking Final Fantasy, though. That's Starfield?
Over and over until you just stop having fun doing it.
Yeah, exactly, Redbird. Some people might think the Mona Lisa is overrated. Some people might not like it. Some people might like Picasso art. Some people might like Salvador Dali's paintings. Again, it's all dependent on the viewer. And it's all dependent on them. Because what they might think is beautiful, what they might think is a work of art, it's heavily subjective. Some people believe that indie games aren't even considered video games, that they're not good. And then you got people that believe they are. And they think they're better than AAA games. Again, it's heavily subjective on the person.
Okay? I didn't have fun with Starfield. I started at first with this hopefulness.
Yeah, you started by saying that's the Baldur's State 3 killer. God damn it.
Please clap.
You get the idea.
That it was going to be original and different. And once I got about halfway into the game, I realized nothing about this game is original and different.
But yet you were hyped up for it. And you got a lot of money at the beginning of it. But then after that, slowly went down to a downward slope.
Let's just advance the story. And when I did and I got to the story end, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
He hated the story because the multiverse thing.
That's the best they could come up with. That's pathetic.
What's not subjective is that Phil's a twat. Absolutely. Balding's Gout 3.
Couldn't believe what they did with this game and how badly executed it was. So for me, by a long shot...
That's also true. The Bethesda ways, let the modders fix it. Let them improve it. That's great. That's a fact.
Please clap.
The modders always find ways to fix not Baldur's Gate. The modders always finds a way to fix anything for Bethesda. Doesn't matter if it's Skyrim, Fallout. They make it entertaining.
This is the most disappointing game of 2023.
Good. At least we're done. And then I forgot. He's doing his viewer poll as well as his best games list. Fuck.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope for the best. Let's hope that in the future, Bethesda will come out with a better game. And let's also hope for Final Fantasy 16 that Square Enix has learned from this experience.
Even though, what exactly did they need to learn? They saw that the game did well. Great. And here's another thing that he kept saying. He said that the sales that Final Fantasy 15 got in its years that it came out is more than what Final Fantasy 16 got. Honestly, if it came to those statistics, I would rather take Final Fantasy 16. 3.5 million units within the first week, that's amazing. But whatever it got in its first week for Final Fantasy 15, no, that's not good.
and will kind of go back to more of its roots and not pump out another game just to change it for the sake of changing it.
They didn't change it, Phil, for the sake of changing it. They switched up the formula, and it worked.
It sure would be great, wouldn't it? Now, I would like to hear your takes.
Oh yeah, I already gave everybody my takes on it, and at the end of the day, Phil's retarded.
If you're watching this on demand, please leave some comments on this video.
So that he could just completely remove them.
Do you agree with my takes? Do you
No.
not? What games did you find disappointing that maybe I left out of my countdown? Or are there any games that I just listed that you're staunchly against being listed in the disappointing games? Tell me why.
One of the game. Okay, so he wants to say this. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care what this guy has to say. One of the games I was really hoping that would be really good, but was heavily disappointing, was Wanted Dead. I had some high hopes that the game would be good. It's made by the creators that made Ninja Gaiden. But yet, when I played Wanted Dead, it was mediocre. I was heavily disappointed with that game. Would I say that the game is really, like, bad, like one of the worst games ever made? Not really. Just very mediocre at best. It's just... It's very eh. Yeah, and it came out on Valentine's Day. Last year. Like, honestly, that was my most disappointing game of 2023. Who made that Green Dave statue? I have no idea. It's terrible. I'm trying to think of other games that I played last year that I really thought was a disappointment, but that's why. That's why I don't dev stand. I didn't dev stand for some things, but that one I just gave it a shot because it looked interesting. Not really. Godke wasn't involved. True. He was not involved. And it really blows. It blows. And the voice acting for that game was awful. Like, really fucking awful. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd love to have that discussion. I'd love to have that dialogue in the description of this, or in the comments of this video. That's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And I also see that Salil... Oof. It merged. Okay, that makes sense. Shit. Okay, I was hoping to God that it didn't become from the Devil's Third people.
All right, I'm open to listening to other people's opinions and have them maybe change mine or influence mine, but at the same time...
But that's pointless, though. Why is it that you're asking people for validation from your audience that, oh, no, Final Fantasy 16 is worse, and then you automatically switch it to like, oh, you know what I said my most disappointing games? I take that back. Starfield's great. Final Fantasy 16 sucks. That defeats the purpose. Whenever you do shit, and you give a list, you give your opinions, stand by your fucking convictions. Don't let other people try to dissuade you of your own fucking opinion on it. Granted, you can listen to other people's sides on it. You can agree, disagree, or do neither. But if you're going to stand by your convictions, just stand by them. Don't ask anyone else for it.
Man, I've been doing this for 15 years.
I don't give a fuck you've been doing this for 15 years, and every single time it sucks.
That was a really disappointing year for some of these games. I couldn't believe that...
2023 was actually good for video games. I don't know what the fuck he was snorting. Skooma.
They came out in that state and were that...
E.T. for the Atari 2600 was the worst game ever. No, I agree with you. It is. One of the worst games ever made was that one. Because it actually killed the fucking goddamn video game industry. It did the video game crash. Like, I actually will agree with you one minute, man. I actually will agree with that. But then there are other bad games out there. There's Gollum that came out last year. There's Ride to Hell Retribution. That was bad. The only reason why I played that game is because when I was a fan of Angry Joe, he played it, said it was the worst game he ever played, and I wanted to test it. I wanted to check it. And he was right. The game fucking sucked.
Not bad. And I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, a lot of great games came out last year, but there were some disappointing ones too, or bad ones. For both. All three. There was great, bland, and worse. But again, Phil just doesn't get it. Yeah, Rise of Kong. I heard that one was bad. Gollum was bad. Trying to think of other games that came out that were god fucking awful. Like Wanted Dead was one of them. The last Avatar game, yeah, was one too.
that we can't have more good games. The good news is there are great games. And
Well, there's one game that came out this year, or last year, excuse me, not this year, last year, that actually was in early access for a while, and it came out. Horat. Horat is actually a really good boomer shooter. I like it.
We'll talk about that in a separate video. But for now...
Oh, wait, hey, what?
Not stating we're that bad. And I'm sorry that we can't have more good games. The good news is there are great games, and we will talk about that in a separate video.
Ludwig, I know you're out there listening somewhere. I hope to... I don't know if you are going to do this or not, but I really missed whenever you did the comparison video for Phil talking about his best games and then you compare it with his actual gameplay. I love that shit. Please bring that back.
But for now, this is Darkside Phil saying thank you for watching.
Prayer hands.
The most disappointing games of 2023 countdown here on DSP Gaming.
Even though some of the games he had on that list were actually decent. Good to decent.
I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next year when we'll wrap it all up again. Peace out. Be safe.
Yeah, wrap it up. He just puts himself in a fucking big-ass condom like they see in Naked Gun.
And I'll see you all later.
Because he's a massive dickhead. You're not talking... Yo, he's not talking about the last... He's not talking about the Avatar game. Not the blue one. Not the Frontiers of Pandora. The other people are talking about the Last Airbender game. They actually did make an Avatar Last Airbender game, and it was bad. And I actually did see gameplay of it. It was bad.
Alright, so guys, I wanted to end the video because the video was 90 minutes, and the longer the video goes, the harder it is for YouTube to process and the like.
Oh, boo-hoo. 2 hours. Meanwhile, I've been streaming for 6.
I could still hang out with you guys for a few minutes if you want to talk.
Oh, goddamn it.
Totally okay with that. In fact, let me switch over to my other setup here.
Oh, goddamn it. Yeah, he does have those editing skills, Nerd Brew. So do you. You have good editing skills when it comes to great trailer-style content.
Of which these pop-ups are still continuing. Those 200 gifted memberships are still going and haven't exhausted themselves yet.
They already exhausted themselves.
Which is pretty insane. I told you, this is going to be going all night at this rate. 200 gifted memberships. Wow. Thank you
I'm already looking at his chat. They're already gone.
So much, Nikita. Thank you to everyone else.
Thanks, OIC.
Who supported the stream tonight in any way.
Yeah, cry me a red, cold river.
Okay. So.
Oh, great. Now we get the up-close and personal look at the fucking lady's cardigan.
What do you guys think? Did you agree? Did you disagree? What's your...
Yeah, I definitely disagree with all your takes on this, Phil.
Feelings on everything.
Because he didn't really play any disappointing games. That's the thing. He didn't play any games like Wanted Dead. He didn't play those. I'm trying to think of other games that I have that I played that I didn't really like. I'm trying to think of it from the top of my head, but I could think of them later.
Orange says the top 3 are all very solid picks. By the way, shout out to Warm Cactus. Warm Cactus became a member tonight as well.
I don't give a fuck.
When I was in the midst.
Forspoken. That was another one. That was another game that was disappointing, and I never played it. I saw what it was, thought it was terrible, and it killed Luminous Studios.
To the final top 2 there. Kagome, have a good night. I'll see you.
Apparently, it was like $3.99 each, but the thing is, though, he got about, give or take, back to back, he got about $3,000
tomorrow,
give or take.
Excuse me.
Disgusting pig.
What do you think? You guys agree with me? A lot of people agreeing with me. Did you enjoy the stream? Did you like how I presented it?
No, I hated how you fucking presented it, Phil. It was god-awful. Rabbid Luigi can make better countdowns for the worst games than you.
Was it good for you? Gabriel says, I agree. They wouldn't really change the list at all. Maybe a few in the order, but that's about it. Pizza Box Gaming says, solid picks. I didn't put, actually, Diablo 4 higher. Jesse says, you've left the...
He could have, yeah, he could have had more games he played on Game Pass. He could have, but he didn't.
Final Fantasy 16 bros in disarray. I'm sorry about that. It was not my intention to have any bros in disarray tonight, but I gotta be honest about my feelings.
You're never honest about your fucking feelings, Phil. Instead, you just lie about them and say that you're happy, living a happy life.
Kathleen, you have
and that you're depressed.
Tonight, Keanu said this was a great stream. Thank you. No Super Real Vibe says you have 1,081 members now.
I saw, yeah, I heard about that too. It was fucking funny.
I'm not gonna check. I mean, we'll just wait till tomorrow. Because sometimes, members expire during a stream, too.
I'm afraid if I grabbed one of those at a dumpster somewhere, like a big old landfill of them, I'm afraid if I put it into my PS5 that it would fucking break my console.
672.
From time to time, I watch other people's content. I just saw that he did a countdown for the worst games. I watched it. He had good points with some of them.
He says, you described Starfield perfect for once. Me, my new Bethesda game high wore off. I found no reason to ever play it again because I was so bored. Exactly right. I was...
Yeah, because of what Phil said. Sure. Whatever you say, Phil. That you're the one that made it.
The same way. When I first started...
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Yeah, hold on. Was it good for you?
Yeah, they really changed the list. Orange says the top 200 gifted members. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta see what he said good.
So, what do you guys think? Did you agree? Did you disagree? What's your feelings on everything? Orange says the top 3 are all very solid picks. By the way, shout out to Warm Cactus. Warm Cactus became a member tonight as well when I was in the midst of the final top 2 there. Kagome, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Excuse me.
I had to check this.
What do you think? You guys agree with me? A lot of people agreeing with me.
They agree with me.
Did you enjoy the stream? Did you like how I presented it? Was it good for you?
Was it good? Was it good for you? Oh no, little jammy boy, don't go to the weed cave. Oh my god, this cave is full of blood and smoking. No!
Please clap.
It's very good dog.
Gabriel says,
Good dogging.
I agree. I wouldn't 16 bros in disarray. You have 1,000. Exactly right. I was the same way. When I first started playing Starfield, those first 3, 4, 5 streams, I was like, wow, new Bethesda game, new thing.
You were not like that at all. You were going all clown mode on it, and nobody liked it. And Fart Knocker Jones was, well, again.
And I was like, okay, let me explore the planet for the first time. There's nothing out there, then my game crashes, and I gotta do the whole thing over. All right, let me build my ship for the first time. What is this? Why is this so convoluted and complicated? Why is this annoying and not fun? Let me fly in space for the first time. What the hell is this? There's no point in doing it. You can just fast travel everywhere. You know, like, everything just stacked.
You had multiple ways to complain about it, and you were hyping it up like it was going to be the best shit ever when it wasn't.
Up to be a big pile of dog shit. By the end of the day, it's just not fun to play anymore. DC had a fun time.
Well, DC was the only one that was trying to talk to you, and you only kept responding to him. Also, what's up, Well Swade? Welcome to the stream. That works.
In games, super chill. Pizza Box says, great stream, like this format. Guy says, when are you showcasing your favorite games? Tomorrow night. So, basically, tonight was disappointing. Tomorrow, it's going to be your picks for the best playthroughs of the year.
Tune in tonight when I do that.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Thank you, Nux.
Top 10. And
yeah,
then
he milked it. He does that to any game. That if the game is boring enough, he'll try to milk it for all it's worth, and it's not in his favor.
And it's going to be my Game of the Year rewards, all right? Whenever you're talking more positively.
Yeah, it was Starfield, 1 minute, man. He had it where he had Starfield and then Final Fantasy 16, but he said the ultimate one was Starfield, which, the way that he did it, though, was bad. He went over to the two games that were number 1, number 2. I don't like that at all. Yeah, no haiku. Female cardigan. My God, Grandma has lost it. Delusional mindset. I tried my best, goddammit.
About something, there's less to say. Quite frankly. Like, when you're doing negative, you feel like you have to justify it a lot more. When you're doing positive, it's just like you can say what you liked about it and move right on. So it's going to be quicker. Like, tomorrow night, it's not going to be 90 minutes to 2 hours. It's going to be like, each video will be like roughly an hour, I think. So.
Huh?
It'll be 90 minutes to 2 hours. It's going to be like, each video will be like roughly an hour, I think. So.
Oh, great. If he edits it all together, it's going to be bad.
Jade, you agreed on the top 2 and 3. I'm glad.
Jay, was it good for you? Was it good for you, little disabled boy? God damn it. I know I make fun of Jay, but honestly, I feel sorry for Jay. Jade's the only one I feel sorry for.
First 750 says the only lore in Starfield is the human stuff. I want to see other alien races. I mean, that was another thing, too.
What's your favorite type of food?
Every other sci-fi franchise, what's the best part? When you get to learn about the lore of other human or other races that aren't human.
Other humans. So Phil's an alien.
Mass Effect, you get to learn about the Turians. Or the Quarians.
Oh no. Is it fucked up? No. Oh, god damn it.
or the Asari, or the Krogan. That's neat. Star Trek, you can hear about the Klingons and the Romulans and the, you know, we keep going. I mean, Star Wars and all that. Starfield, humans.
But then he gets the Star Wars. Doesn't even go over the aliens. Doesn't even go over the Wookiees. Or what Yoda is. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I never heard that one before. Right, you really innovated with that one. You really hooked my interest, right? You really piqued my interest. Humans. Okay.
Grog mad, only human. Life good. Fight with wife. Kill wife. Wife gone. Think about wife. Regret.
Okay. Nightman says, I personally like Tears of the Kingdom, but you made good points. Thank you. Haseo says, enjoyed the countdown. Can't wait to see next year's 2024 disappointing. Sounds good. Carlos says, even people that love Final Fantasy 16 in the start were falling out of love in it by the final chapters. I'm surprised Mortal Kombat was not higher for you.
Even though Mortal Kombat wasn't that bad of a game.
Moxra says, you don't do the worst of the year. This was pretty much it. This is the negative. We just finished the negative.
Even though you said that this isn't their worst games list, it's your most disappointing. But then again, you can't have worst game and best game in the same two different lists. You just can't.
Now tomorrow,
you can't have the same game that you put on both. Just can't do it.
Tomorrow, it's the positive. It's your votes for the best playthroughs and my votes for the best games of the year.
Phil, you had no votes. You had no fucking votes. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's tomorrow.
You mean your decisions? Sure, not votes.
Gabriel says, to your point, it was a good decision to start with this countdown versus the best. Of course it is. It's always good. You start with the negative, you end with the positive.
But still, the way you did it was bad.
That's what I've learned over the years for sure.
No, what I ended up liking about it, well, again, bringing up Yahtzee Croshaw with 0 punctuation before he left to do fully Ramblot. I forgot what he calls his new one. That it's the same thing as 0 punctuation, but he did it he always did it with the best 5 first. He starts with the top 5 best, then the top 5 bland, and then the top 5 negative. But he always starts it out with like number 5 best, number 5 worst, and number 5 bland. Or the last 2 are probably switched around. But he does that, and it's a lot better.
DC says, I agree with 9 out of the 10. I agree with 3, 2, and 1. The only game I disagree is Star Wars Jedi Survivor because I played it on PS5. Yeah, if you didn't have the same exact experience that I did,
I need a chat overlay.
Obviously, you're not going to agree. I had a bad experience because of the graphics and the performance, so.
Even though the PS5 version, again, I mentioned this way before, had problems, just like the Xbox and the PC version. They all had problems.
That's right. Darth Gulbox says, if you remember, the saddest part about Survivor, it was delayed an actual month, and then it came out, and it still played like that. Basically, what that means is they didn't give it enough testing, they didn't give it enough time, and then by the time it came out, it was just so disappointing, right? And there's nothing you could do about it. Like, it was like they just couldn't fix it. It was too late to fix.
Phil, there's a lot of games that came out that had problems. Even though it was completed, they still had problems. Again, day 1 updates, patches, those exist. The detractors, they were right.
No Sleep Bro Vibe says, I thought Starfield was going to be number 1 and Final Fantasy 16 being number 2. I'm definitely shocked and surprised by your top 10. You are? But that's exactly right. You were correct.
I did nothing wrong. Yeah, he's probably going to give it to Street Fighter 6. Oh, if he does, I'm tearing that ass apart. Pause.
Did it just end? People are saying the 200 memberships just ended. You're right, because that
even though it was already gone, Phil.
Thunderlips. So you're gonna get Thunderlips, Gabriel.
Oh, he's talking about the thanks for joining. Oh, okay.
Well, Thunderlips, Gabriel. It was who was it? It was 672, and Gabriel gifted Thunderlips and Morbidly Obese. And then we should
don't talk about your wife like that. I thought you loved her.
have a Matthew super chat, an anime fan super chat, and Warm Cactus. And then so we're just about to adjourn in the next couple of minutes, and all the pop-ups are finally ending. It took the whole stream.
Yeah, fuck off, Nikita. Oh, she.
That's wild. Any chance of Quake 1, 2, and 3 playthrough? I have no idea. Maybe someday, because like you said, they are on Game Pass.
Quake? No, don't fucking touch Quake, you retard. You said that you like Quake. You don't. You don't even like Doom.
Great a game, so maybe, but I don't see it in the near future.
He won't play it because it's an old game, and he knows for a fact old games don't give him money, quote unquote.
Final Fantasy 16 got me bored. It was like Godzilla and DBZ, says Jade. I agree. Those.
Jade, no. The only reason why you're saying that is because Papa Phil told you that it was just like that.
Icon fights were just like that.
Jedi Survivor was rough. I still had fun. I had fun too. Not with Jedi Survivor, but all the other games that I played that he thought was disappointing. I had fun with Tears of the Kingdom. I had fun with Mortal Kombat 1. I had fun with Hogwarts Legacy for the most part. But other than that, Phil's just an idiot.
Reverse 7.
Yeah, big ups, Hulk Hoagie.
50 says becoming Starborn is a copy of being Dragonborn. Poor shame. Yeah, only way more boring. It really is. Will there be new emotes? I have absolutely, positively no idea if we have unlocked any new emote slots. I can take a quick look.
He already did. He already got the emote slots, and they're all going to be fucking terrible.
Let's see.
But then again, what the fuck is he going to do with the emote slots? What the fuck is he going to do? He has nothing. Yeah, Force Unleashed 1 was better. 2, 2 was bad.
Where do you even go to do that? I think you go over here to is it membership levels? Or is it customized default perk? It might be customized default perks.
God damn it, Phil.
Okay, there's the badges. By the way, YouTube added the ability to have a 4-year member badge now. They didn't have that, but now they added it. So that means that
I don't care, Phil. I really don't give a fuck about. Oh, they added in this now. They added it in, guys. Oh my god, they added it. Oh yeah, it's so good. So good to see, guys. Sure it is. Such an amazing thing. Such an amazing thing. Fuck me. I still don't have. God damn it, I still don't have the fucking giving away memberships. I need to get that. I need to ask Sly how he got his. I just need to ask him. Just because I'm legitimately curious.
a lot of you will be hitting your...
2 was, it was like, it's not as good as the first one, though. Honestly, the best Star Wars games I've ever played, Dark Forces was one. Shadow of the Empire was another one. And the Lego Star Wars is always going to be good anyway. That just goes without saying.
Please clap.
3-year member badges this year, and then I can design and have a new one for 4 years the year after. Let's see. Emoji. No. Nope. It says we still need 31. 21? 31?
Get glasses, Phil.
No. 127 more members needed to unlock a new emoji.
I don't care, Phil. Phil, I just don't fucking care.
127 more on top of what we have. So we need 1,200. I guess it's going by 200 now. So we hit 1,000. That was the last emoji, but we did that like 2 years ago. The next milestone would be 1,200. So no, you can't unlock one until we hit 1,200 members. 1,200 members is the next milestone.
Rogue Squadron is also good, too. It's like, Phil, you don't see me going on about, guys, I need this many members so I can get a new emote. I'm not doing that at all. The emotes I have are fine. Que sera, sera. Whatever it will be. It's like, you never see other streamers do this shit. And I think the reason why he's doing it is because he's trying to get Nikita, aka OIC, to give him another 200.
But there is
I plan on beating CS Stars for a second time. Do it.
4-year
Yeah, get the true ending. It's very needed.
Badge that I can do. Of course, no one will hit.
Knights of the Old Republic is also good. Didn't really get into KOTOR that much, or Knights of the Old Republic. Both of them. Republic Commando, I did get into that one. That game was fun.
That till next year. But
yeah, he's moving the goalposts quite a lot.
Yeah, I can look to do that. But that sucks. But what are you going to do? That's how YouTube works. They really make you hit those ginormous milestones to get...
Rogue Squadron was $199? Where at? Was it like on... I don't think Steam will ever have Rogue Squadron. If it does, I'll laugh hysterically. Oh, they do have Rogue Squadron on Steam. It's called 3D, though. I wouldn't mind playing that again.
New emojis, right? Mark says, I bought Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom in Adelaide Airport on the way to Japan. I'll play it one day. I never played a Zelda game. How do you think you'll like it? You'll probably like it, but you'll be frustrated with the frame rate. But the overall...
The frame rate's fine, Phil.
If you didn't play Breath of the Wild, you won't feel like you're...
Oh, it's on Xbox Store. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Doing the gameplay, you'll probably really like the game.
Yeah, I was looking it up on Steam. That's the reason why. Because that's the reason why I played Dark Forces.
So, that's right. We need 12...
Sea of Stars is really good. Game Pass, PlayStation Plus Extra, get it. But even if you don't have that and you play mostly on Steam or Switch, it's worth the price. Doesn't matter if it's on sale or not.
100 members to unlock a new emoji on the stream. That's correct. I received a $2 tip.
Oh, great.
From Zach. I played Jedi Survivor 3 months after its initial release. I was able to enjoy it very much. I wish you could have had that same experience. Yeah, and it sucks. You know, I waited too. I gave it an honest shot. I purposefully delayed the playthrough, went back to it like a week, 2 weeks later, and it still ran like shit. So it was like, how long am I going to delay this playthrough if I'm ever going to finish the game? And I just kept playing it from then on. I agree with you that it's sad. I have no idea, Hiseo. I mean, this is the first moment I've even seen that there's a 4-year member, you know, emoji or whatever you call it, badge. So I have no idea what it would be. We have a whole year to figure that out. If you wanted a new crown, we could probably recolor a crown. If you didn't want another crown, you wanted something different, we could probably do that. I'm not sure what it would be. Big Mac just did a super chat. I want him to say DSP Reacts yesterday was really good. Bravo your take on how a news anchor tried to talk down about the Tetris kid. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Phil, no. The whole thing with the Tetris kid that he went on about, calling the woman and say, oh, what was your purpose in life? Just to pop out a few kids. It's like, Phil, really? That person actually has a job more successful than you, and yet for some fucking reason, you're just looking at that shit and you're like, oh, everyone's like less successful than I am. Yeah, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. What's with this guy in Crowns? King of Hate. That's the reason why he's bringing up the whole thing with Crowns, because he once was called the King of Hate, and the crown was like his staple, in quotes, but he's no longer the King of Hate anymore, so he doesn't need the crowns anymore.
And, you
now
know,
he just needs a dunce hat.
I just gotta be honest about that kind of stuff. I don't have a lot of tolerance for bullies. Mostly.
That's very rich coming from you, because you love to bully people. Quite a lot. And make fun of people for how they look, what sexuality they are, ethnicities. You do that quite a lot, Phil.
Because I was bullied many, many times in my life.
No, you weren't. You probably were the fucking bully. And then when someone you're trying to bully stood you the fuck up and beat your ass, yeah, you still bullied people.
This day I'm still bullied. I mean, inadvertently, it's not like I can do it.
You're still bullied. Oh no, call the bully hunters. Darkside Phil is still fucking bullied.
Please clap.
Anything about it when these bullies just hide on the internet like bitches and talk to their own audience as bullying, you know.
I'm talking to my own audience like they're fucking people. I'm not talking to them. It's like Nerd Brew. How was your day, Nerd Brew? Was it good? King of Dents. Oh, that's good. That's so good, Nerd Brew. It's so good. That's so good. Fuck off, Phil. Just fuck off. I don't treat my audience like they're fucking ATMs. I don't treat them like they're insignificant to nothing. I don't tell them to talk only about me because I'm more important than anything else. Treat my audience with respect.
Shut the fuck up!
God damn it!
Please clap.
Was it because of what I said, Nerd Brew? Is that it? God damn it. The point remains. The point remains. Yeah, he actually did the same thing with the 11-year-old. Wanted to pimp slap a kid. But yeah, you want to say that I'm a bully. You made fun of someone for having blue hair. You made fun of people like Markiplier and all these people who are bigger YouTubers because they're dyeing their hair, even though it was for fucking charity.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Yeah, we definitely need that one. I'll play that again.
Oh God, shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Shut the fuck up!
Hey, yeah, that's definitely what we need.
In real life, being bullied is a little bit different than the internet bullying, right?
No. Not even. It's both the fucking same. Because the amount of fucking bullshit that people are put through, doesn't matter if it's physical or internet. Doesn't matter. Because some people would actually take their own fucking lives if they were bullied online or in real life. They could do that, Phil. People could still develop a form of depression from it. But you're going to sit there crying, becoming the king of victims yet again.
But, you know, as someone who's been bullied a lot.
Okay. This is the 4th time he said he's been bullied. No, you fucking haven't. You were the bully.
To see a kid get bullied for doing something meaningful and...
Phil, didn't you yeah, again, we're all bringing this point back up. 11-year-old girl in fucking VR chat that you said you wanted to pimp slap her. And also yell at the parents for raising a bitch of a kid. That was you.
Worldwide record holder by some fucking middle-aged woman who's probably a miserable bitch. Yeah.
Oh, so you're not the bully, but yet you're calling someone a bitch? Name calling? What a real bitch he is.
Please clap.
But yeah, Phil's the internet bully. He is. Also, she was giving an opinion on it. Granted, she got clowned on. She got clapped back by everyone on the internet, Phil. And that kid probably got a lot of shit not given to him, but he had a lot of praises given to him. It's like, GG's, kid. Good job, kid. You did really good, kid. But Phil's sitting there just pretending. One person's opinion should automatically deserve the ire of the pig roach. It's like, Phil, what accomplishments have you ever fucking done? What have you done that deserves praise? Nothing. 15 years of begging? 15 years of shitty content? 15 years of scraping by? 15 years of lying to people so that you can pay Scopely? Okay, what the fuck have you done that says that you deserve to bully people back, that deserves praise and accomplishments? Nothing. You have done nothing.
I was pretty pissed about it, so.
Pretty pissed? Seems kind of forced to me, the way that you said, oh, you fucking bitch. Yeah, the kid's in the Guinness Book of World Records, yeah. Until someone else takes the throne. Which will probably be in a few years from now. Give or take.
Moxley says, can't believe...
Yeah, he's Ace certified, bitch.
Street Fighter...
What up, Beavis?
4 is 15 years old next month. Yeah, you're right. It was, what, February? Actually, it's older than that, because I played it in arcades in 2018. I went to Tokyo Game Action in Rhode Island, and I actually played it there on arcade cabinets for a big event.
Wait, hang on. I can't believe Street Fighter 4 will be 15 years old next month. This is why I like, what the fuck is he going to have in this documentary? I agree. I want to know what's going to happen.
Moxley says, can't believe Street Fighter 4 is 15 years old next month. Yeah, you're right. It was, what, February? Actually, it's older than that, because I played it in arcades in 2018.
2018? He played Street Fighter 4 in a cabinet in Rhode Island. Let him continue for a minute.
I went to Tokyo Game Action in Rhode Island, and I actually played it there on arcade cabinets for a big event, the launch event they had.
A launch event in Rhode Island in 2018. That was a big Freudian slip. Or not Freudian slip. That was a big slip up.
So I actually played it more than 15 years ago, but...
It's 16. No. Phil, you played it. Let's see. It's 2014. Yeah, 2024 now. So, yeah, you played it for about 6 years ago. Yeah, longer than 15 years. 6 years.
Ah!
He meant to say 2008, but 2018. God damn. Phil, yeah, it came on the Xbox. Yeah.
Came out on consoles February 2009. You're absolutely right. 15-year anniversary is coming up.
Hang on. Hang the fuck on. Yeah, give me a goddamn moment here. Arcade in 2008. It did come out for arcades in 2008, but then 2009 was in cabinet. Well, not cabinets, consoles. Yeah, but still, he played it in 2018. DSP cries for his depression, but tells someone to stream about that person's depression, king of suffering. Yeah, shout out to War Dog Leader.
Please clap.
And I've actually heard that guy talk. He's still doing good to this day. He is still active. He's still doing good. Give him love.
Man. Spidey says, agree with your take on Final Fantasy 16. The game was a huge disappointment, and some PS5s overheated and crashed because of it. I guess I would.
No, I didn't have any problems with that. Yeah, unless you have, like, oh, I don't know, dust.
Was lucky that didn't happen, right?
I'm surprised it didn't happen with the amount of dust you have in your goddamn office.
I guess I was very lucky.
Suck.
It's been a while since we had suck.
Jade says, I was okay with Mortal Kombat 1 being number 4. I got my list here, my Game of the Year picks. I figured it out right before this stream. I'm good to go, just so you guys know.
Yeah, that piece of paper has nothing on it.
I got 10 games.
I smell lies and dent brains.
And 2 honorable mentions. 10 games in the countdown, 2 honorable mentions.
2 honorable mentions for best games of 2023. I was about to say 2013. Don't know why. 2023. This is gonna be bad.
To be made in tomorrow night's Game of the Year awards. Just so you know.
Sure, it will.
But it'll be much shorter than this. This was me elaborating a lot on the bad game.
Oh yeah. Whenever I go over the list, I'm gonna call it going over the 2023 games DSP thinks he loves or claims to love. I'm calling that as the title.
It's much easier to say what's good about a game than a bad, because in bad you have to really be detailed and elaborate to justify, because you're talking shit.
Also, if there's anything more on Rich talking about the detractors again, I'm not reacting to it just because I already said my piece on it. I'm moving on. And also, I want to hear more of what Phil has to say in the beginning of the stream, but that will probably be after I'm done with the 2023 Best Game Awards from Dark Side Phil.
As opposed to praising, you can just say what you like.
Yeah, or I think he's also a mod on King Jed, I believe, for both Aquateal and King Jed. I know that he actually he's actually a guest on trying to think. Yeah, he's a guest on King Jed's podcast or Bingo as well.
I can move on, so it'll be quicker.
It'll be quicker.
Do I remember playing Yakuza 4? I remember the game. I don't particularly remember playing it, but I remember playing Yakuza 4, the 4 characters with their different fighting styles, which was...
Yeah, he played Yakuza 4, and he was bored.
Really neat.
Rich was dumb. It was, hold on, who was laughing? Sorry, the fucking heart got in the way.
Gabriel likes the sweater. Hey, my Christmas present from my wife.
You didn't get that from your wife. You just found it in the closet and pretended it was from your wife. It was just hers.
Love it. Cardigan.
And super. Yeah, cardigan. Even though you don't have the shoulders for a cardigan. You really don't.
Super comfy. Very good sweater, so.
Oh, and keep in mind, it has pockets.
Jaya!
I really like it. By the way, my frame rate is dying again a bit. I wonder why. It is. It's lower a little bit. This happened the other day, and then I reset the camera and it fixed it.
I reset the camera and it fixed it. And then you complained that the camera looked bad.
Anyway, we're about to adjourn, guys. Probably just like a couple more minutes. So last thing.
We're about to adjourn. Any last minute questions? AKA, give me money. Give me tips.
Someone has something to say. Any last minute contribution, get it done now. Because I got to work on tomorrow's.
Oh, hey. That's what I thought. Yeah, I got to work tomorrow, guys.
Tomorrow nights. I got to get those queued up in there. Okay. Reminder, tomorrow, Resident Evil 0 remake on the first stream.
I'm not covering it.
Or not remake, remastered on the first stream, and it's gonna be tough because I'm in a tough spot right now with no health. I gotta get past the button.
Oh, it's fun laughing at. Okay, that's what I read.
I don't know how.
The heart's a detractor. DSP is transitioning into an old lady. He already tells stories that have no point, and now he has a cardigan. All he's missing is the fucking Karen Masters wig. And also Jasper in his lap. That's all he's missing right now.
Do it. And tomorrow night, it's gonna start off the late stream tomorrow night with the viewers' choice best playthroughs of 2023, and then following that, my Game of the Year awards. That's tomorrow night's stream.
I thought that the Game Awards don't even fucking matter. Like, anyone can have their best games, and it doesn't really fucking matter.
Okay? Also, quick reminder, special stream Wednesday night.
Should I cover the special stream that he's doing on Wednesday night, or should I just skip it? You know what? Hang on. I'll do this. Oh, wait. Is there a way I can interact with? God damn it. Oh, here we go. No, I can just do this. I'm just gonna do this, just because why not? Might as well have something to go with it. Yeah, screw it. That works. Yeah, I'm just going. I want to see if people want me to do the special Wednesday stream. I'm just curious.
Special late night mystery stream
Because I will be streaming for the 3 days straight from that. Why? Because I love you guys.
Please clap.
Will not want to miss it. That's all I'm saying, because I really don't want to spoil it. I want it to be a surprise stream. But Wednesday night, very special stream right here on DSP Gaming, same time and place as this one. So I hope you'll be here Wednesday night if you can make it. If not,
Oh, great.
I'll upload it after the fact.
I'll upload it after the fact. Great. Just so I could suffer.
Hey, stupid! I have 2 big bills due this week.
Oh, no. I saw someone said no. I have a no.
Jasper Kitty wants another Stray game. Of course he does. Jasper Kitty wants more Kitty games. There's not enough. There's
Just go play the fucking hidden object games that revolves around cats.
just not enough Kitty games
No buy-in. I just want to vote. I'm just generally curious.
at all. DC has a haiku. A cooling wind.
DC, fuck off.
Breeze, chill shade, warming summer vibe. Darkness of the night. Thank you
That was a shitty fucking haiku. What's next? You're gonna tell us your favorite kind of food?
very much for a unique haiku, DC. Okay. 672 says, as we go into 2024, I want to say thank you for the content. I appreciate the stuff you put into it. I started watching during the pandemic. It's cool to be a part of the content that you care about.
I think the only reason why 672 was a part of it was just because he got bored of wings for a little bit.
You're welcome.
Maybe.
672. Thank you for coming by and being a viewer and fan. And also, I will say
What up, Darksy? Welcome to the stream. Yet again, welcome to the stream.
Please clap.
this for those of you who either came from detractor content or came from another
1 minute, man. You need to work on your sexy.
YouTuber
But you have a good rest of your night, man.
and checked
Or day. Sorry.
me out. I appreciate you giving me a chance. There's so much stuff out there about me that's negative, and those who over the years come and give my content a chance, I really appreciate that.
Phil, everyone that was a detractor, they gave your content a chance many fucking years ago, and they don't like your content anymore. Fuck, I tried yet again. You even said, you're like, give me a fair, just watch a part of my content, give me a fair chance. And guess what? I did. I watched you cover Modern Warfare 2, and you dropped it. That was your last stream that you've done of it, and I really regretted it. Granted, it made for good content, though. But at the same time, I just don't give a fuck about it. It's just really bad.
Because they're
Yeah, Phil. Yeah, exactly, Mister. He had his chance, and he sucked
it's so
it all away. He just sucked it away.
Suck.
And now he gets the way of pain.
easy to just pile right on with the negative memes and stuff. But so
The negative memes. Phil, did you not realize that the memes came from you? It's shit that you've said and done. Like, the burst of May 1st.
Oh.
many of you
What up, Dubmatic? Welcome to the stream.
come by over the years as a result of seeing me somewhere else or hearing about me from somewhere else and then coming and giving it a shot, and now you like the content, and that's nice to hear and know. So thank you for that.
Nope, I don't like your content at all. The only reason why I'm restreaming you or just streaming you play Sea of Stars is because I love that game, and I'm actually wanting to suffer. See how you're gonna ruin it for everybody.
Cool.
Cool. It's
All
not.
right, absolute last chance before I wrap it up, guys.
Last chance, give me money.
Gaia with a haiku says, terrible games played, enduring year-end worst revealed. Enduring year-end worst revealed. Terrible games played, enduring year-end.
That's not even a fucking haiku.
worst That's not a haiku. It's supposed to be 575.
You know, Phil, I'll agree with you. It's not even a haiku at all.
You missed one. You missed a couple.
You know what? Since you said that,
Boink! Ah, my groin!
you just get a bat to the fucking groin.
Pizza Box Gaming, that's crazy. He says he was just searching for someone playing Sea of Stars. He found me, and now here he is watching the content. That's crazy.
Even though there are other people that play Sea of Stars, there are other people that play this game way before Phil. Why Phil of all things?
Because I almost never get found. Like, my stuff gets suppressed by YouTube all the time. I do not usually hit YouTube search that often, or if I do, you'll get 4,000 negative things about me rather than someone finding something positive I'm doing. So it's pretty cool to hear that you found me in a positive way.
Sure. Even though the majority of the time you find your channel, but then we find like Snort Hogan, Duty Streams, King Sly, Aquateal, Brand Dude. There's a lot of people that you can find, even fucking Atlas. Sorry, I couldn't watch Sea of Stars because I don't want to get spoiled by Phil's stupidity. That's not a problem. That is absolutely not a fucking problem. I don't mind if people don't watch this gameplay of him playing Sea of Stars. I get it. But honestly, Core, I'm going to say this, though. If you have played Sea of Stars, or playing it now, you're much farther than him. He got to the port town of Brisk, and he stopped.
Oh, my name was supposed to be part of the haiku? Oh, hold on.
Oh, great. It's still not a haiku. It still sucks.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Terrible games played. DSP Gaming Endure. Ing. Year-end worst Nah, it still doesn't work.
Yeah, what has he done that was positive? If it wasn't for Phil, and if it wasn't for his shitty content, a lot of great detractors wouldn't have existed. You wouldn't have had Detractor Beam. You wouldn't have Atlas. You wouldn't have Brand Dude. You wouldn't even have that being said. You wouldn't even have a lot of the others out there that joined in. You wouldn't even have Vanguard making videos. Like, there's a lot of great content creators or detractors. You wouldn't even have Nerd Brew with his trailer-style videos or Mishima World Order. You wouldn't have any of these people. Or King Jad's Bingo. If it wasn't for Phil, the community would just be kind of eh. The community keeps on growing. There's many other people that want to make Phil content or detractor content. And it's always good to see more new faces coming into the fucking detractorverse. Or is it the Snort text? I forget.
I tried. Still doesn't work. Am I going to play the Suicide Squad game? I have no idea. I literally have no idea yet. I'm not really focused on that right now. Am I playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? Absolutely 100% yes. Full playthrough, and I'm checking out that alternate mode. That's like the virtual island stuff too. I'll be doing all of that.
Yep, so Aquateal's going to have fun with that.
Spidey.
Why does he deserve money? He really doesn't, though. He thinks that he's making a lot of fucking positive, chill, interactive, meaningful content, when in reality, it's not even worthwhile. The only reason why he makes the money that he does is that he's taking all of it, and he's trying to find ways to guilt his audience to give him money, to make himself the victim yet again. Oh yeah, and I did notice that you were doing commentary-style commentary. You have.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing.
I hope that guy comes back.
Play goals as your stuff for Baldur's Gate 3 was showing the other day on tags for the game. That's crazy. Again, that's good to hear. It's been so long since anyone has been able to find me in a positive capacity. It's good to hear that maybe things are changing.
A positive capacity, even though the majority of the videos you've done has barely any likes. It has like maybe 100 likes sometimes, and then the majority of them are dislikes.
That's cool.
Came for Vega, stay for the cheeks. Oh yeah, the big juicy butts.
Big juicy butt.
Yeah.
Haseo says many of the OGs are still here. Others watch from the shadows. Oh, I know.
Yeah, the OGs aren't even around that much anymore. The people that watch you from 2008 onward, they're not around anymore. And the people that joined you, like, went with you on Twitch, they're not around anymore. They're barely around. But yet, some of the OG detractors are still around. We still have Tevin. We still have Evil AJ.
To this day, there's literally people who have been around forever, but they call themselves the silent majority. They won't talk in chat. They won't speak up, but they still watch, and a lot of them support.
How do they support, though, Phil? How the fuck do they support? Give you tips? That means they had to interact with you.
You see how every day a tip will come in? It's like an anonymous tip. Well, who do you think that is, right?
It could be 1 Minute Man. It could be Game Tracker. It could be OIC pretending to be someone else.
Usually that's probably someone who's behind the scenes, and every once in a while...
Again, skepticism, ahoy.
They just want to support when they can, and that's much appreciated. So... You find me through the Mario Wonder play.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Ludacris is another one. You know, shout out to Luda.
Awesome. This is great to hear that people...
And if it wasn't for Ludacris, if it wasn't for his pot noodle review, or his noodle review, yeah, we wouldn't have the great salt that Phil did in that React stream. But it also gave us the incest question, so...
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
People are finding DSP gaming again through the positivity. Instead of...
What's positive? There's nothing positive with you. The only thing that's positive is more detractors are coming out of the woodwork.
The negativity. So this is great news.
This is great news. This is positive news. I'm just making money by guilt tripping the dance. Oh God, it's so good.
Okay. 585 Haiku, terrible games played, DSP gaming enduring, year-end worst reveal.
No. 575 is a haiku. 585 is not.
Except that it's 575. It's not 585. So if it was 585, that would have worked, Gaia. But you're still off by a syllable. It's supposed to be 575. All right, guys.
This is just terrible. His dents coming out with haikus, they're fucking terrible.
I think we gotta get out of here. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. Nikita, if you're out there, thank you for another...
Thanks, OIC.
Whopping 200 members. We've now hit the new record. I've never had that many on the channel.
Yes, you had. 1355. You've had that.
People did ask if we hit 1200, that's when I unlock a new emote for the slot for the channel. But I'm a very...
And again, they're going to be dropped.
Appreciative of hitting a new record tonight.
Yeah, prayer hands again.
Obviously, I wasn't expecting that at all. Guys, I'm out. I'm going to film the daily wrap. I'm going to set up for tomorrow. Tomorrow, the agenda is the Level 1 podcast, Resident Evil 0 remastered in the morning, and then the night stream tomorrow night, same time, same place as this one. The fan voted, or viewer's choice, best playthroughs of 2023, followed by my Game of the Year awards.
Yep, I will be back later on today to cover that shitty little award show. I'll be back.
All right, guys.
Yeah, prayer. Look at the prayer headshot. Oh God, that lightning bolt. What the fuck is that? Phil, come on. Come the fuck on, Phil.
Thank you. Great stream tonight. Had a ton of fun. I hope you guys did too. Have a good evening. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck off, Phil. I'll see you later.
Peace
on
out,
tonight.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Fuck off. Fuck off. I hope someone comes and burns that fucking card again. God damn, man. Well, Phil's gone. He is officially gone now. So, let's get on to the battle planning for tomorrow. I need to find the right music for it so we can get the battle plan. Oh, here we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, there we go. Battle plan for later on today. I will be streaming at around maybe 8:30 my time, or maybe sometime at 8:45. The only reason why I'm doing it at that time is just because that's when it starts. And I will be using raw Phil. I'm not going straight to the source with Phil, because why give him a view?
Please clap.
But then tomorrow, aka Wednesday, since some people actually do want me to cover Wednesday, I will be back same time on Wednesday. Depends on if he's streaming earlier that day. And no, this was not Star Fox music. This is actually from Eastward, a really good game. I highly recommend it. But yep, that's the battle plan. Sound good? Sound good to me.
Please clap.
All right, now later on, we're just gonna stop it right here. Actually, no. I know how I'm gonna end it off. I know how I'm gonna end it off. Come here. Come here, otters. Alright, let me kick this back up with otters. We're ending it off with otters. What time is your time? It will be central. So that's why I say 8:45. For some people, it might be 9:45, some 7:45, some 6:45. But again, that's when I'm going to start streaming it. But no, if it's Eastern for anyone else's time, it'll be 9:45. But yeah, I am out for the rest of the day. I will be back later on today to stream. And I will be covering his viewer's choice, which I don't want to. But yeah, that's just how we're gonna end it here. Let me see. Is there anybody streaming as of now? Let me double check to make sure. I have to double check. Gotta make sure. Sadly, no one is streaming right now, but then again, I always stream late at night, so it makes sense why no one is around. So, yay! Ah! But everyone have a good rest of y'all's day, rest of y'all's night. Keep it really beautiful, people. Hope everyone is having a good 2024 so far. I know it's only 9 days into the new year, but I want everyone to have a safe new year. I want everyone to have happy goals, good resolutions. Hope y'all meet y'all's resolutions. And not only that, but imagine at the end of it, Phil's a fucking bitch, he's a cunt, he's a pussy, and we all want him to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up!
With that in mind, everyone have a good rest of y'all's day. Peace out, guys.
Someone is in this house!